Okay, so theoretically, we should be live. We should be live on YouTube. So I'm gonna wait until I see a little bit of movement with the chat before I get too deep into the coverage here, just in case something's wrong and we're not live. So if you see me, if you can hear me, make some noise, I guess, or make some chat over there in the chat. Yo, okay, all right, yeah. Sorry, no intro, nothing. I'm just jump scaring everybody today. Welcome to another Ryan Hall, y'all stream. We're here tracking a daggone hurricane. Okay. Hurricane season is in full swing, and we're going to talk a lot about that today. But the main thing that we're focusing on, obviously, is Category 1 Hurricane Francene right now in the Gulf of Mexico, getting ready to slam into the coast of Louisiana. But we got a bunch of other things happening out there, too. We've got multiple storms that we're going to be watching and tracking. So, yeah, buckle in. Buckle in. It's time to get back on the train here for live stream. So, yeah, once again, say hello in the chat. It's been a while since we've all been together like this. It's nice to see you. Hopefully, today's going to go by smooth and we don't have anything terrible happen with the hurricane here. It is a Category 1, so, we can just hope for the best, but I do think we're going to have some pretty significant storm surge. I think that we're going to have, some problems, so that's why we're here. We're covering this live, and we've got storm chasers out there as well. Brad Arnold, Michael Beard, and then we're working with Radar Omega, obviously, to get you these awesome probe cameras, which, by the way, I don't know how many of you guys have Radar Omega installed. But you should if you don't, and you can have access to these probe cameras as well. There should be a link in the description, and if Frank, if you're listening to me right now, we need to add that if it's not there, just our traditional link to Radar Omega. Speaking of Radar Omega, let's go over here and look at that. Look at the radar real quick, or this is technically the satellite, the infrared satellite here. Latest on Francene, 90-mile-per-hour winds, moving north and east. And you've got our cluster of storm chasers over here. You can see Brad Arnold. You can see Aaron. You can see a bunch of other people over here as well. But you also see these little icons, these little green icons here. These are our probe cameras. Some of these might take on some storm surge today. So that's what we're going to be looking for as we keep an eye on the Radar Omega or Cyclone Port storm surge cameras here. No sheds. I'm a little disappointed that we're not pointed at any sheds for this one. We don't have a shed cam, but we do have a grass cam and a beach cam, and all the cams. So we're covered. About 15 minutes ago, an oil rig recorded a wind gust of 67 miles per hour, sustained winds of 56 miles per hour, a little bit off the coast here. So lots of oil rigs out here have these sensors in them that'll allow us to understand the wind speed. But also, another thing that allows us to understand the wind speed is daggone hurricane hunters. All right, we've got hurricane hunters out there. In fact, flight, let's see here. What was that flight? NOAA 42 just got out of the storm, and they're part of the reason why we got that reading or that most recent update there, the 90 mile per hour sustained winds and 976 millibar low pressure system. This is that flight. It's going back to Florida right now, getting ready to go over Clearwater, NOAA 42. And they recorded quite a bit of interesting data in the eye wall of the storm there, but nothing that we didn't really already know. We've got a continuing, intensifying storm here. It's not rapidly intensifying. It's not, we've been talking for a while about how this is certainly not going to be a major hurricane. However, it is going to bring about some storm surge, and it is going to cause some problems here in the New Orleans Orleans area down towards Homa, Golden Meadow, Grand Isle. Those places are some of the places that I'm watching the closest, I think, for potential issues here from our hurricane. Look at the eye on radar. You can see it very clearly, and you can also see very clearly that the vast majority of the heaviest rain is going to be, or the strongest winds and the heaviest rain. We're still a little bit out from now. It's not happening anytime soon. We're here early to kind of, talk about the forecast and stuff. But whenever this part of the storm right here gets over land, that's when we're going to have a hurricane. That's when it's going to feel like a hurricane. For you guys up here in Marsh Island, New Iberia, Homa, all the way up there towards Franklin, Morgan City. Morgan City is going to get hit pretty hard by this, and everybody in the Vermilion Bay there. So, yeah, this is our hurricane heading right on up towards the to the greater New Orleans area, south central Louisiana. Lots of hurricane warnings out there right now, too. Hello, Kat from Lexington. Where's everybody watching from? Hello, Kirsten from Southern Illinois. Huge shout out to Holly. Holly's been a daggone member for near, what is that, 3 years? Holly, thank you so much for being here and for supporting. What category is it right now? We got ourselves a Category 1 hurricane right now with winds of about in the upper 80s, low 90s. Definitely damaging winds, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, we've got people watching from Belgium, Las Vegas, Arizona. Obviously, we've got people in Louisiana. But lots of people from all over the place. Yeah, the eye wall on radar is looking the best that it's looked. So it's still intensifying. It's still becoming more organized. So that's something that we're watching here. And yeah, we do have there's another tropical depression that we're going to be watching too. I'll show you this just because it's so interesting. This is Francene, right? This is the topic of discussion today. This will be the topic of discussion tomorrow. Tropical Depression 7 just came off of Africa, hot off the press. Will be a tropical storm here soon. Will likely be a hurricane before too long. This is going to go in the general direction of the states, but once it gets out here, there's a million different potential things that could happen. It could go like this. It could go like this. It could go like this. We don't know. Obviously, these two options would be, not so great. But right now, this is all we know for sure. It's going to go west. So we're watching that. And then there's a couple other areas of interest as well. A little bit less confidence with those as far as what kind of development we're going to see. A huge shout out to Jamie. Jamie's been here for 20 months. Tyler, sponsor for 26 months, a little over 2 years. Thank you so much. Marcus, thanks for being here. Coleman, Alabama. Shout out. Has it made landfall and will it be a Cat 2? So it hasn't made landfall yet. And an earlier forecast did show that this was likely going to make landfall as Category 2. Right now, the latest on Hurricane Francene is estimating that we're going to see wind speeds around 90 miles per hour at landfall, with wind gusts around 115 miles per hour. So it's not a Category 2 hurricane, but it's very close. If you live out here, you're not going to notice the difference between this and a Category 2 hurricane. So just keep that in mind. It's essentially a Category 2 hurricane is what we're going to be dealing with here. Let's see here. What do we got? And Arnold. Got Brad Arnold out there. We're going to talk to him here in a second. Trying to get these cameras sorted out. There's a lot of people, a lot of our storm chasers that we work with that are out there. It seems like they're offline right now, though. Well, we've got Brad for sure. We've got Jennifer here, and we're working on a couple of others. But we've got a ton of camera coverage, mostly thanks to Cyclone Port and Radar Omega. But also, we've got this other cool thing that we're working with here where there's, I don't know, something like 1,000 traffic cameras along Interstate 10 here between Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, in that area. So every little green dot that you see here, all the little green dots here, we've got live cameras in those areas. So we should be able to see this thing as it happens from literally every angle. And those are coming from and courtesy of your tax dollars in 511la.org. I didn't realize how every state almost has like a really, really nice live traffic camera network these days. I don't know if you guys keep up with that, but it's pretty intense how good they are. Flooding's going to be a problem. Flood hazard outlook from Hurricane Francene. Probably the most considerable flooding is going to be happening down there around the Mississippi Delta, Mississippi River Delta, southern Mississippi, southwestern Alabama, southeastern portions of Louisiana. Moderate flooding expected in some places, but look at how far inland this goes. Heavy rain is going to be expected all the way up into the mid-Mississippi River Valley in the western Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois. In fact, if you want to take a look at this here, the excessive rainfall outlook includes Memphis. So well inland, we're going to be dealing with rain from this. Literally spying on this hurricane. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. I don't know. I don't even know if you can see all of these different window or the whole window here, but we've got a lot. The thing about the traffic camera situation, though, and the reason why it's awesome that we have Radar Omega out there putting probes on the actual coast, is there's not a lot of roads where the biggest storm surge is going to be. So like we're really dependent on stuff like Radar Omega with their cyclone ports to keep an eye on that. Storm surveillance. That's what I would call this. When it comes to hurricanes and winter storms, that's pretty much what we're doing, right? Give me the angle of attack. The angle of attack. So if we pull up the radar again on Radar Omega, this is the where the storm is right now, and then I don't know if you can see this line. This is the direction that it's going. It'll be a Category 1 making landfall around the southern part of Louisiana around 8 p.m., probably a little bit sooner than that. So that's what we're looking at there. The way that it works though with a system like this is things are just going to be deteriorating. The conditions are going to deteriorate from now and until then, and then they will slowly get better. So there is no pinpointing exactly like when this is going to happen or when that's going to happen. It's just going to be whatever you're experiencing right now in Louisiana. It's going to get worse for the next 4, 5, 6 hours. And then hopefully it gets a little bit better after that. I think that the worst of the storm surge, though, is probably going to happen within the next 5 or 6 hours. And that's another thing I was wanting to look at, the key messages here. Thank you, Karen. There is a danger of life-threatening storm surge today for the Louisiana and Mississippi coastlines. Damaging and life-threatening hurricane force winds are expected in portions of southern Louisiana later today, where a hurricane warning is in effect. Francene is expected to bring heavy rainfall and the risk of considerable flash and urban flooding along with river flooding across southeastern Louisiana all the way up into Mississippi and Alabama as well. Let's talk to Brad Arnold. Let's see if he can hear us. Lord goodness, every time it's been a while since we've had a stream, this messes up. So bear with me. Hopefully this is going to work on the first try. Come on, Brad. Brad, we are live on YouTube and everybody is dying to hear from you. I feel like we're a little early here. We're just getting our feet wet with Hurricane Francene here, but we would love to hear your take and what we can expect from you as you chase this hurricane today.
Hey Ryan, hey, it's been a minute since we chased any storms. It's been kind of quiet lately, so trying to learn to figure out how to do this again. Just kidding. So right now I'm in Morgan City, Louisiana. It does look like this area is going to take the direct hit from the eye wall. May make it a little bit of a jog to the east. If it does that, we'll head over to Houma, Louisiana, just on Highway 90 over there. But just driving through Morgan City right now. We are right on the floodgates. They're going through the process right now of closing those right now. As the water does continue to rise, just to protect the city from any water that were to come in from the surge. As you know, Louisiana is a tough place to chase hurricanes. So it's going to be, we're not going to have views of the Gulf, but the winds, it looks like it's probably going to be, sustained at about 90 miles an hour. I don't expect that to change all that much. But our plan today is obviously to intercept the hurricane. We're going to get the eye wall, get in the eye of it. And then right after that, I'm not sure if you've looked at NATOcast or not, or if you've looked at models for the severe threat, but the tornado risk is actually pretty substantial over near the New Orleans, Gulfport, and Mobile area. So going to get the eye and then probably just ride in the eye all the way east and check out some tornadoes later on this evening and overnight.
Well, heck yeah, Brad. Super happy that worked out. First try. Zello is what we use there, and we usually have a problem when we first try to use it again, but we're good to go, son. We're good to go. So yeah, we've got live storm chaser Brad Arnold that we're working with here. Jennifer, and I'm trying to figure out who else I'm going to put up there. We're in the beginning stages here, so I'm a little relaxed right now. I'm not in any huge hurry. I'm trying to make sure that we are prepared for landfall here, and also if we have to deal with any tornadoes later, I want to make sure everything's set up perfectly. It's kind of overwhelming how many cameras we have to choose from, though. I don't know which daggone traffic camera to choose from out of the literally, I think it's 887 that we're hooked up to here. So, yeah, I don't know what you guys think. What about that one right there? Oh, yeah. Also, Brett Adair. We love Brett Adair, Storm Chaser Brett Adair, and Live Storms Media have their has cams out there. I mean, this is like storm surveillance is getting intense, man. Like it's when I first started doing this, we were lucky to have somebody with a very low quality feed. Like one person, and they had to like do a lot of work to set it up. And now like we're in rural Louisiana, we are overwhelmed with the amount of angles that we have to monitor the storm from. It's a good problem to have, that's for sure. So yeah, that is something else. As the hurricane moves on up, as it makes landfall, as it gets closer to making landfall, we are going to also have to be concerned about the tornado threat in New Orleans, to the east of New Orleans, in the southwestern portions of Mississippi as well. So that's something that we are keeping a very close eye on. Duh, 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 duh. Chris Hall's out there too. Chris, are you live right now? And if so, do you have an HLS link? Do you know about that?
I do have a stream up. However, I don't know what you're talking about on the other one.
Okay. All right. We'll figure it out, Chris. We'll figure it out. Chandra, do I hear you? Is Riley with us? Okay. Will you ask him to get a working HLS link for Chris? So if you're just now tuning in, we are watching Category 1, Hurricane Francene, as she makes her way up towards south central Louisiana. We're just getting everything set up right now. It's a little early. We're not experiencing hurricane conditions anywhere in Louisiana right now. That's going to start happening here soon, though. So we're just getting set up. Figured we'd take you guys through the process of that. Because it's been so long since we've streamed. I was excited to come on. I mean, it's not the best circumstances, I guess. I need to start going live more often during I don't know, sunny days or something. But like I was excited, we're excited here to be live again. Shelby or Sherry, thank you so much for that. Karen, thank you. Has anything happened yet? So far, heavy rain, some flash flooding. Honestly, there's no warnings right now, other than the hurricane warnings that are in effect. And I could show you some of those. Let me actually do that right now. Also, the hurricane hunters, let's see here. I think we've got another flight coming out. Yeah. There's another plane in the air. So we're about to get more data from our storm here. And by the way, this is something else that you can do in the Radar Omega app. You see that little airplane right there? I can click on it and I can see the pressure data that it's recording. I can see the reconnaissance data from our hurricane hunters essentially in real time. I can also see the path that it's taken. So if I come over here to the sidebar and I go to hurricane hunters, and let's look at the other mission from earlier. You can see the patterns that they fly through the storm here. They do this like crisscross kind of thing. And what they're doing is they're taking several passes through the center of the storm. They're dropping these pretty much like probes, these recon probes into the storm, and they're recording valuable data. That's how we know how fast the winds are blowing in the middle of a storm that's in the middle of the ocean. Also, it's how we get our pressure and all that stuff. So on the basically what we can tell from this last reconnaissance that got here is the back quadrant of the storm is a little bit stronger than the eastern side, and some of the dry air that was kind of trying to infiltrate in on the eastern side here is closing up. So the eye wall is becoming more closed together, and the energy that prompted some of the higher readings on the backside of the storm is also trying to completely close around that center area of low pressure. So essentially, it still looks like it's strengthening. It looks like the storm's getting stronger right now, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if we had a Category 2 hurricane at some point here soon. And I don't know if it's going to maintain a Category 2 status all the way up until landfall, but the stronger it gets right now, and the more convective activity that we see with it right now, the stronger the winds are right now, the more storm surge that this is going to carry up to the shore by the time it gets there, whether it's weakened a lot by the time it actually makes landfall or not. So yeah, Radar Omega here giving us live reconnaissance data. I want to go to that most recent mission though. We want to have that playing on the screen. And this one took off from San Antonio, and the most recent look that we have here is of it going this way. So that's interesting. Hey, thank you, Shane. Shout out, Shane. Samantha, thank you. Roger Davison, thank you for being an extreme risker. McAllen says, I know that you're really busy, Ryan, but can you tell me if this is going to hit Western Kentucky? Well, let me zoom out here and let me show you something about Western Kentucky here, and also everybody else inland. I'm going to show you the cone. So here's our cone, right? The big red thing. This is the expected path of the storm, and you can see that it does go very far inland. In fact, we expect that this will be Tropical Storm Francene all the way up when it's over here near Jackson, Mississippi. So this will still be producing tropical storm force winds in and around Jackson, Mississippi. Baton Rouge, of course, you guys are going to have to deal with that as well. Macomb, maybe even Hattiesburg, tropical storm conditions. But the farther up the Mississippi River this thing goes, it's going to weaken significantly in terms of the inner core of the storm. I don't think that we're going to be dealing with tropical storm force sustained winds in Memphis. However, this storm is really unique in how much moisture it's carrying. There's a couple of different records, I think, that have been broken with the precipitable water values associated with this storm. So it is going to bring a lot of rain up the Mississippi River Valley here, Memphis being one of those places. Now, I don't think it's going to be some unprecedented flooding event, especially the farther north you go, but it is going to be for Western Kentucky, Western Tennessee, Northwestern Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, Southeastern portions of Missouri. It is going to be a pretty serious rain event, and that's why we do have an elevated excessive rainfall outlook from the Weather Prediction Center that we was looking at. So this will be hanging out up here for a while. You'll start feeling the effects of this in Western Kentucky in a couple of days, and the residual moisture is going to be, it'll be a while before we get rid of it. And that's why we are kind of concerned about some creek and river flooding. up there. But for the most part, the people who should be most concerned about the impacts from Francene are almost certainly going to be down here in southeastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi. The tornado threat ramps up a little bit this evening. And then, of course, right now, through the next several hours, we're concerned about hurricane force damaging winds and storm surge. Once again, if you are just now tuning in, we're watching these cameras in the Radar Omega app. It's possible that all of this land that you see here will be completely covered with water at some point here in the near future. As up to 10 feet of storm surge is possible in this general area. And also, this is like, it's a very low, it probably would only take 3 or 4 feet of storm surge to cover this field here. You understand what I'm saying? This is a very low-lying area, and that's a problem for a lot of these communities out here. Places just south of Houma, Louisiana, have a lot of problems when it comes to storm surge, and this is going to be the kind of storm that you guys have to watch out for. Same thing for you guys over there in Golden Meadow in Grand Isle. Here's another probe from Cyclone Port, Radar Omega. A similar situation, this road could be covered with water at some point here in the future if we do see those 5, 6, 7, especially 8, 9, 10 foot storm surge readings later. Severe weather on Louisiana 3147. Both directions from Vasey Road to Front Ridge Road are closed. And that's in Louisiana, 3147. The Humble Canal Bridge will be closed to all vehicular traffic beginning Tuesday, September 10th at 2 p.m. That is good. All right. How's it looking for Mississippi? It depends on where you are in Mississippi. Obviously, the farther south you are, the more impactful this will be for you. Gulfport, Biloxi, this area is where we're going to be paying the most attention to today. But as far north as Hattiesburg and Jackson will at some point experience intermittent tropical storm conditions. So it'll be, we're talking about power outages, some downed trees, flooding, that kind of stuff. And also, this is an area that we'll have to watch out for potential tropical tornado activity as well. But that's much later this evening for especially that far north and east. Grand Isle. Yeah, so once again, if you are just now tuning in, we're just getting set up here. We're trying to make sure we got all of our bases covered here to anticipate the storm surge and the landfall. We want to make sure we're looking at it from several different angles, and got a lot of options. Aha. I do have access to that one, Jared. I do. I'm going to put that one up. Probably in place of the field for right now. Yeah, that'll work. What will the winds be like in Homa? I haven't gotten any information on that recently. So when the hurricane makes landfall, it's going to be making landfall just to the west of Homa, meaning that Homa, Louisiana, will likely take an impact from at least a good portion of the eye wall. So it's possible that you will see hurricane force winds from this. Now, you're not going to be in the inner eye wall. You're not going to be taking, you're likely not going to have to deal with the worst of this storm, but several hours of 60 to 70, maybe 80 mile per hour winds are going to be possible in Homa, Louisiana. The farther west you go, for example, if you're closer to Morgan City or anywhere along Highway 90 between Morgan City and Homa, the more impactful it'll likely be as far as the winds go. We are going to be watching the Homa area for potential tropical tornadoes as well, since you're going to be in the right-hand side of the circulation. If, you might be close enough to where we don't have to worry too much about that to the actual core of the storm, but we are going to be watching for that as the storm gets closer to you. A little bit more concerned about the potential for tropical tornadoes later this evening in the New Orleans area and farther east, Port Sulphur, Slidell, Gulfport. These places, we're going to have to watch out for that later today. The eye is forming. Yeah, you can't really see it too well on infrared satellite, which is what we're looking at here. But if we flip over to just the regular radar, you can see the eye quite well forming here, and it looks like it's trying to become a little bit more organized. Things are definitely more intense, it seems, on the western side right now, but you can see when we first started the stream even, there was like no precipitation on the southeastern side down here, but some of this is trying to connect. So like things are looking a little bit more organized than they were earlier. So that's just a continued sign that this thing is still trying to intensify. Is this teal? Is this flight right here? Is this a Hurricane Hunter, the TEAL 72? It's the one that took off from San Antonio. And now it's just I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. In Radar Omega, I think that is the same one that we were looking at. Yeah, it's just kind of, it's doing its thing over here in the northwestern side of the storm. We'll probably see it do one of those passes through the core here within the next 30 minutes or so. Teal is a hunter. Okay, sweet. Well, it's just off the coast of Texas right now. It just did a loop right at the edge of where you, on satellite, where you would see the some of the brighter colors from the brightness temperature. Now it looks like it's turning around towards the core. So this is, if we do see an upgrade, or if we see that the storm is continuing to drop in pressure, or if the wind speeds are increasing, it's going to come from this plane here. It's going to be out there for a while. What about Alabama tomorrow? Let me look. I usually have like the models and stuff prepared, but I forgot. I forgot that you guys are always so interested in the future. South. HRRR models, not the one that you would typically use to look at a simulated forecast for a hurricane. However, we want to look at a couple of different things here, including just general timing, placement, and also that little bit of a tornado threat later today. And like this is just going to give you guys an idea of what the radar could look like as we go into the future. Landfall does look like it's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern. All right, so we're still 5 hours away, at least maybe 7 hours away from landfall. But before landfall, some of the stronger parts of the storm are going to be working into southeastern portions of Louisiana and also southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama as early as 3 or 4 p.m. So in just a couple of hours, we will see some of these outer bands trying to produce some severe weather and potentially even tropical tornadoes, from 4 all the way up until landfall. And then after that, that's probably going to continue to be a problem all the way over into the panhandle of Florida into the early morning hours tomorrow. Heavy rain and continued tornado threat will be on the table Thursday at 3 a.m. But things are really going to be calming down a lot around the core of the storm. So if you're in Alabama and you're concerned about, a tropical storm or a hurricane, and especially I think your question, you were talking about northwestern Alabama, that's not anything that you have to be concerned about at all. What you guys need to be concerned about is if you happen to live in a flood-prone area, this is going to bring a lot of rain up there. But as far as the severe weather threat goes, it's going to be right in here. That's where we should be watching the closest, I think. Southern, south central Alabama, western portions of the Florida Panhandle, southern Mississippi, southeastern Louisiana. The rest of us back in through here, flash flooding and strong winds more so for the Louisiana side, but flooding possible all the way up through Mississippi and Tennessee. But look at the significant tornado parameter, which is also not the greatest thing to look at when you're dealing with a tropical system, but it kind of highlights the general area that we're going to be focusing on for the potential for tropical tornadoes. This is at 6 p.m. If we get a kind of like an isolated cell in one of those bands interacting with some of the elevated parameters there, we're almost certainly going to see a couple of tropical tornadoes this afternoon and evening. In southeastern Louisiana, the threat moves into southern Mississippi, southwestern portions of Alabama later in the evening, 8, 9, 10 p.m. Gets pretty far inland early in the morning, but also we're decreasing with the ingredients that we have at that time. So between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m., that's probably when we're going to be in prime tropical tornado mode.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you got a second, hit me up.
All right, Brad, I'm going to hit you up right now. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was just going to let you know that I'm headed east right now towards the town of Cocodrie. It's right on the Gulf in the marshes and swamps and stuff like that. So I'm not going to be able to hang around there too long because it will be under probably 3 or 4 feet of water pretty soon as those bands do start coming in. But I'm headed down there to be able to get maybe first impacts of it, and then I'm going to have to head back north towards the Houma, Morgan City area, just something to get a little bit of action.
All right. So that's an update from Brad. We also got Chris out there. We're trying to get his thing. Riley, that is, we need. One second, yeah. Oh, there we go. I got Chris working. Okay, so we've got Chris Hall. Chris Hall, Brad, who else? Freddie McKinney. Sarah Brown says, I've not been able to catch you live in a while. I don't think it's on you as much as it is on the weather. Like there just hasn't been a live stream since the last hurricane. Not a lot has been going on. But Sarah says, I'm glad I made it to this one. As always, thanks for all you do. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. And thanks for being a member for almost 2 years. Oh, boy. The Weather Nerd, thanks for being here for 39 months. Every time we do this, I'm blown away by how long some of you guys have been here. John Peter says, I'm glad we haven't seen you besides the update videos. Yeah, that's how it should be. We only go live. We've settled
Ryan,
somewhat.
Brad again. Just want to let you know I'm watching your stream. It looks like my stream is frozen on your end. Everything looks good on my end, so just want to let you know you may want to refresh it.
I got it. Refreshed. But what was I saying? Daggone it. What was I saying? Oh, the criteria. So we only go live if there's a category 1 or higher hurricane making landfall, if there is a blizzard or a prolific ice storm, or if we are fairly confident that there's going to be at least a regional tornado outbreak or a derecho, right? So if none of those things are happening, that's good. So if we're not live for an extended period of time, that's, it's usually good news for everybody. John, thank you so much. Gimme Dat Hot Dog, thanks for being a member. Love the name. Jason, thanks for the 10 gifted. 40 months. Who is that? Damon Lee, member for 40 months. Can you believe it? We've been doing this for 40 months. And Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill's been a member for 30 months, not 40. But this is how long we've been working together. That's even crazy to think about. Andy's been 30 months. Lord goodness. And by the way, meteorologist Andy Hill is here with us. And he will be chiming in periodically, intermittently. I'm pretty sure our lights are working. So yeah, if you see the lights turn green, that means it's time to talk to Andy. But I'm sure we'll hear from him quite a bit as especially the tornado situation as it develops a little bit more. And we've started early, but I wanted to make up for last time. We started a little bit late, so we're early today. If you are just now tuning in, the reason we're here is because we do have a Category 1, very close to Category 2, hurricane on its way to southern portions of Louisiana. It's going to cause life-threatening storm surge, especially in southeastern Louisiana, Vermilion Bay, maybe even over towards the greater New Orleans area, where we are concerned about the general storm surge situation. And also extremely heavy rain, winds, hurricane force, and a tropical tornado threat. And we're going to be here from right now until we're no longer needed, or 11 hours and 59 minutes from the time that I started. We won't go any more than that, but you know, we're just going with the flow, son. That's what we're doing. Kenzie KG's been here for 27 months. Another very important part of the team here, the y'all team. Thank you, Kenzie. Kenzie is the one, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Kenzie is the one, if you see the latest news headlines things up there, Kenzie's updating those. And also the Y'all Squad donation ticker. And a million other things. There are a lot of things that Kenzie's doing. Thoughts on tornadoes in the Panama City, Florida area? Great question. The greatest threat for tornadoes this afternoon and evening, in my opinion, won't make it that far east. However, early in the morning, there's a slight possibility that we have some problems with some tropical tornadoes in some isolated cells in the warm sector of this storm. But like, it's not going to be anything crazy, I don't think. So I wouldn't worry too much about it over there, but certainly be prepared and make sure you're paying attention to weather alerts tonight. We've got some real movement now on our reconnaissance aircraft here. Now flying directly into the hurricane to give us an idea of what's going on here. If we look at the satellite, just taking it, on face value, some of the more recent frames here from the infrared satellite imagery, and basically what we're looking at here is we're essentially looking at the temperature of the top of the clouds, right? And we assume that lower temperatures means that the cloud's taller, because generally the temperatures decrease as you go higher in the sky. So if you notice, like whenever at the beginning of this loop here, there's some brighter colors, some brighter temperatures, meaning that the temperatures were cooler on top of the clouds at that point. And now things are warming up a little bit. That means that there hasn't been a big convective explosion recently. We're not seeing that new those new towers, those new clouds form in around the core of the storm. So maybe that could be a sign of this. This aircraft isn't going to find anything significantly different from what it found during the last trip, or it might even be the same or less as far as the wind speeds go. So that's what they're going in there to find out, though. It's not all about the satellite and the radar. You can't always tell exactly what's going on via those two things. It's a good tool, but the hurricane hunters help us understand a lot more about what's going on. And by the way, I am looking at this, the hurricane hunter. It is updating in real time. I wasn't certain if it was moving, but I believe every 15 seconds or so we're getting an update on the location of the plane. And if you're following along, if you have Radar Omega, you can turn that on too, and you'll see it as it moves. And every little bit of reconnaissance data that it returns, you'll be able to inspect that if you want to. Radar Omega is a big supporter of us, so it would mean a lot. If you need a good radar app, you should download it. Crystal says, does it look like there's going to be any bad weather tomorrow morning from Texas to Tennessee that will affect flights? From Texas to Tennessee, there probably will be some marginal impact to air traffic as a result of this storm. I can't tell you, obviously, what that's going to look like, but there's certainly going to be maybe some problems there with delays and stuff. Probably nothing crazy. So that's good, but I certainly wouldn't expect anything out of the ordinary when it comes to a storm system like this. Elizabeth says, I've been here since your beginning, not even living in the U.S. I just love what you do, and I love weather. Stay safe. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for that. That's super generous of you. Zenith has gifted 1 membership. Kitty. Pilot James says, I'm watching you at school in Florida, Ryan. It is school. It's time for school, ain't it? I don't know if you guys follow along. I think I might have posted about it on Twitter. I'm not sure, but my youngest, or not my youngest, my oldest son just started preschool the other day. So I'm back in the I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Like, used to, it wouldn't occur to me that it was a school day. You know what I mean? B. Smith, thank you for that. Nick, thank you for that. Jackie says, we've been following you guys for a long time. I'm glad to see you're in Southwest Louisiana and around my hometown. Jackie, thank you. Yeah, we are. We're down there. Another thing, speaking of, another thing, the reason we don't have Hall Force 1 out there right now is our very own Caleb Beecham just got married. Super huge congratulations to Caleb, and he's on his honeymoon right now. So if you guys have followed for a while, you know about Caleb Beecham, and he's usually driving Hurricane or Hall Force 1 into these things, but we don't have it out there today because of that. So super happy for Caleb. How do you get that view on Radar Omega? If you go to Radar Omega, I'm assuming you're talking about satellite view here. You just go up to the top and you click on satellite. So you're going to start off in single site radar mode, which is great. But if you click on satellite, now you've got different options down here where you would normally choose between reflectivity and velocity. Now you've got visible blue. That's band 1. Band 2, band 3. If you go up here to some of the higher bands, we call that infrared. I use clean long wave infrared for this view, and that's how you get that. And then you can just play and animate it. And I don't know. Listen, I've always had the top tier Radar Omega. There's paid versions of it, or like paid tiers inside of the app. I've always had the top one because obviously I love it so much. So I don't know exactly which tier this comes to you with, if it's tier 1, 2, or 3 or whatever. But you can daggone turn the thing 3D. I think it's tier 2 or tier 3 or something. But it's cool. It's cool. And that's how you do that. You just hit the little 3D button, and you'll get that on your mobile app or on the desktop version. And that also helps you understand just a little bit more about what I was saying earlier about how tall the clouds are. You can see that the way that this is rendering the data does show that the brighter color temperatures are taller, essentially. So the storm's flattening out a little bit on top, which might mean that it's trying to weaken. Hopefully that's the case. But our aircraft going into the storm here will tell us the full story shortly. It's the beta and alpha tiers. Oh, looky here. Stephanie has been a member for 43 months. So that's the official. I think Stephanie was our first member. That's my wife. So that's officially how long we've been doing this. 43 months. It says happy 43 month. Happy 43 month birthday to Ryan Hall. Y'all, love you. Thank you, Steph. The weather wife. Will North Carolina get a hurricane this year? It's possible. I don't know, but it's possible. We're watching several different storms, and we just got a tornado warning. You kidding me? Your test is working, Andy. I saw that. Okay, so yeah, we've got a tornado warning here in Louisiana. This is for Plaquemines. I think I'm saying that right. Plaquemines Parish in Louisiana. Let's see here. Velocity scans not telling a lot of the story right now. But we can see that Andy put a little flag down here before the warning was issued. He was noticing something. So let's inspect this a little bit deeper here, and I want to show you guys how you can do it too. If you're following along in the Radar Omega app.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad again. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Likely tornado watch coming out for the areas east of the main eye wall, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama.
Okay. So tornado watch on the way here. So yeah, tornado warning. Once again, the latest velocity scans here aren't showing a whole lot to go off of, other than this area of a spin down here. But if you're anywhere between Buras or Venice, all the way up there towards Port Sulphur in Louisiana, you are under a tornado warning because we do see this rotating part of the storm moving up over the peninsula there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Hopefully this is working nicely. Mic test. I noticed what I was looking at there, and I'm actually surprised they issued a warning. It looks like a blanket warning. You can see it kind of covers all those cells that are in a line there, just in case there is a tornado that happens. There is rotation we can see. But the storm that I marked is actually a little bit further out to sea here, and it's coming onshore. And a lot of the reason why we don't see anything really significant looking with that velocity there is because the radar is actually scanning pretty high up, 8 to 12,000 feet where my storm of interest is. And with our tropical tornadoes in supercells, tropical supercells here, they're not super tall storms. They get shunted in height, usually about 15,000 feet up. So they're very shallow storms compared to our typical plains, robust supercells that we look at with huge hail cores. So these aren't producing hail because they're not super tall. And the tops of the storms are also not as cold as usual, as we usually would see in the plains. So what happens here is because these storms aren't that tall, the radar is actually overshooting most of the rotating part of the storm, so we can't see the full amount of rotation that could be happening here, that could be pointing to a better tornado threat, than we are able to observe with current radar data. So I would assume that is why we have a blanket tornado warning here. These do look like pretty nice tropical supercells that have a chance of producing tornadoes, and I think we'll continue to see that threat for Plaquemines Parish here as these cells come ashore.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Love to hear from Andy there. Like I said earlier, we're going to hear from him quite a bit as this looks like sooner than what we maybe originally expected. A big part of tracking Hurricane Francine is going to be the tornado aspect. So this is our tornado warning. Once again, that's for Plaquemines Parish in Louisiana. And whenever the tornado warning came through, did you all hear the robot
Hey, Ryan,
voice?
you got a copy. This is Brett, headed down toward Cogadry, Louisiana.
Did you guys hear this?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Or was that the first time you heard it? And let me get back to Brett while you guys answer. Yeah, Brett, we're live on YouTube. Well, what's up, man? Tell us what's going on out there. Thank you, Brenda.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, we're getting to see some pretty active bands. We've had some special marine warnings just offshore. We are moving southbound down here toward Cogadry. This is a pretty rural area, a lot of fish camps and that type of thing down here, and very flat. So extremely surge prone on the east side of Vermilion and Chapelai Bay. So we're going down here to get into some of the wind, and we have one more of our remote camera systems we're going to get put up down here before the right side, the dirty side of this center of Francine moves inland. Probably going to see quite a bit of storm surge down here in this particular region.
All right, so that's Brett Adair, who we're also going to get his feed up on the screen as well. And once again, I was talking about the Hazcams. Brett's got all kinds of cameras out there that we're going to be able to tune into. Let me actually see if I can get Brett on here. Gosh, there's so many people out today. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana. And we've got a bunch of storm chasers coming online. I'm trying to make sure that we've got everybody taken care of. So yeah, we've got Brett sorted out now. So yeah, this is that tornado warning. Some of the places in there that are in this, other than just like Port Sulphur and Venice, especially down here, a little bit farther to the south and east, closer to some of the rotating areas. We've got the Delta National Wildlife Refuge and the waterfowl management area. Also, we've got a couple different airports. The Chevron Incorporated Seaplane Base is down there as well. I didn't know that this is like actually a pretty populated part of this part of Louisiana here. A lot of this usually is like empty marshland, but this particular appendage of Louisiana here has a lot of stuff. In fact, every 3 miles we've got a Dollar General. There's one there near Venice, Buras, and then also Port Sulphur. So if you know anybody down here, obviously they're probably aware of the incoming bad weather, but they might not be thinking about tornadoes. It might not be the first thing on their mind. So let them know to pay attention to weather alerts and be ready to take shelter. Let's take a look at this mesoscale discussion here. The tornado threat should increase through the afternoon. A tornado watch will be needed soon. This is what we were talking about. Maybe all the way up there towards southern portions of Mississippi will be under this tornado watch that's likely to be issued here soon. 95% probability that they're actually going to go forward with a tornado watch with that. That's the delta of the Mississippi. And yes, I have added every Dollar General in the country is a layer on my map now, because I've noticed that there's like $30,000 generals or something like that, and almost every time there's a tornado warning, if you say like Highway 37 between turnoff 28 and like mile marker 72, like the stuff that you would generally get from a map. If you say the Dollar General between Orchard and Venice, everybody in that area knows what you're talking about. So I can turn them off and turn them on. We're not always going to have Dollar Generals on the screen, but it's a pretty unique and interesting way to communicate the path of a tornado. So we're going to try it out. No Waffle House. I mean, we can add pretty much anything that we want to the map, and like Walmart and stuff. But what I noticed was, if there's a Walmart somewhere, then that city, that town name is already on the map, right? Dollar Generals are in places that don't even have town names. So it's a good way, especially if you live in an area where there's a lot of Dollar Generals. Like, it's a good way to like kind of communicate where something is. So it sounds silly, but it's something that we're trying. And there's the tornado watch. Several tornadoes likely. No hail expected. Isolated gusts up to 70 miles per hour. 2.5 million people under this tornado watch from just east of Abbeville over towards Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Houma, Slidell, Gulfport, all the way over to the beaches of southern Alabama. We are under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. Central. So we're gonna be here a while, y'all. So right now we've just got that one tornado warning. It's going to expire at 1 p.m. Central. Something I'm noticing is on our new overlay here, that expiration time above the tornado warning thing, that is wrong. But I'll try to communicate verbally as much as possible the actual expiration times. I think it's converting it to the wrong time zone or something. However, the expiration time in the graphic on the bottom right is correct. Every time we go a significant period of time without going live, I do this thing where I try to upgrade everything and make everything better, and what ends up happening is I just end up breaking things. Have you ever heard the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, or whatever? Like, I'm the one that needs to hear that. All right, but it's cool. We've got Dollar Generals on the map now. Also, if you're following along in the Radar Omega app, another thing that we can do here is actually look at Brad Arnold's stream from the app. So obviously with Radar Omega, we can see the tornado warnings, we can see the radar, we can see the cone, the satellite, and all that stuff. But probably the coolest thing about Radar Omega, and what we're going to be taking advantage of a lot here during our coverage, is the live storm chasers and probes that are baked into the app. So you see Brad Arnold's face right here. If you go into your sidebar on mobile or desktop, and you go down here to Cyclone Port and you enable that, you'll be able to see these guys, and just click on Brad. And there's 47 of y'all watching Brad right now in the Radar Omega app, and you can see him there. So if I'm not showing him enough, you guys can, pull him over to the side and watch him in the Radar Omega app, and along with several other storm chasers as well. And also, these green dots here are the probes. So we expect this to be covered up with water at some point. Golden Meadow, we expect conditions to deteriorate here as well. So very cool thing about Radar Omega. There's a link in the description. How do I turn on hurricane hunters in the app? That one, you go over to the outlooks and monitoring, hit the little hurricane symbol, go over to hurricane hunters, and then whichever one is most recent. 1406A, we got an update 6 minutes ago. You just toggle that on, then you'll get our little airplane here, which now it's already in the eye. Wow, that was fast. This airplane right now is in the eye of Hurricane Francene, and we're about to see some data from that. Extrapolated surface pressure along the eye wall looks like about, what is that, 980, 987. So we'll see what happens once it gets to the other side here. It'll make several passes. It'll go like this, and then it'll come through, and it'll go back like this, and it'll do that several times. The tornado watch that was issued not too long ago is pretty, impressive in terms of a tropical tornado watch and the probabilities that are associated with it. We saw the language on that graphic, several tornadoes likely. So this is something that we're going to be, unfortunately, having to deal with until about 11 p.m. Central tonight. If you know anybody that lives out here, let them know that the tornado threat might extend well into Mississippi and extreme southwestern portions of Alabama. And it's a double threat. We've got the storm surge and the life-threatening, damaging winds along the coast here in southern Louisiana. And then we've got the tornado threat that goes way far to the east. Let's see here. I'm going to try to sort out this camera situation. Once again, we've got so many cameras to choose from. It's overwhelming.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. I just want to let you know we're about to go through a very, very strong rain band. Probably going to get our first taste of tropical storm force winds just to the southwest of Houma right now, headed out to Coast Creek.
All right, so Brad is in the slot 1 there, telling us that he's about to enter in an area that's likely experiencing some tropical storm force winds, so we're going to keep up with him as he goes over there. Also, our HAZ cams are kind of in the path of the rotating part of the storm here. So we're going to keep an eye on those. Those are from Brett Adair and Live Storms Media. What's the expected landfall time? The actual eye of the storm is likely not going to make landfall for several hours. However, the most intense part of the storm, as far as the winds go and the rain and the storm surge and the flooding and all that, it's going to start pretty much right now and last all the way through, well after midnight. I think we're going to spend a lot of time going back and forth between talking about the storm surge and the winds, obviously, at landfall. And then there's about 3 million people to the east of the most of that. That's going to be dealing with, I think, lots of tornado problems between now and 11 p.m. Central. So we when the storm's making landfall way down here near Morgan City, Louisiana, we're going to be talking about that, and then also jumping over as far north and east as Gulfport and Biloxi, Mississippi, talking about tornado problems, and everywhere in between. New Orleans is pretty much perfectly positioned to probably have some problems with tornadoes today. So the reconnaissance data that's coming in from our hurricane hunter there, for the most part, from what I can tell, the difference that we're seeing is somewhat, there's not a lot. It's mostly a speed change. The storm is moving a little bit faster now, it seems like, moving northeast at about 16 miles per hour. Nothing for Oklahoma? No, not from this. Not from this. Lights are green. It's time to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I was just wondering if you talked much about the sort of brown ocean effect that could occur here as this hurricane moves inland. You just talked about how it's moving rather slowly, and on the track it's expected to take here towards the Morgan City area and then up towards I-10 eventually after that. A lot of that track is filled with lakes, bayous, all sorts of stuff here that isn't like developed land, and that developed land would provide a lot more friction that would tear the storm apart as quickly as we were used to seeing when hurricanes move inland. But I think that the storm will be able to maintain a little bit more of its strength for a longer period of time, especially as it's moving slowly, when so much of the land that it's moving over once it makes landfall is actually still, full of water that is pretty warm and matching the Gulf waters here and all these bayous. So I think that that will, promote maybe a little bit more of a sustained period of heavier winds for these areas immediately around landfall. And it will also, if the whole storm is maintaining its strength, then that means all the spiral bands that are providing that tornado threat will remain more of a cause for concern for a longer period of time as this storm stays together. For these areas that are immediately in the, in the threat levels for tornadoes and any winds and flooding, as well as storm surge. Since we're talking about the brown ocean effect, storm surge will definitely be a huge thing here, very far inland, much further inland than some of our other hurricanes that we've covered before.
Thank you very much, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention to the fact that something that we've been talking about with these cameras, for example, back in the Radar Omega app here. We expect to see, this field covered with water. Storm surge and inundation could be a problem well beyond that, though. We obviously put these cameras very, very close to the coast to try to get an idea of what's going on upstream before the problems reach, more populated areas. But if we do get that, 4, 5, 6 foot storm surge, or even higher, the forecast is for up to 10 feet in a lot of these areas. That's going to cause problems well inland. That's something that we've got to be concerned about. Looks like another probe just came online here, or that's a tower. That's up on a power line or a power pole or something. So that's interesting. That's in Morgan City. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that one as well. That's probe number 5 there in the Radar Omega app. So this is actually decently inland as well. The coast is, or the technical coast, like this is all like a big, bleeding edge coast essentially, but the official line is well over here. But we expect to see potentially a lot of this covered with water if we see the waters rise as much as we anticipate. So that's something to keep an eye on as the storm moves up between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. It's expected to make landfall around 7 or 8 p.m. with 90-mile-per-hour winds, 115-mile-per-hour gusts. It's going to be a wild ride in Homa, in New Iberia, in Convent, all the way up there to Baton Rouge. Specifically Morgan City and Franklin and everywhere in between. You guys are going to get the worst of this, unfortunately, as the storm moves up towards you. The first band of heavy rain and tropical storm-like conditions it's moving through right now. It's just about to make it into Homa, and that's going to last for a couple of hours. We might get a little bit of a break, and then that eye wall is going to come in, and that's when we're going to see the strongest winds a little bit later this evening. We still do have that tornado warning over here for Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana. Some places in here that we've got to be on the lookout for are the South Plaquemines Elementary School. We just talked about it being a school day. South Plaquemines High School's in there too. McBride School, Fort Jackson Park campground in there. So this is going to be it's going to expire in a couple of minutes if they don't find a reason to continue it. But just know that there is a tornado warning that's still in effect here, and there's a lot of other storms that we're watching that might spark new tornado warnings in the near future. And you can see that conditions are deteriorating quite a bit over here on US 90 at the intersection with LA 24. It already looks like tropical storm conditions to me there. I don't know what the blue lights are in the distance there. Maybe there's an accident or something, but this is what a lot of the roads are going to look like along Interstate 10 and all of the roads around it for the next several hours. And obviously, it's going to get a lot worse as time goes on. Lights are purple. We've got Riley here with us. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, is my mic fine before we get going?
Whoa.
That'd be a no.
It's a little loud. Yeah. I love that. Was
Right,
awesome.
is that any better?
Yes, we're good.
All right. So I sent a couple pictures in stream text, and this is actually one of the programs that we're using right now in school to sort of do a hydrology analysis. And you can see in the first picture, there's a blue line, and then there's a chart. That chart is actually an elevation profile of that entire line. And you can see that the maximum elevation before you get about 90 miles inland is about 6 feet. And that 6 feet is actually New Orleans right down the center. So if we do see this 5 to 10 foot storm surge in the New Orleans area, that could almost inundate the entire city.
Okay, wow. Thank you, Riley, for that information. I'm going to pull that back up right here in a second. Let me fix my buttons here. I need to be able to turn Riley and Andy on very easily and toggle them. But yeah, this is the graphic that Riley just sent us. Very valuable information, and once again, lots of problems likely to come from the storm surge here. Not just because of the sheer amount of storm surge that we're going to have, but the very unique landscape that the storm surge is going to be interacting with. Very far inland, we could see storm surge inundation here. Let me copy. Riley, I'm going to throw you back up here just for a second, but I just need to see you. There he is. We're going to copy Riley. And we're going to come back over here to the web, and we're going to paste Riley. That way Riley can talk over the graphics next time. There we go. Love it. All right. Thank you, Riley. If you are just now tuning in, here's our big bad hurricane. Francene, Category 1, 90 mile per hour winds, 115 mile per hour gusts. It's getting ready to make landfall in a couple of hours here in the Brown Ocean that is southeastern Louisiana. So once this thing gets over land, it's not going to rapidly deteriorate and decrease in its intensity like we would normally see. It is going to decrease in intensity, but not quite as fast as some other hurricanes because of the unique situation that we've got here, where first of all, the storm surge is going to be bringing a lot of water very far inland, and there's already a lot of water very far inland anyways down here. So there's not a lot of friction, not a lot of things that would normally tear the hurricane apart. So this is going to be tropical storm Francene all the way up several hundred miles inland as it goes up here towards Jackson, Mississippi. So if you live anywhere south of Jackson, between Baton Rouge, Morgan City, Jackson, we're going to have essentially a hurricane all the way up through here. So get ready for it. That includes areas to the west of New Orleans like Convent, Hammond, Franklinton, Macomb, the I-55 corridor there. You guys are going to have a long night tonight. So just make sure you are prepared for that. And then on the eastern side of the rotation here, you can already see these little cells forming in the in this quadrant of the storm here, and that's going to be our tornado threat. We probably are going to see a somewhat significant tornado situation unfold this evening as these bands get closer to land. We're probably already seeing a bunch of water spouts out there. All right. Yeah, make sure you hit the like button on this stream if you haven't already. It helps us get out there in the YouTube algorithm. There's somebody out there right now watching who knows what, and they live somewhere under a tornado watch right now, and they don't realize that because they're not watching TV. They're on YouTube. They're browsing. If we can pop up in the recommended, maybe we can help somebody out, and we do that by you hitting the like button. So hit the like button, share it on social media if you haven't already. Let everyone know what's going on here. 100% free, wall-to-wall hurricane coverage, no commercials for probably 12 hours or so. Who knows how long we'll be here. Let me zoom in. Lots of people are asking for a play-by-play here. I'm going to use the HRRR again for that. So here's where we are right now. Okay. Here's where we are right now. Landfall expected about 7 p.m. And then if you're in New Orleans, the worst of the storm is likely going to be happening between 8 p.m. and 1 a.m. So, and that's Eastern, so 7 and midnight. And then the tornado threat really starts in the New Orleans area around 3 p.m. And that's going to last all the way until about 9 or 10 p.m. So about an hour from now, things are going to get interesting in New Orleans. I know we got a lot of people watching in New Orleans, but peak tropical storm to hurricane force winds, like peak hurricane time, is going to be after 8 or 9 and then through 1 or 2 a.m. So keep that in mind if you're in New Orleans. Also, the tornado threat is going to be highest likely between 7 and 9. And the tornado threat does look like it's going to make it a little bit farther east. Let me zoom out here. Yeah, we could see a little bit of a tornado problem as far east as the western panhandle of Florida, as you know, past the tornado watch into like 3 a.m. Tomorrow morning. So definitely keeping an eye on the tornado threat. Look at the significant tornado parameter values this evening at 11 p.m. Got stuff that we normally would see in a springtime setup down here in Dixie Alley. So lots of dynamics, lots of ingredients in place for tornadoes with this tropical system. Ryan, your Futurecast radar is different from the National Hurricane Center projection. Why is that? If you're talking about what I just showed, that's a one simulation of what the radar could look like. It's probably a little bit off from the exact National Hurricane Center forecast. What we just looked at was a simulated computer model, of what could happen in the future that was made by an AI robot or whatever. The NHC forecast is a team of humans make it, right? So there's going to be some differences there. They look at that stuff to determine where they're going to place the track. But the as far as the placement goes, it's pretty close. Yeah, just look at all these cameras. Every green dot is a camera. We have gotten some reports of flooding in the Cocodrie area and also the South Padre Island area of Texas. That is so far though, no big storm surge reports. I think it's going to come all at once here as the storm gets closer. A huge shout out to Prestige Ace, who's been an official sponsor for 37 months. Thank you so much for being here. What about Baton Rouge? Yeah, Baton Rouge later this evening. Well, yeah, early in the morning tomorrow is when the worst of the storm will be there. If a tornado does happen, will it be strong? Tropical tornadoes typically aren't associated with the big strong tornadoes that you're used to seeing and thinking about when you think about tornadoes. However, it's very possible that we have a strong tornado as a result of a tropical system. The problem is it doesn't really matter how strong they are because they could be so frequent. They could be so there could be so many of them, and then also they're hard to see. They're hard to see on radar. They're harder to predict and tell you where they're going. And like as far as our storm chasers go, they're going to be in a hurricane.
Ryan, this is Brad.
So,
Let me know when you got a second.
There's not like this area where you're just going to be able to see tornadoes and be able to clearly understand where they're going. So normally they don't get as strong as like a springtime supercell system, but they can cause a lot more problems just because of the nature of them. Brad's got another update for us. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know we are starting to finally feel those tropical storm force sustained winds over 35 miles per hour. We are officially at tropical storm force. Also, I'm noticing a pretty substantial rise in water the closer that I'm getting to Cocodrie. So I don't know how much further south I'm going to be able to get, but there is storm surge that is starting to approach folks' backyard across these inlets and on my west side, I think it's my west side, the lake. So not sure how much longer I'll be able to stay down here, but water is definitely rising pretty quick.
All right, that is an update from Brad. He's saying from his vantage point here, he can actually see some problems starting to arise from the water already starting to rise. So Brad's exact location is he's a little bit closer to Dulac than Morgan City right now. Michael Beard. I'm going to put him up here somewhere. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, there is a buoy offshore right in that eye wall of of Hurricane Francine here, and it has just recorded a 92-mile-an-hour sustained wind with a 110-mile-an-hour gust. Now, that buoy is 102 feet elevation where that observation is taking place, but that is a pretty consistent and good observation that would warrant an upgrade on the next outlook by the NHC whenever they make that, which is in, I think, within 3 hours, correct? I think we just had one. So given that observation from a weather station that's actually right in that right spot, from Eugene Island offshore, we could see an upgrade based on that. It's very rare that we get these observations that are in good quality right in the right spot to make that sort of upgrade. So I just figured I would send that along to you.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. So we've got airplanes out there. We've got oil rigs, buoys, lots of different ways for us to understand what's about to happen on land by, sampling what's happening now out there in the water. And it sounds like there's definitely cause for continued concern, and it seems like this is going to be, maybe borderline Category 2 hurricane, Category 1 hurricane upon landfall here. So that's just adds insult to injury. We're pretty sure that we're going to have big problems with storm surge. We know that we're going to have those sustained hurricane force wind gusts, and we want that to be as we want those numbers to be as little as possible. But the stronger the storm is, obviously, the worse both of those get. None of our probes, none of our camera probes are currently showing anything spectacularly different than what we've seen all day. But once again, I think that's going to change significantly as we go deeper into the day here. YouTube chat is broken. What are you talking about?
There's platform-wide reports of YouTube chat not working.
What is up with that? Every time we go live, something like that happens. Are we breaking it? Are we doing something wrong?
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris when you have a minute.
Chris, go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Ryan. So we are in, what is this town called? Home, Louisiana. Home. It's right outside of Morgan City to the east, southwest of St. Louis, Florida. It's been a long day. New Orleans. We're looking at the levee system here, I believe, here in Homa, and the water has risen since I got into town. I've not been in town about an hour, and it looks like the water is already trying to break the edges of the banks here. So already getting some higher water here, so it's probably not going to take much to get some surge flooding and freshwater flooding going here pretty soon.
Hey, Ryan, I can confirm the YouTube platform is down. I don't have any no comments on my side of it.
Daggone it. Well, what in the world are we supposed to do here? I kept looking over at the chat, and I was wondering why nobody was talking. I figured you guys were just, really locked in to the coverage here. Hey, it's moving now. I see it moving now. I don't know. Now it's working. Okay. Let's test it out. Type something in the chat. Even if you've never typed anything in the chat before, do it now. Let's break it again. Let's break it again. Oh, there it is. It just feels better. Like, a lot of times I don't have the ability to read the chat, but I in my peripheral, I see it rolling, and oh no, there it goes. It's broke again. Oh no, it's back. I think we literally might be breaking it, y'all. Yeah, there it goes. There's about 20,000 of us gathered here ahead of this Hurricane Francene. Once again, this is, when the tornado warnings start rolling out, whenever the storm surge starts coming in, we're going to be, covering this thing pretty intensely. So if you want to, feel free to share on social media to help us help other people. Facebook, Instagram, X, whatever it is, it helps. Where's the worst flooding expected? If you're talking about flooding from rainfall, in my opinion, the worst flooding is probably going to be around New Orleans, points north and east up into southern portions of Louisiana, Mississippi. But if you're talking about flooding from the ocean, storm surge, it's going to be pretty much the opposite from New Orleans, points south. It's still going to be a problem in New Orleans. It's still going to be a problem as far west as New Iberia. But the Mississippi Delta there is pretty much primed to experience some negative effects from storm surge as a result of Francene. Andy's got something for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm watching two areas of interest, neither of which are warned yet, and neither of which look like they'll need a warning anytime soon. But are populated areas for those watching are next in line for their first dousing of rotating storms. So I'm watching the pocket of storms that was previously warned that is now approaching New Orleans from the south and east, moving northwest into the metro. There is no tight rotation there yet. However, you guys haven't really had, the chance for a tornado warning yet. So we're going to see if that area of rotation consolidates. Right now, it's really broad, and I wouldn't warn it. But I do think that it could wrap up at any time, especially with a little bit more friction on land here, could cause that rotation to tighten up at any point within those storms. The other one I'm watching that has popped up and has taken up an embedded supercell structure here is going to approach the Slidell area and Pearlington across the border in Mississippi here. So I think that that one is also not that strong of a rotation. We are looking, again, a little bit further up, and most of the tropical tornado activity is going to be more noticeable in the lower levels of the storm, under a couple thousand feet. So watching that area approach Slidell and watching the area of interest approach New Orleans and the metro there.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We are, as we've been saying, we're going to hear from him quite a bit today. And, I've got, give me just a second here as I fix a couple more buttons. Chewy. But yeah, if you are just now tuning in, also feel free to drop your location in the chat, and we'll try to do another round talking about the forecast cone and like talking about the arrival of impacts here in just a moment. First, got to go check on something real quick. Oh. Lots of people watching from Mississippi and Florida. So I'll make sure we touch on that for you. Trying to figure out why Brad Arnold, I'm trying to get his location updated here. And also, lots of people seemingly watching in Tennessee as well. There it is. That's annoying. Oh gosh. Somebody remind me to refresh this thing every 5 minutes so we get a location update on screen for Brad. This is good though. This is good. I think that's one of the kinks that we really needed to work out before upcoming tornado coverage in the fall tornado season and stuff. But yeah, in order to get Brad's location upload there to fix itself, I had to refresh it. So, all right. So if you're just now tuning in, we're doing this thing. We're going to go through the forecast cone here. Let me pull that up. Here's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. We're going to look at it this way, and then we'll look at it on Radar Omega, because I know a lot of you guys are following along on Radar Omega. So yeah, by 7 a.m. Thursday, this thing's still going to be a tropical storm around Jackson, Mississippi. All right. We've got a lot of people watching right now in Mississippi, Alabama, and the panhandle of Florida. Tropical storm warnings extend all the way over to the beaches of Alabama. Tropical storm warnings actually go farther inland than that as well, well into southern portions of Mississippi. We still expect to, see a tropical storm by that time. A lot thanks to what Andy was talking about earlier, the brown ocean effect, where a lot of southern Louisiana is just the ocean, essentially. You know what I mean? So it's not going to rapidly decrease in intensity like we would normally see with a landfalling hurricane. It's going to be a tropical depression by the time it gets up there into northern portions of Mississippi, and it's going to slow down a lot. From 7 p.m. Thursday to 7 p.m. Friday, it's barely going to go from one side of Memphis to the other. So in that time, a lot of the moisture that it's picking up right now out in the Gulf of Mexico is going to get dumped on the Mississippi River area, and we do expect to see some problems with flooding. Most of the rain is going to be welcomed. I know a lot of us are looking for rain out here. It's coming, and it's going to be hanging around with us for quite some time in western portions of Tennessee, over there towards the boot heel of Missouri. No big problems with severe weather associated with this I don't see along the Mississippi River other than flooding. The biggest problems that we're going to see out of this is going to happen tonight and into the early morning hours tomorrow, and that's what we're covering right now. If we're not talking about your locations right now, and we're not talking about you being in the tornado watch later tonight or anything like that, you're probably fine as far as what kind of impacts you're going to see from this storm. So yeah, here's the couple of areas that we're watching for with some slight rotation. Any one of these could become tornado warned, so we're watching them very closely, and we're watching those move up in the general direction of the eastern side of New Orleans, and then also Slidell, Bay St. Louis. And then if I come back over here to Radar Omega, I want to make sure we're checking in on our probes periodically to see if there's any changes. Still nothing yet. But you can see Brad's right down here near Cocodrie. 57 of you guys watching right now along with me in the Radar Omega app. Latest from the Hurricane Hunters, right there's where the plane is. So they just went to the outer edge of the storm. They've turned around. Now they're going to come back in, take another sweep through the eye wall into the eye. And we'll see if we get an upgrade on that. Will this be a Category 2? It definitely could be. We've heard different sources that suggest that it could be that strong. But once again, if you live out here along the coast, a strong Category 1, a weak Category 2, you're not going to tell a whole lot of a difference. Let's just go ahead and assume that this is a Category 2. If that means you're going to take it more seriously, you should do that. Hammond, Louisiana. Andrew is watching from Hammond. Thank you for tuning in. Cocodrie, am I saying that right? Cocodrie or Cocodrie? Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we have the drop sonde information from that Hurricane Hunter's flight, and it actually shows a slight weakening. We're now at 979 millibars. The last pass through was 977, so it is just barely weaker.
All right, thank you very much, Riley. So that's the first pass here from the Hurricane Hunter on the. Looks to me like it went mostly through the backside of the eye wall as it turns around here, and it goes through the front side. We'll see if we get any different sort of measurements or readings from that, but it should happen pretty quickly. It started in San Antonio and got to the eye of the storm really fast, so it'll be back there in the eye once again before too long. Once again, if you're in Radar Omega, just turn the Hurricane Hunter's layer on in the sidebar here in the tropical section, and you'll be able to keep up with these flights pretty much in real time. Does it show all flights? It does. I don't think you can look at them concurrently, though. If you go to Radar Omega, Hurricane Hunters, oh yeah, you can. You can turn them on. What I'm seeing, though, is just one active one. Unless the other ones have just taken off. Yeah. We can see the history from the other ones. 2 hours ago. This is a good way to visualize like the path that they take. This one was 2 hours ago. So they zigzag through the center there multiple times. So yeah, that's Radar Omega. The Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport continues to monitor weather conditions and prepare for potential impacts. The airport is going to remain open unless conditions become unsafe. Airlines have canceled all flights after noon on Wednesday, September 11th. And there have been some additional cancellations reported for the morning of Thursday, September 12th. So somebody was asking earlier about flight cancellations. Obviously, the closer you are to landfall, if your airport is in Louisiana or southern Mississippi, like those are going to be problems. But I expect that those problems will also extend farther inland as well as the storm moves up farther to the north. Yeah, flight radar is a good resource for tracking flights as well. The only reason why I like to use the Radar Omega over that is simply because with Radar Omega, you can just click on it and see the actual weather data, which I don't know if that's a thing with flight radar. I've got flight radar up. There's Teal 72. You can see the path. But I don't think that it's like the drop sonde, like the weather data. I don't think that you can look at that in this. So, but yeah, you can see the real time location of it there. That's for sure. We've got all the tools. Anything that helps us spy on a storm, we've got it here. You guys, of course, we're using flight radar. Of course. Where is... Aha. Bear with me as I'm still setting some stuff up here. Ashton says, tell Brad to be cautious on Highway 57. The road he took to get down there will flood over and he's going to be stranded. I will tell Brad that just because I want an excuse to talk to Brad. But I would just about bet he already knows that. Brad's a professional. We wouldn't want anybody out there doing this kind of stuff that isn't aware of that kind of thing. But let's get a check-in from Brad anyways. Been a minute since we've heard from him. Brad, we've got YouTube chat working again. And the first thing that I see is Ashton Bourne says, Brad needs to be cautious on Highway 57 because the road he took to get down there will flood over and he's going to be stranded. I said you probably already knew that, but I just wanted to hear what your plan is. Are you going to get stranded or what's up?
Hey, I'm not planning on getting stranded. I did want to pull over here and show you the water is definitely coming up though. I was just down in Cocodrie and looked over the floodgates. Surge is definitely coming, so I'm gonna get out of here and go north. Just wanted to give you a quick view. It's on a little bit of a delay, but definitely, I mean, I would say probably next 10-15 minutes, this road's gonna be covered and feet of water. So headed up north right now to Homa to bail on this. The water's coming up really, really fast right here.
So there it is, live view of the storm surge starting to cause problems. Like it's about to, go over that road right there. It probably will be in 30 minutes overtaking the road there near Dulac, Louisiana. I know I'm saying that wrong. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we have officially received report that the Waffle House in Homa has closed.
Ooh.
So for anyone who is aware of the Waffle House in the sea, Waffle House almost never closes, and they really only close down for the most significant of storms. And there is a sign on the door that says they plan to open as soon as the storm passes.
Wow. Yeah, that's a we joke about it a lot, but that's a big deal whenever a Waffle House closes. There's the photo of Matthew Capucci on Twitter. I'm retweeting it. The Waffle House in Homa, Louisiana is closed. Waffle House has a team of meteorologists and like emergency people who with like an emergency disaster background, and their whole goal is to figure out how to keep Waffle House open in bad weather and stuff, So whenever Waffle House closes, it's a big deal. I think we're going to start to see a lot of water in that camera in the bottom right. That's Louisiana 1. So it's very, very far south in Louisiana. It's right there near the Mississippi Delta, the Leeville Toll Plaza. Probably getting ready to take on quite a bit of water. And speaking of that, I've got to see here. Oh, there we go. Brett Adair. We got to get Brett Adair up. Brett's got the drone out. Oh yeah, storm surge is already starting. Where Brett is. So I believe Brett Adair is in a similar place. Brett, we see you and we know you're busy. Whenever you get a chance, give us your location. I know your general location, but you know what road you're on there? So yeah, this is a live look from Brett Adair showing the water starting to go across the road.
Hey, Ron, this is Louisiana 56 at Waterfront Drive. This is just down from the Cocodrie Water Tower. We got the drone out doing a little bit of ops here. You can see the canals are filling up here, and it's now starting to come across the road and go toward the north. That right to left is right south, left is north. So you're starting to see the canals fill up, and they're overspilling as the right side of the storm gets ready to come inland. We've got a storm surge camera now in Cocodrie that we set up down there. So we're going to have live camera access as this center circulation comes close to shore. A lot of this is going to go under several feet of water.
Okay, thank you, Brett. I see now where he is. Right there, that little green dot, that's Brett, and he's right along the coast there on Highway 56. So yeah, and water's rising fairly quickly too. I'm gonna try to. Man, I'm telling you, it's literally, we have too many cameras to choose from. We need a grid of like 20.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Not sure if you can see on my camera, but surge is definitely coming in here. This is the one road in and out of Cocodrie. There's probably about 2 to 2.5 feet of storm surge that is about to that's over the road right now, and it's rising pretty quick. So we're going to get out of here. I've already let Brett know because that is literally the only road in and out. So if it goes underwater, you are stuck and hoping for the best. So I want to let you know, you can see on my stream about 2.5 feet of surge.
Yep. So Brad's up there. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm just giving an update on those two storms of interest that I was pointing out earlier. Since they are headed to populated areas and metros, both of them look less concerning than they used to, especially the one approaching Slidell. Its rotation has since fallen apart, and its structure on reflectivity does not reflect the supercellular shape that I saw earlier. So I think that one will be less concerning. And the one that is approaching New Orleans isn't it's odd. It's in an isolated area in between spiral bands where I'd expect some descending air to be. So perhaps it's fighting that off a little bit, and it's just it's honestly its own little blip in there. So I'm not concerned about either of those two cells too much right now, but we'll continue to monitor just in case that rotation comes together. And I'll let you know.
Thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, so Brett's back mobile. Looks like Brad's already coming across some significantly flooded roadways as well. So hopefully he doesn't get stuck out there. The water is rising fast, and it's important to point out that the reason we cover hurricanes this way, and we try to give you an idea of what's going on really close to the coast like this, is because it's coming farther upstream, right? You know, it's not going to be as bad necessarily the farther north you go, but this is just the beginning. This water that's being pushed along by the storm is also going to cause problems farther north in Houma, in Franklin, in Thibodaux, Lockport, Cutoff, all these areas. The water is coming. We're just now starting to see it really get started here. We'll make sure we've got all of our stuff. Grand Isle is another place that we're watching for the water starting to come up right now.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. Wanted to let you know I picked up a straggler on the way out here. Mr. Reed Timmer decided to stop by and say hey, so we're going to come up here and go over here and talk me into that decision.
That must be Reed right there in the red truck. I don't know how that man still manages to get rentals. Let's see here. If you're wondering what let's see here and about, is I'm organizing our plan of attack here for how we're going to display this. Just putting all of the cameras into place. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I've seen a few questions in chat asking about high and low tide. From what I'm finding, it seems like low tide in Chauvin is around 5:22 p.m. So that is kind of a best case scenario. As the storm surge comes up, the tide's going out. So we're not going to see as many impacts as if this was happening during high tide.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. And yeah, if you guys have any questions for myself, Riley, or Andy, feel free to put those in the chat, and we'll try to answer as many of them as possible here. We've got a little bit of a different situation going on with the cameras right now. Normally somebody else is the one organizing the cameras and stuff, but we had a technical thing, so I'm doing it. And of course I'm doing it on the day where we have 1,000 new cameras to choose from. So yeah. What I'm finding though is the best ones seem to be what we are getting from Radar Omega here. So the good news is those are built right into the app, and that's not going to be hard for us to keep up with here as we cycle through them. Let's see here, Ryan. What's your favorite pizza topping? Probably mushrooms. I'm not too picky about it though. Yeah, Chandra, if you could just, well, I don't know how you solve the map being upside down. I don't know how that happened, but if you can copy and paste camera names into the thing, that would be helpful. Coming back over to Radar Omega, let's look at the satellite, because we talked a little bit about this earlier, but it's actually a lot more apparent now. The convection around the center of the storm is less impressive now than it was earlier, and especially last night. So I don't think we're in a phase here where this storm is strengthening significantly. I think that we're just, we talked about this a lot. I made several videos about this. We knew that it was going to get up to a certain point and then start decreasing in intensity as it approached landfall. We are in that now. We're in the decreasing intensity part. The problem is the storm surge that this thing is carrying with it it's there, and it's got nowhere to go but, where it's going. So storm surge is still going to be a big problem, and a Category 1 hurricane is a big deal. It causes, a lot of problems. So that's what we're going to be having here in Louisiana tonight. But you can see earlier today on the Radar Omega app, if I do this cool thing here where I turn the 3D on, and I remember, I couldn't remember how to do that. I right click and I turn around here. You can see now, obviously, like this is a rendering of the height of the clouds. It's not like the actual height of the clouds, but it does a really good job of showing you that earlier this morning we had some really tall towers, we call them, going up around the center of the storm, indicating that there was new convection, new energy being introduced into the storm. But as we went further through the morning and all the way to now, look at how much things have, I want to say cooled off, but technically warmed up on top of these clouds here, meaning that we're not seeing that explosion of convection anymore. So the strengthening phase of this storm is over, but that doesn't mean that the impacts are going to be any less than what we originally thought as it makes landfall. But a really cool visualization of just how quickly this has happened here. And once again, another really cool feature of Radar Omega. They're taking the color values here and just applying a 3D height to them. And the color values are associated with temperature. So the purple there and the whites and the blacks are associated with really low or cold temperatures, meaning that the tops of the clouds are higher in the sky. And the reds and the greens and the blues are warmer temperatures, usually indicating that those are lower, not as tall. All right, let me get back into my investigative mode here. I'm literally spying on the storm here from a bunch of different cameras. Here comes the storm surge. Oh, Kenzie says, Ryan, people in chat are asking, how do you turn on Cyclone Port in Radar Omega? You hit the hamburger menu. You've got that on your phone. And then you go down to Cyclone Port, I believe. And then you just make sure that these are on. Watch. If I come over here, if I toggle it on, you see them. Off, on, off, on. So Brad Arnold's down here. You just click on him or tap on him, and you can see his camera. You can also access his audio, and you can even put that somewhere else on the screen while you do whatever else. Pretty cool. Oh, and by the way, speaking of the cameras in Radar Omega, the Weather House, our camera is back. So this is what it looks like outside of the Weather House here. I'm broadcasting from Eastern Kentucky. We've got this really nice weather tower, awesome camera. It was down for like a month. We had some problems with it, but it's back and it's live 24/7 in the Radar Omega app. So a lot of you guys, we received some and rightfully so. We received some negative comments about like, hey, I got this daggone app just to look at the weather house camera. And then it was down for like a month. It's up now, and it's up forever. So we shouldn't have any more problems unless it gets struck by lightning or something, which actually might have been what happened last time. But yeah, you can click on it right there, and you can see what's going on here at the weather house. Pretty quiet, pretty nice out today. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I've been bouncing around a couple of different stream gauges here on the coast of Louisiana, and one of the interesting trends that I'm noticing is the salinity is going up. Now, what this means is there is seawater being displaced from the sea into the normal freshwater areas. So this is a common thing that we see with storm surge, where as the ocean water makes its way in, we see the salinity of the water go up. So what you're looking at there is the gauge height in feet, and you can kind of see on the far right side of that where it starts leveling off a little bit. That's actually what was going to be a low tide going down, like you can see in all the other different charts. Now that's not happening because the storm surge is starting to counteract that tide. So eventually we are going to see this start to go back up over the next couple of hours.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Riley. Very useful information. Riley's in college. He told me, he said, Ryan, I'm going to college for water. I said, what? Hydrology. And now I get it. This is, it's, it's good stuff, Riley. Thank you. So that is, we're going to see a lot of graphs like that today. I want to make sure we're keeping up with as many different areas as possible, and showing the water rise in that way, as well as through the cameras. But let's go back over here to the radar. Currently, no warnings. There are a couple of different areas of interest as far as potential area, rotation goes. But right now, no tornado warnings. We do expect that to change. Andy's got the ability now to kind of flag certain areas, and I'm keeping up with them over here. So back over to Radar Omega. The cone it still goes up the Mississippi River Valley all the way up into Missouri. We don't expect to see.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. When you have just a minute.
Very many impacts up there tonight. The vast majority of everything that's going to be happening during this stream is going to be happening in between Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and Mobile. And then much later tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow, up there closer to Jackson, Mississippi. Let's talk to Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey Ron, so we are on Highway 90. We are in the town of, it looks like Paradise, but the name of it is Paradis. But I'll probably am slaughtering that like every other city that I've said today. But we're on Highway 90 here, looking at some rapidly rising water. This is more than likely not surge related. However, a lot of fresh water that's coming out here in front of us, and it's really filling these banks up really quick. It's actually probably another feet or two, and it will be trying to get onto Highway 90 here. And right here where I'm at, I'm actually pretty far, decently north of Homa.
All right, so that was Chris Hall up there north of Homa. So we're going to be checking in with him periodically as well. And Brian and Brett and everybody else. I'm still working on organizing the final list here so I can stop thinking about it and just go into radar mode, because I think that's going to be necessary. I think there's going to be a moment here soon where we're going to have tornado warnings, storm surge is going to be breaking into some places, and I want to be able to devote my full attention to that and not worry about the cameras. So I'm taking care of getting everything in place right now. Parody. Yep, you just got confirmation that the red truck in front of Brad is Reed Timmer. That is Reed Timmer, so Reed's out there. Everybody's out there. Yo. Vibe says it's heading directly to my house. If you live along the coast, hopefully you've already done what you need to do to make preparations for a Category 1 hurricane landfall. But, if any additional preparations would probably be related to flash flooding and tornadoes. So just stay tuned here and pay attention to your local weather. All that good stuff. 54. Are you talking about 511 LA, Chandra?
Hey Ron, it's Chris. One more thing. The Waffle House here where I'm at is actually closed as well, so if that tells you anything.
Lots of Waffle Houses. Cyclone Port number 54. I'm getting a mountain in California for that. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, here we go. As we prepared for hurricane season, we thought having unlimited cameras would solve all of our problems. Not the case. Yeah, if the Waffle House closes, it's going to be serious. That's right. That's why we talk about it. Like we wouldn't talk about it if it wasn't serious. That is 57, Chandra. On mine, anyway. Now, no hail expected with the any of the storms associated with the hurricane. In fact, when the tornado watch was issued, the graphic that we looked at, it was one of the first times I've ever seen it listed on the graphic, like no hail expected. Richard, thank you so much for becoming a member. Was that 5? Pressure's now at 976 millibars. Time to install 800 more screens, Ryan. Unfortunately, that is probably the next step. That's probably what's needed. Does the South have a hurricane ranking system based on the amount of Waffle House closures? Not yet. We're working on it. We're working on it. For scientific purposes. Let's go check in on the radar and see if there's any tornado stuff going on. Is there anything that we should be not necessarily concerned about, but, you know, keeping an eye on? Couple areas of interest that we're still keeping an eye, that we're still watching, but nothing overly concerning right now. Can't rule out a tornado warning as a result of some of these smaller areas of rotation, but right now we're still not in the peak, I guess, of what will become our hurricane situation that will develop over time here. So it's getting closer. It's actually moving a little bit faster, maybe, than what some of the models were predicting. As you can see, the eye wall, some of the stronger winds, the 100-mile-per-hour plus gusts, are about to begin in the the extreme southern southwestern portion of Louisiana there, or south central portion, I should say. David Mick, thank you so much for that. Says, glad to see you back.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. One more thing when you get a second.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so we decided to come on back north. I feel like New Orleans area is really going to take a pretty good hit on the surge and flooding here. So we actually decided to come back north for a little bit. But while I was looking just now, there's actually a decent little bit of rotation southeast of New Orleans. We're going to try to get in front of that and see what it'll do, especially around Lake Pontchartrain.
Grab a pizza with mushroom, Ryan's. Thank you, Mitchell. So Chris is giving us an update there. We've got Chris and Brad and Brett updating us pretty regularly here, so we've got them. We're monitoring them.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. I'm sure you can tell on my screen. Definitely time to get out of here now. I got about 1.5 to 2 feet of surge that has come in right now, and we're about to get in the eye wall, and it's not going to take much to get that over the road, or a lot more over the road, which would put us in big time danger. So we're going to get out and probably head back north.
Yeah, things are getting worse pretty quick there. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we got that update from the National Hurricane Center. Seems like we're at maximum sustained winds of 90. Minimum central pressure is 976. That graphic is in stream text of all the information.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Riley. So we're still at 90. Not a, you know, it's pretty much things are exactly the way that we thought they would be, and exactly the way that you know we planned on it being. So, but now we're at the point where it's imminent. The storm surge is about to become a much bigger problem. The hurricane force winds are about to become a much bigger problem. So from right now, for the next several hours, things are just going to continue to get worse here as time goes on. Hello, Espion. Hello, Auto Savage. Yeah, no tornadoes. No tornadoes yet. We did have a tornado warning earlier. And I expect that we're going to see several more today. Andrew, it's going to be a little bit of both. The storm does have an incredible amount of moisture, lots of precipitable water with this storm. The rainfall rates are going to be much higher than what you would even typically see with a hurricane, which obviously has, you know, a lot of rain usually. But the storm surge is also going to be a big problem there. It's a combination of both, not just one or the other. Things are starting to pick up a little bit. In and around Baton Rouge, what you're seeing in Baton Rouge right now is not. I mean, it's not like the hurricane, right? You're seeing some of the peripheral bands here, but I see a lot of people in chat talking about how things are picking up in Baton Rouge. It's going to get worse than this, so just keep that in mind. This is a live look from I-10 at Highland Road in Baton Rouge. How is East Baton Rouge right now? Well, let's find out. Eastern Baton Rouge. How about as specific as O'Neill Lane? That's what it's looking like right now. You know, it's a rainstorm, but this is just a teaser. It's an appetizer, I guess, for what's to come. I'll show you the radar here and explain that a little bit better. Here's our hurricane. The eye is huge on radar here, you know, which might actually, you know, indicate some problems, you know, I guess that we might have with the storm surge. A lot of times that's an indicator of a storm that's capable of moving a lot of water with it. But Baton Rouge, the reason you're feeling it now, the reason it feels like there's a storm coming is because you're just now getting in on some of those heavier rain bands. Once you get into this part, which will be much later today, that's when things will get a little bit more intense up there. But yeah, rain's picking up, wind's going to pick up. The conditions are only going to deteriorate from this point on. Has it made landfall yet? No, not yet. We're still probably hours away from that happening. Looks like Brett put himself in a tough spot. Brett knows what he's doing, but yeah, he is in a tough spot. No doubt about that. Six or eight? Yeah, I'm looking at him. I'm gonna put it up. This is a lot harder. This is harder than I thought it was gonna be. Oh man. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, while you're taking care of that, I thought I'd cut in and answer a few questions from chat. I've seen it over and over again, people commenting on how big the eye looks and how they were trying to relate that to hurricane size. The size of the eye itself is normally not the greatest indicator of the intensity of a hurricane. What you want to look at is how solid that eye wall is. So higher reflectivity values, a lot of hot towers around the eye. That would normally mean, hey, we have a pretty intense hurricane coming, but you can't necessarily look at the size of the eye itself because that's pretty subjective. You can have a category 5 with a super, super small eye, but then a category 1 can have a nice wide eye, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's strong.
That makes sense. Thank you, Riley. Yeah, we've got a huge eye here. With the storm, it is the main takeaway, I guess, should be if you're looking at this is there's just a very large area that's going to feel the impacts from the strongest part of the storm. The strongest part of the storm, it really has nothing to do with how big the eye is. But yeah, we're now starting to see some of those really strong winds move into the Delta wildlife area down here at places like Duloc. And Theriot, those will be the first places that really get in on some of the stronger winds. Morgan City as well, of course. And Brian Emfinger's actually in. Am I saying that right? Theriot. He's in there in the bottom right down there. So he'll be probably one of the first feeds that we see take significant winds. Kendrick says, is Fort Johnson, Louisiana safe? What's your opinion? I've been a fan for a long time. If you're in Louisiana, if you're in the path of this storm, you're safe as long as you're paying attention, as long as you have, followed local officials' advice as far as evacuation orders go. As long as you're watching me or following your local National Weather Service, your favorite weather guy, whatever it is, and you're keeping track of flash flood and tornado warnings, you're going to be fine. Don't be scared. Be prepared. The fact that you're watching right now means that you're fine. If we're not directly talking about your exact location at this moment, it's probably a good thing. It probably means there's not a lot going on right now for you. So the thing's going to continue to move off to the north and east. It'll be impacting areas between Baton Rouge and New Orleans later tonight. Right now, we're mostly focused on the Houma, Louisiana area, down towards Duloc in the Vermilion Bay. Therio? Okay, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, Brett's in a spot here. Water's coming up fast, and you can see that it's actually coming over the area to his right. There is a little bit of it's higher elevation than the area to the left. So that means that as the water continues to rise, I mean, it's going to be like an exponential. You know, it's basically it's like filling a bowl. That's what's going to be happening here. Should have brought a boat. Hey, Brett had a boat last hurricane, and I don't even think he had to use it. And I don't think he's got a boat today, and he might actually need it. Louisiana National Guard says ahead of Hurricane Francene, soldiers with Lang's 2nd Squadron, 108th Cavalry, and 3rd Battalion, 156th Infantry Regiment. Wow. They're refueling Humvees and filling gas cans while en route to Lake Charles and Morgan City prior to landfall. So, unfortunately, we are expecting maybe we'll have to, do some rescues as a result of the flooding here. Is it still a Cat 1-2? Yes, it's essentially a Cat 1-2. It's a high-end Cat 1, almost Cat 2. You wouldn't tell a difference if you didn't know what categories were and you just experienced it. If you were just there, you know what I mean? So Brett is continuing to drive down Highway 56. Brad is in a similar situation. He's a little bit farther downstream, though. He's gotten farther away from the water. Tyrio. Gotcha. Tyrio, like Cheerio, but with a T. Got it. Ontario. Well, I was saying it right the first time then. Squirrel says, I'm in Homa. I still have power for now. Thanks for the feed. No problem. Sorry, I'm reading. Yeah, if you, lots of people are watching from New Orleans. A lot of people are asking for information about New Orleans. The best way to put it is if you're in New Orleans, somewhere between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. So like between, actually probably 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. There's probably going to be an hour to 3 hour long period where we see winds around 60 to 80 miles per hour. So that, that's what we can expect in New Orleans. It's going to be a pretty significant storm. It's not going to be anything that you haven't dealt with before in New Orleans. But it's still going to be, there's going to be a lot of power outages, lots of problems associated with this. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, if you haven't yet, you should take a look at the velocities that are there right in that northeastern eye wall, where a little bit of an uptick in probably this localized downburst that's occurring right in the eye wall is pretty rapidly approaching what delineates the land there. And it's right in line with Cocodrie, which is where some of our storm chasers are. So maybe a couple hours away, if that area of intense downbursts essentially happening in the eye wall sustains itself, we could see the highest gusts that are currently possible as outlined by the National Hurricane Center in their intensity estimate here. So I'm not sure if that part of the eye wall will stick around, but it does definitely support a lean towards the category 2 status, perhaps, if we were to use strictly radar data to analyze what's possible with this hurricane in terms of sustained wind. So we'll see if that does make landfall there and it continues to where our storm chasers are, or if it continues to circle around the eye wall and dissipate on this northeastern side. So right now I'm seeing something that does look a little bit more intense in terms of what we usually see on radar with lower end hurricanes like this one.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Look at the velocity here. You can see where some of the stronger winds are that Andy was just talking about, moving right up to all the places that we've been talking about, Homa, all the way down to Duloc, and everywhere in between. This is where some of our storm chasers are, and we're going to see this. The results of this we'll be seeing that unfold over the next couple of hours, and it's going to be a lot more intense than what we're seeing right now. So it'll be a rapid change, I think, once that makes it into the areas where they are. And remember, that side of the storm, it's not going to look exactly the same, 3 hours from now or whatever, but this part of the storm is also going to be what eventually goes up towards Lockport and New Orleans and all these places. So that's where some of the strong winds are going to come from. A USNVA, thank you so much for that. When will it hit Jackson, Mississippi? Early in the morning. Early in the morning. It'll start raining and you'll feel it much earlier than that, probably already right now, but the core of the storm, it'll be early Thursday morning. Blue sky, thank you. Biloxi, we are concerned about the Biloxi area later this evening into the early morning hours, also for that potential tornado threat as well. Ryan?
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Just want to let you know I've got a cemetery that is underwater, completely underwater right now, if you want to check it out on the stream, but the water is over the graves.
So this is a live look from Brad now at the cemetery. And once again, he's a little bit farther inland now too, so the water's coming up everywhere. I'm trying to figure out, how did I update his location last time? I think I cleared, reload, clear. Yeah, we got to get the daggone camera system fixed before the next live stream. We'll get Brad back up right here in a second. There we go. Speaking of Terrio, let me actually put Brian M. Finger over here, because things are really starting to pick up there. Yeah, so some of the first little bits of the increased velocity values that we were looking at earlier are starting to move into the area where Brian is right now. And you can see the winds are starting to pick up. Levi, it doesn't feel like it's been 6 months, but here we are. Thanks for everything and your team does for us. Levi, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, the tornado watch is still in effect. Tornado watch in effect until 11 p.m. Central for southern Louisiana and far southern Mississippi and the adjacent coastal waters. This is what I was talking about earlier with NATO cast. Painting a pretty intense area of potential tornadic problems later this evening in extreme southeastern Louisiana. Or from right now through the rest of the evening. Oh, are we able to see? So you can see the flattening out of our storm here as it's starting to weaken. We might be able to have a decent view of the eye on visible satellite now. Yeah, you can see it quite well. Oh, yeah. So there's the eye of Hurricane Francene as it is getting very close to the south central shore of Louisiana. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I'm not sure if you saw my message in stream text, but just be aware that there is some sort of delay with GOES data right now. They're working on fixing it, but it sounds like it's a data issue on the NWS's side.
Why are we breaking everything, y'all? Everything is broke. Yeah, Brad Arnold, we just retweeted that image from him. Storm surge overtaking a cemetery down there in Louisiana. Ken, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Maple Magic says, I've been tracking Francene. The velocity uptick you saw earlier had 137 mile per hour pixel at some point. Velocities still remain intense. There's a couple of pixels in there showing some very high wind gusts. And that's what we are expecting to see. Whatever the reality is behind those numbers, we will be able to see very clearly through Brian M. Fingers feed here very soon. And Brett Adair's. You can see things are picking up a lot where Brett is right now. Which he is still down there around Highway 56, south of Duloc. Lucas says, hello. Oh, I'm supposed to say hello to Miss Johnson's class. Hope you are learning great information. Knowledge is power. Lots of people in school tuning in today. Garbage. Yeah, there's already some debris, and that kind of stuff is going to be a very something to consider all the way up well inland past New Orleans. Patio furniture, garbage cans, stuff like that. If you haven't tied that down yet or secured it, it's gone. You get 2 or 3 hours of 70-mile-per-hour winds. Even if you don't sustain significant damage, you're going to lose some stuff. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I'm just continuing to look at stream gauges over here. And an interesting thing I just noted near Calumet is we actually had a negative discharge on one of the stream gauges. So instead of water going out of that stream, there's actually water going into that stream. So this is, of course, associated with storm surge.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Riley. Interesting stuff going on out there. I'm really surprised because we're seeing so much water already in this corridor. I'm surprised we're not seeing much from these two probes here on the Radar Omega app. I mean, don't get me wrong, conditions are deteriorating, but it really doesn't. It doesn't look like we're seeing as much over here just yet. But that'll change as the storm gets closer. It's going along the expected path almost perfectly. There's a couple of wobbles here and there, But I do think that landfall is going to happen right here between Marsh Island and Morgan City here within the next couple of hours. Waffle House is still closed, yes. Yeah, trampolines, that's definitely another thing to, to secure if you haven't done that already. We're already starting to see some power outages too. Not much yet, but in extreme southern Louisiana, we've got a couple thousand people without power as a result of the winds and rain. What are the winds right now? Right now, Hurricane Francene is packing 90-mile-per-hour winds. Wind gusts well over 100-mile-per-hour wind, over 100 miles per hour. Chandra, I probably, because our numbers are different for some reason, probably a better way would be if you could screenshot the dot. But I think I see the one that you're talking about. Yeah, I've got it up. No tornado warnings right now. We do expect that will change. We've got a tornado watch till 11 for most of the southern and southeastern part of Louisiana and the extreme southern Mississippi. William, thank you for that. Projected path is indicated by the cone here. Let me turn that back on. It's going to go right up over Louisiana, just to the west of New Orleans, likely just to the east of Baton Rouge. It's going to make landfall in the Vermilion Bay area east of Marsh Island soon. Brett's fine. Brett's fine. We're talking to Brett even when it's not on the air, and he's fine. Arkansas is probably not going to get hit that hard. It's not going to be that big of a deal in Arkansas. The extreme southeastern Arkansas will probably experience some strong winds and some flooding, but for the most part, I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. Dirty Mermaid says, how do you apply to be a storm chaser? You got to go. You have to go to college for 8 years, and you have to go to something similar to like getting your aviation license, your flight license. You have to have 300 hours inside of a tornado. Then you can submit an application, and there's only a 5% acceptance rate. So it's really hard. No, haven't you seen the new movie, The Twisters? All you need is an $8 radar app and a car, and you're officially a storm chaser. All right, we're getting some activity on one of our cyclone ports here. Which one is it? So I can tell you guys. The one that's on the beach. There's too many. Aha, this one. If you're following along in Radar Omega, this right here near Grand Isle, go ahead and open that up. And this water's going to rise pretty quickly. Just saw a big wave. Yeah, watching the new Twisters movie was awesome. You have to have 300 hours inside of a tornado. That's bare minimum. Oh, look, the lights are orange. So that means Elijah is here, and he's got some news for us. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, I got a cool observation here. So, one of the National Weather Service buoys, which is about 36 nautical miles away from the center of Francene, just recorded a wave height of 13.5 feet. Now, that doesn't mean that's like 13-foot storm surge. No, 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 no. This is deep ocean. We're talking about, deep waters. Wave height does not translate to, onshore waves, but that's what it recorded. So 36 nautical miles away from the center of the hurricane, there's about 13 to 14-foot waves already.
Wow. Okay, thank you so much, Elijah, for that. Keep us updated. And we've got so many people now contributing. I'm gonna have to make a button. So bear with me here. Now I've got a button for Elijah already, but of course, as is tradition, it's broke. So we're going to make a new button here, live on the air. Was that source visibility? No. Gosh, I forgot how to... people. All right, so here's my array of buttons. Let's add a new button. Source visibility. New button. Radar. Okay, if I did this right, this should work. Oh yeah, look at that. Button on, button off. There we go. Live on the air production. And we just got a new flash flood warning. It's the only warning outside of our hurricane warnings and our, other warnings, the like tropical warnings. The only storm-based warning that we have right now is this new flash flood warning in Idaho. So there you go. If anybody's watching over here in Lemhi County, Idaho, flash flood warning. And there's probably going to be a couple severe thunderstorm warnings today up there in Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, that area. Hey, what's Ryan Scholl streaming to? Does he use one of our brokers? Oh, okay. All right. I Miss Gotcha says, so what's happening about this tornado? Well, right now we're dealing with a hurricane, and nothing is really happening at this exact moment, other than we're starting to see some storm surge in various areas, and I'm racking my brain over here trying to figure out how we're going to watch it all happen, because we can in the ability to view the storm from every angle is tempting, but it's overwhelming. But like also we are also looking in the future at probably having some tornadoes inside of the hurricane. Right now, there's no tornado warnings or anything. We do have a tornado watch until 11 tonight. Tommy says, Ryan, why do you look like a snowman? There's another thing that's broke is the camera. I don't know if I probably just ruined your day because you probably didn't notice this before, but now you're not going to be able to unnotice it. The camera is like fluctuating in like exposure. There it goes. So for some reason, it's really bright sometimes, and then other times it's really warm. This happens whenever and you guys have heard me talk about this before if you've been here for a live stream. After more than 2 weeks, if we go more than 2 weeks without a live stream, whenever we come back, everything's broke. Okay, now we've got a flash flood warning in Louisiana. You know that the storm-based warnings are a little slow whenever I'm calling out brand new flash flood warnings as soon as they're issued. This one is for St. Mary Parish in Louisiana. What the heck? Surprisingly, not very many Dollar Generals in this part of the world. But still, lots of rain has fallen, obviously, in Morgan City, and we're expecting more than that in the next little bit, especially as this big blob right here comes through. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, speaking of Morgan City, the National Hurricane Center actually just put out a new position update for the hurricane, and it is located 60 miles south-southwest of Morgan City officially now. It is still Category 1, maximum sustained winds of 90 miles per hour, and the central pressure of 975 millibars. So
Wow.
they also did note in the posting of this that an oil rig did record sustained winds of 74 miles per hour recently, and a peak wind gust of 92 miles per hour from that same oil rig. So,
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. So now we've got Elijah keeping us updated with any sort of news that comes out. We've got Andy also helping us out with monitoring the, all aspects of the weather and the radar. And we've got Riley with the hydrology and all kinds of stuff like that. So we've got a lot of people here for, relaying information quickly. And so thanks to Elijah for that. Charlie says, I just forked out the money for the Radar Omega app, and now I need 8 years of college to use it. Oh, come on. It ain't that bad. Here, look, here, tutorial time. Everybody get out your Radar Omega and follow along. Take notes. It is a little overwhelming. Don't get me wrong. You're not crazy. You're not dumb. There's a lot, but this is the reason why it's so awesome. And it's why I like it. It's the most customizable, personal weather app thing that exists. There's nothing else that even comes close. But like all of those layers of customization make it complicated to an extent. But like the simple stuff is like, it's going to start you off probably near your house, right? So let's say that you live in Eastern Kentucky like me. It's going to start you off and it's not going to look like this. I've got my own custom map colors. You can customize the map colors. It's not going to look gray with the red roads. You've got to, go into the settings and select that map. But like it's going to start you off. You're going to have the radar here, and then you can scroll around. If you want to look at the satellite, you come up here and you can go between radar and satellite. And then you're going to have the ability to choose between which satellite you want to use on the bottom down here. And like you can also choose the region, the sector that you want to look at. Let's say you want to look at the whole United States. That's CONUS, continental United States. You got a play button. It loads the frames first, and then it plays. And then if you want to look at the cool looking satellite, the one that I usually show, the infrared, you're going to look for long wave IR. And then that's what you'll get there. Go back to radar. If you want to, let's say you live in Kentucky once again, and you want to look at the radar down here for Francene. Now you're looking for one of these little gray dots. You just click on one of those, and that'll load that radar tower. To look at high-res radar data like that, you're only going to be able to look at one tower at a time. A lot of people find that disappointing for some reason. I've noticed that. But that's just the way it works. So now we can see that the some of the stronger winds are really moving into southern portions of Louisiana now. This is the main band essentially moving into southern Louisiana right now, and we're about to see some pretty intense stuff through the Cyclone Port cameras, Brian M. Finger's camera, and Brett Adair's. And now let's say that you want to look at the velocity, right? You come down here to where it says high res reflectivity, and you just switch to velocity. And velocity, what we're essentially looking at here is the speed and direction of the winds at the radar level, not necessarily it's not the same on the ground. But the greens and the blues typically indicate winds going towards the radar, and the reds show stuff going away. Can you make a video on how to use Radar Omega? I've said that I was going to do that for a long time, and it is something that I want to do, but it's such a big project because there is a lot to it. It is simple though. Like if you just want, like, you know what I use Radar Omega for? I use it for two things. I use it to do the weather for millions of people, right? That's where I use all the features. But 90% of the time it's on my phone. I just open it up. It's already got the radar selected for my home area. And this is how I check the radar. I just imagine that's how most people are also using it. So, in that sense, it's simple. It's very easy to use, and it's the best radar app. But like if you want to add layers on top of that, if you want to track every storm and do the hurricanes and look at the hurricane hunters and stuff, there's a couple of extra steps there, but it's all very well laid out. You just explore this menu over here. You'll find everything that you need. Live lightning data, storm reports. I mean, it's all in here. Everything that exists on the internet, and the National Weather Service, NOAA, is great for this. There's so much free data out there. Like everything that exists as an API endpoint is available in the Radar Omega app, and it's very nicely packaged, and it just goes on a Mapbox map, and it's all there for you. But there's so much of that. I can see how it could be a little overwhelming. But take a couple of minutes and just go through the app. You'll get used to it, and then from there, you can customize it and make it look however you want and only see the layers that you want. You don't want to see all of it. I understand that. The best way to learn it is just to play with it, really. Yeah, 100%. And that goes with pretty much anything. I've been trying to teach myself how to code. And the only way that I've actually made any real progress is not through like watching tutorial videos, even though I have watched some. It's like trying to build an app and then it breaking and then trying to figure out how to fix it. And that's just the best way to learn when it comes to this kind of stuff. But like learning how to use the Radar Omega app is not nearly as hard as learning how to code or anything like that. It's just, there's a lot of layers to it. Let's check in with Brett Adair. Brett, looks like things are getting gnarly out there. How's it going? You all right?
Yeah, we're good, Ron. We're here, and we're waiting on going back to the north up toward Houma. But to be honest with you, that's going to be the same shot that about 5,000 people are going to have. So, all people really pack into it. There's a flood protection gate down here that we were at just a little bit ago in Cogadry that you guys were seeing the surge beginning to come up on the other side of. So if we need to seek refuge, I think we're going to stay here, and we're probably going to be here for a while, but we're going to go along the system if we need to. I see the outer eye wall is getting very close to us now in Cogadry, so we're going to ride out down here. So you're about to go in front, and we're going to have to see what should be the worst of the winds.
I don't know why, but that's hilarious. What if there was no connection problems there, and that's just the language that he invented to talk to the media. Brett talks to a lot of media. If you've ever watched Fox or AccuWeather, Weather Nation, like any of those guys, you've probably heard Brett Adair's voice before. So he's just used to just doing it, and he's invented his own verbal shorthand to get the message across faster. But no, that was definitely just a problem with Zello. But yeah, he's heading up towards Homa, which is where everybody else is heading. All the chasers are in a line moving up towards Homa right now, because if you don't get there soon, you're probably going to get stuck down there in the more southern portion of Louisiana. Yeah, lots of people are talking about the auto exposure on the camera. I haven't changed anything. I haven't touched that camera in 3 years. But for some reason, it's doing different stuff today. That's just how it works. We're getting really close to the eye wall, kind of making it right over where the storm chasers are, and landfall will happen here. Honestly, it's still probably a little bit away because the eye is so big, and we've got to wait for the center of it to get over. But like when the eye starts coming onto land here, it won't be too long from now, and then that's when this strongest part of the storm is going to be moving into Homa, Golden Meadow, and places like that.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you get a minute, hit me up.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, so we are in Homa, Louisiana right now, waiting on that eye wall to get here. We have noticed an uptick in the winds. Just spoke with Brett briefly. He is safe. He's just fine. But he was telling me that it went from 0 miles per hour to 100 within a split second. So it once the eye wall's on you, it's on you, and it's there. And it's gonna pack a punch. I will say one thing is the reason that I'm up here instead of where I was at before. There was the only place that you could really get to be above water when the surge started to come in was on top of a levee, and that just from a chasing perspective, that's not great. So we're up here in Homa where there's a little bit more population, a little bit more people that will be affected by this. So that's why we're up here trying to broadcast that to give you guys a better point of view for the viewers.
Makes sense. Good stuff. From Storm Chaser Brad Arnold there, the tornado sniffer and hurricane sniffer too, I guess. Sniffs them all.
Ryan, I think this would be a perfect opportunity to play my theme song.
I actually forgot about that. That is true. Let me, this is, once again, you're not going to get this on the Weather Channel, right? I'm going to play Brad Arnold's theme song, and I'm going to eat a cheese stick at the same time. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh no. Oh wait, here we go.
He's the tornado sniffer. He's the tornado sniffer. Brad Arnold's here sniff the storm.
Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I feel like this is one of those things. It doesn't normally need to be said, but apparently there's been an issue where people have been going into the area of this hurricane, and obviously there's a lot of scientific equipment out there, different sort of things, recording, whether it be video, weather data, or all sorts of stuff. But there's been a couple of probes that have been stolen off bridges. Now, they weren't radar omega probes, but some other people who are out here trying to do scientific research had set up scientific data on the edge of a bridge, and someone thought it would be a smart idea to come in and steal that scientific equipment. Don't do that. I know there's a lot of people watching, so I figured it'd be good to just come on here and say, I know these things might be cool and you might be trying to replicate something like this yourself, but don't go steal other people's scientific data. That's not something that we should be doing, and that's something that should be very, very discouraged within the community.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe that that's a thing that's happening. I never thought we would have to worry about that, man. Jeez. Yeah. Those things are hard to make. They're very expensive. But you're not. It's not like they have high resale value. I don't know why anybody would steal them. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, I have a crazy message here, I guess then. So, remember how Riley mentioned earlier there was like some NOAA network outage stuff?
Mhm.
Yeah, well, the National Weather Service has actually now sent a message out relating to it. And I'm just going to read the message because it's pretty good. So, the slowness on the production of the NOAA Cactus supercomputer, this is the name of one of NOAA's supercomputers, I just learned that, has been traced to a major higher level network outage. They are making preparations to switch all of their stuff to their other supercomputer, which is named Dogwood.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. I don't know what that looks like, what the process of switching to another supercomputer looks like, but my goodness. Wow. I feel like we're a lot of unexpected things are happening today. I'm still I'm kind of in shock that we're dealing with people stealing probes too. I'm still processing that. So I'll get to I'll get to Dogwood in a minute. Yeah, I think we broke it. I think we were polling. I think too many people. We broke YouTube chat already today. We broke something else. I already forgot what it was, and now everybody's going and downloading Radar Omega, loading the satellite from the API. Crash the supercomputer. You guys need to calm down. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, nothing interesting lately on the tornado side of things here, just watching the radar continuously. Still got that huge band coming on shore with those heavy winds. I think with that eye wall, that's a pretty large eye wall where you see the orange and reds on reflectivity right near me. Those will efficiently bring back down the most interesting thing we'll see from this hurricane in the next hour, I guess. But just a subtle reminder that tornado watch is, they do have pretty high odds, and I confirmed it was the same odds for the tornado watch that produced many, many tornadoes from Hurricane Beryl back in early July, I believe, or late July rather, or sometime in July. It was early July. I remember it now. It stuck out in my head, but they do have the same exact odds on this tornado watch, and it does extend for another 7.5 hours. Most interesting thing I could find dealing with that is actually due south of Mobile, Alabama, well offshore. There's probably a storm producing a water spout there. Looks like some pretty tight rotation is kicked up. So still watching the radar, but not seeing anything tornadic right now on land. So we'll still be here, but in case people in chat ask about me, yeah, that's the reason why. If I'm not saying anything, then we don't have much going on in terms of the spinny storms in the atmosphere.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Nothing spinning too intensely just yet, other than the hurricane. So I'm sure we'll hear a lot more from Andy as time goes on. This is probably about 30 minutes away from being in places that we've been talking about a lot today, like Homa. Brett Adair's kind of in the middle of it already, and you can see that things are getting pretty intense over there. Try to find a Brett Adair's location identifier hasn't updated in a while, but he's somewhere near 4 Point, south of Duloc and Terrio, or Terrio, something like that. Chandler's at 31. Cyclone Port. $131 or 31? Oh, LA. Oh, I see. If you're just now tuning in, we are experiencing Hurricane Francene together, along with our storm chasers here in Louisiana. We're watching a tornado threat that extends all the way up past New Orleans, up towards Gulfport, Mississippi. Currently, we have no tornado warnings. We have one flash flood warning associated with the hurricane. We have several hurricane warnings. For the next 30 minutes, our focus is going to be on extreme southern Louisiana, around Morgan City, Homa, Golden Meadow, and Grand Isle. That's where the hurricane's going to be happening. We're going to intermittently check on everybody else in the outer bands, and if there's something that happens in Idaho again, we'll go briefly look at that. But for everybody asking about Arkansas, Alabama, Tennessee, YouTube, I think YouTube allows you to scroll back. I did do a whole thing towards the beginning of this, going over the forecast and the trajectory of the storm and the future cast, whatever you want to call it. And we will do that again, but we're kind of locked in now as landfall is imminent with Hurricane Francene down here in Louisiana. I will go over the models and everything again at some point. I'm just not going to do it at this very moment. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so as I've been keeping an eye on the stream gauges here, I've been kind of keeping a tally of how much water we've seen displaced. And one of the stream gauges that I've been keeping an eye on is south of Homa. And that just had over 1 million gallons total of water displaced from the ocean onto land. So just to kind of give you an idea of how much water is actually coming ashore, we just crossed the 1 billion gallons displaced.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, Riley. So yeah, things are developing quite quickly here. And we're starting to see a lot more activity as well on all of our cameras. So I'm trying to keep it on the multi-view as much as possible. Michael, hey Ryan, what's it look like for Gulfport? Gulfport, you're about to get some heavy rain, lots of storms. You're in that tornado watch area. The strongest part of the storm won't be there until much later this evening, though. But from right now, for the foreseeable future, things are going to get slowly worse. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so we are still in New Orleans. We're just hanging around. It looks like there, if there's not already, I'd say there may be a water spout ongoing on Lake Pontchartrain, or it's close to it. We're going to try to get a view up that way, but not going to promise much because it is torrential downpours here in New Orleans right now.
That's Chris Hall up there near New Orleans. Yeah, so the eye wall is now moving into the greater Homa area. Landfall's still a little ways out because the eye is so big. Reminder that there is an excessive risk or a risk for excessive rainfall that extends quite a bit inland. I'll show you what that looks like again. Because I just, every time I look at chat, somebody is in Tennessee and they're like, why is he not talking to me? The Tennessee is far displaced from any of the major impacts that will come from this storm. That's why we're not talking about Tennessee. However, you've seen the cone. It goes up to Tennessee. What Francene will bring to Tennessee and all of the areas that are not southern Louisiana and Mississippi is rain, essentially. Heavy rain, maybe some flash flooding over the next 3 days, anywhere from, Tallahassee, Florida, up past Birmingham, not quite to Nashville, but up to the boot heel of Missouri, all the way down the Mississippi River, back down to where we're focused on right now. Jack says, I just added a new. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's another thing you'll notice if you get Radar Omega. Even the radar won't look like mine right off the bat because I've customized it. It's a Viper HD color table. It's the one I use. It's in our Discord server. We need, you know what, Radar Omega, if you guys are watching, we need to make a YAL package to where if you download Radar Omega from like a certain link, it has all of this stuff, like it has my map style and it has my color table and it has the way that we color warnings, because that's the way people are used to it. It's going to feel foreign to them. If you know what I mean, I think that's a good idea. We should do that. So when somebody downloads it, it looks exactly like what they're used to seeing on my screen. Why haven't we done that? That would probably be easy to do too. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the hurricane hunters just made a pass, or they are making a pass right now through the eye area. So they did a drop sound in the eye, and based on the extrapolated data, the pressure would be extrapolated 971.7 millibars. They also recorded 99 knot flight level winds, which is about 113 mile per hour flight level winds.
Wow. Okay, thank you very much, Elijah. This is that flight that they just recorded, that Teal 72. And we'll get the graphic. I'll show you a graphic once that pass is complete. And we'll also pull it up in the Radar Omega app as well and go over all the different points just to see what else new we're finding out there. My goodness, it's starting to look pretty gnarly where Brett is. Once again, down there near Lost Lake, or I'm sorry, closer to Lake Decade. Yeah, so we might actually, there's still a chance that before this thing makes landfall, we see an upgrade, an official upgrade. That's not out of the question. That's one. Oh yeah, the hurricane hunters are awesome. Every hurricane that they constantly fly planes into the hurricanes, even the strongest hurricanes, Category 5. They go right into the strongest part of the storm, into the eye. They're awesome. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but that is how we know. That's how we know about the hurricanes. That's how we know all the specific details we know about them. Even whenever they're thousands of miles out in the middle of the ocean, and there's not a lot of buoys and other things that the storm interacts with, we just go fly out there and we go peek inside of the storm ourselves. Y'all package is a huge hit. It's a great idea. Somebody on our team needs to remind Radar Omega about that, because I think that I'm actually sorry that we haven't done that already. The y'all package is definitely something that we're going to do. I don't think Brett's stuck, but he is definitely, he's in a rough spot, man. This is live from Storm Chaser Brett Adair. Water looks like it's coming up very quickly. A little bit to the east of that, got Brian Mfinger. Things are also picking up quite a bit here as well. Yeah, if you saw a red truck, that was Reed Timmer. And somebody else also on our team remind me to remind myself that the problem that we're having with the locations for one of our vendors is I've accidentally programmed their home locations to show up rather than their live locations. For some reason, their home locations are baked into the data. I can't change that right now unless these guys want to watch me sift through 10,000 lines of JavaScript. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look from Brett Adair, Storm Chaser out here on the coast of Louisiana, showing us the full force of Hurricane Francene as it's starting to really pick up here. Landfall is going to happen soon. This is probably about 90% of the max expected wind speeds and severity that we're going to see here. Things are going to get a little bit worse, but Brett's pretty far away from most people. The reason he's out here is to show you guys what's coming downstream. What we're looking at through Brett's camera is what's coming for Houma, Morgan City, Montega, Cutoff, and Golden Meadow. All right, so if you live up there, this is what's on the way. We can also see it from Brian Mfinger's camera. So this is what's coming. Get ready. Sustained hurricane force winds, lots of storm surge. This is also going to head up towards Baldwin, Thibodaux, Lockport. You guys also need to be prepared for this. The Dixie Dragon says, as someone who's also trying to learn programming, I actually wouldn't mind watching Ryan sort through 10,000 lines of JavaScript. Maybe we'll do that as another. We need as many reasons as possible to do members only live streams. Maybe that we'll add that to the list, so we'll actually get some under our belt. I think that'd actually be pretty cool. How's New Orleans looking? Right now, New Orleans is looking great, looking fantastic. Some of the outer bands are starting to move in. The winds are going to start picking up. Tropical storm force winds start in a couple of hours if they're not already happening. The strongest part of the storm is going to happen between probably 6 and 9 p.m. So a couple hours away still. Actually, 5 and 8 p.m. I'm in Eastern time zone and I haven't adjusted yet to talking in Central. I'll get there. The water is rising fast all around Brett Adair. All of the Homa traffic cams went down. I was wondering what was going on there. So power's probably starting to go out, in places like Homa, and it's easy to see why. Things are picking up fast here. This is Brett and Brian Empfinger are in very similar locations here. And by the way, our hurricane hunters, they just went through the eye wall again. I'm sure we'll be hearing soon from Elijah if they found anything interesting in there. But this is a live look at the location. They're now back into the eye of the storm, and there looks like third pass. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I sent along the latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, and that encapsulates the rest of the area that's expected to be in a tornado watch later today into tomorrow morning, like all the way through the night, including Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, and surrounding areas there in the Panhandle. That area will see the onshore coming supercells that are producing waterspouts right now south of Mobile. We're still a few hours away from that, and this discussion that you see on the screen here is discussing the tornado watch that will be issued for this area more than likely, per their probabilities that they have there from the Storm Prediction Center. So I would expect that several tornadoes will be possible in this area that's highlighted in this area, and expect to get a tornado watch on your phone if you live there, or somebody who lives there. You can tell them ahead of time that they'll likely get a tornado watch, and there's a possibility that they'll be in a tornado warning with any tropical supercells that could come onshore and sustain themselves. So expect that tornado watch to come later today and last, of course, again all the way through the morning.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Another tornado watch probably coming soon. A couple of our cameras are paused here. Let me get that going. Oil Medic, thank you for that. Thank you, Kevin.
How about you there, Mr. Ryan Hall?
Well, that's Brett Adair himself reaching out. How's it going out there? Is it wet or what?
Oh, there's a sprinkle or two going on right now. We got the eye wall of Francene is now hitting our location. You can see very clearly here on Louisiana 56. We're in one of the most elevated portions in a curve now. Look at the water coming in extremely rapidly as the eye wall is right over top of us. Winds gusting in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range. Pretty much a whiteout is ongoing right now, but yeah, this area is really taking a beating now. This is what you can expect as we go forward in time, it looks like, here over the next couple of hours as this system continues to move inland.
Okay, so that was the latest from Brett Adair. Obviously, things are getting wild over there where he is. Once again, this is near or south of Duloc. The conditions that you're seeing on your screen are what we expect to see soon in Houma, Lockport, and Morgan City. So keep that in mind. I'm good, thank you. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the hurricane hunters, they did their pass through, and the sounding has truly come out that they recorded. So they recorded 972 millibars in their drop sound that they did. It wasn't dead center of the eye, but it was in the eye area.
Okay, thank you very much. Riley, did you hit the button as well, or no?
No, I did not, but I was just telling Elijah this, so I might as well say it here, but I believe the last pass through we have was 979, so that is a considerable difference between the two.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley. What cat is it? It is Category 1 officially, but it probably looks a lot like a Category 2 if you're experiencing it. As you can see, Brett Adair is experiencing it right now. If you show this video to somebody and you're like, this is a Category 2 hurricane, makes sense to me. Autumn, yeah, of course. Brian Emfinger also getting in on the pretty intense winds there. A little bit farther north, all the way up towards I-10, we're also seeing the conditions deteriorate on the twin spans. What does 979 mean? It's how we measure the pressure. It's in millibars. The lower that number, generally, the stronger the storm. Yeah, pretty much all the traffic cameras around Houma are down. Our next big block of traffic cameras is way up in New Orleans. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I know someone just asked about millibars, so I'll give kind of a brief explanation. I'm not going to explain what millibars are, but just some numbers so people can kind of understand the difference in stuff. So at sea level, like on a clear day sea level, the standard millibar pressure, which is used in meteorology, is 1013 millibars. So kind of 1013 is the standard pressure that is used for sea level. as like the exact kind of opposite side on like some of the really strong side, let's go with the strongest that Hurricane Katrina reached. Hurricane Katrina at its very peak intensity back in 2005 was 902 millibars. So a little bit over 100 millibar difference. So that's kind of a good comparison in a sense there in terms of the strength. So it's still pretty high up there. It's nowhere close to like Hurricane Katrina strength, but it is slowly going down. And that just happens with tropical storms and tropical cyclones. Andy could explain a little bit more if he wanted to. I don't know if he wants to, though.
Okay, well, I think that made a lot of sense. And I appreciate you for that. And I'm sure everybody in chat does. Every time we go live and, we use a term, I'll try to, say it in a way that it doesn't confuse anybody. But and then we go to Elijah, and then if we really need to, we'll go to Andy, and he'll break it down for you at the molecular level. But it's really if you're just a casual viewer and you're hearing these numbers and you're like, what does this mean? The simplest way to understand it is the lower that number. If it's 970, the last time we heard about it was 979, right? If we hear, the next time, or then they just did another pass and it's 976, well, that might mean that the storm is increasing in intensity, right? The lower the number, the more intense generally. So we'll get deeper into that if you guys want to. Thank you. Emily, thank you. Things are really picking up. Yeah, 5 p.m. There's going to be an update coming out soon. Brett's feed looks crazy. So does Brian's. I'm going back and forth between those two. Everybody else that we have and all of the 887 traffic cameras that we have access to are much further inland. So these two guys, they've got the best shot right now out of anybody, I think. Everybody else is kind of a little bit farther back, and that's good for us, because once this gets past where Brett and Brian are, they're probably not going to be able to follow it. They might get stuck. But we've got other people waiting to show us the impacts as it gets closer to New Orleans. Brandy, thanks for becoming a slight risker. And for anybody that's just now tuning in, it is we're about to cross over into a new hour. We've been going for 5 hours, 4.5 hours, and we're tracking Hurricane Francene, Category 1. We're getting ready to get an update on that. We might have a Category 2 on our hands, but we've definitely got a high-end Category 1. 900 and in the 970s as far as the central pressure goes, which just means it's a pretty strong storm. We've got storm surge working into the southeastern side of Louisiana, especially down there south of Duloc. Okay, and we've got a tornado watch out for New Orleans all the way up to Gulfport until 11 p.m. and several other, advisories and watches and warnings associated with the hurricane warning. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Really interesting still, our water spout producing storm offshore of Mobile to the south, still going, and finally got a special marine warning on it for a chance at water spouts here about 35 minutes after we talked about it last on this stream. And if you look at it from the Mobile radar, you'll see it looks very Very classic, something that everyone watching will be able to identify, I think, with some past experience on this stream. So, almost definitely an ongoing water spout there, and it is moving almost due north here. So if it sustains, then Dolphin Island will have something to watch coming up here in probably about an hour and a half, and some more of these cells will approach the shoreline too of our 2B tornado watch for this area of the Florida Panhandle and the Mobile beaches here. So please watch out for that, and we'll keep an eye on it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy, for pulling us over here. Yeah, this is certainly, you guys recognize this. That could be a problem if it makes it up there. Once again, we're watching out for Dolphin Island, Gulf Shores. So yeah, we're going to be watching that one very, very closely. Hopefully it falls apart. But if not, then we might have to deal with a water spout that turns into a tornado here as it comes onto shore. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So it happened while Andy was talking. He missed the update by, I kid you not, 2 seconds probably, is when the official update came out. Francene is officially a Category 2 hurricane. The central pressure is officially marked at 972 millibars, and the sustained winds are 100 miles per hour. It is located approximately 40 miles southwest of Morgan City, Louisiana. So we're about 40-ish miles away from landfall happening.
Wow.
Which means in the last hour, it's gone about 20 miles. So we're approximately 2 hours, give or take, ish away from landfall.
Okay, wow. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elijah. With the breaking news, Category 2. This is going to be our strongest landfalling hurricane of the year in the continental lower 48 here, with winds of 100 miles per hour. I'll show you the graphic on that as soon as we get it. But yeah, we officially have a Category 2 hurricane on our hands, and that's going to be, you're going to feel that in Morgan City, Houma, and Golden Meadow here very soon, as the strongest part of the storm is just now working over towards your area. If you want a glimpse of what that could look like, here you go. Things are wild down here where Brett is, and same thing for where Brian Emfinger is as well. Between Terrio and Chauvin, that's where and Duloc, that's where the strongest winds are right now. But I think that we're going to see something more intense than that, associated with this big thick band that's getting ready to move up into Morgan City and Thibodaux, and a lot of our other storm chasers are up there. So we'll see firsthand within the next 30 minutes what that looks like.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. When you get a copy, hit me up.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I came south just to get the eye wall of it. It really does. It goes from like barely a breeze to hurricane gust winds almost instantly. Probably one of the fastest transitions that I've ever seen with a hurricane. Already had well over hurricane sustained wind. I will say that the road that gets over to Cocodrie is completely underwater. So anybody that was over in Cocodrie, they're there for a while.
Yeah, and yeah, we saw that one coming to an extent. So lots of the roads are going to be impassable here soon, if they aren't already. So hopefully nobody's out there other than, our professional storm chasers, and they're all doing the things that they need to do to stay out of harm's way. So nobody has to get rescued today. But the water's coming up fast, and if you did have to stay behind, if you are down here in a flood-prone area, especially know that the next hour or so is going to be critical for your safety. Make sure you're paying attention. The water's going to rise fast. The winds are going to be coming at the same time. 100-mile-per-hour sustained winds possible for a period of time between Patterson and Houma here soon. Have you ever considered having some soft music in the background? No. We might try it one day. We did for a period of time have like the local emergency management scanner feeds in the background, but we just had so many people in the chat constantly like, do you guys hear those voices? Because you really couldn't hear them. So we stopped doing that. We've got a real life Sharknado situation. Well, not really. we've got a big water spout out here to the south of Dauphin Island and Gulf Shores. I would love to see that thing. We need to get Brad Arnold out there on a boat or a jet ski or something. But this right here is definitely a huge water spout out here in, it's still very far off of the coast, from the coastline. But if it holds together, you guys over here near Gulf Highlands, Fort Morgan, State Highway 180, all the way over to Laguna Key, need to be watching out for that one. Look at the classic supercellular look to it as well. So that's what Andy's watching right now, as we continue to also watch the hurricane as it comes in. Updated storm surge forecast based on that last update here. Still up to 10 feet. Up to 10 feet possible in a pretty much the same area as before. Up to 9 feet, more like 4 to 7 though, where a lot of our probes are. So yeah, this is still going to be a highly impactful situation. Up there towards Lake Pontchartrain, even 4 to 6 feet possible of storm surge. So get ready for that, even up there in the Mobile Bay, Ocean Springs, mouth of Pearl River, 3 to 5 feet. So that's a big deal. I mean, we can't say for sure that there isn't a shark in the tornado right now. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Shouldn't be a problem, though, as it gets closer to land. Yes, it is Category 2. Category 2, Hurricane Francene is about to make landfall. Some connection issues with some of these has cams here, but you can see things are picking up over there as well. Jamie has been here for 31 months. Nice to see you, Jamie. Thank you so much. Where is it supposed to make landfall? It's going to make landfall very soon here in southern Louisiana, somewhere to the south of Morgan City. Hello, Zachary. Also, for anybody just now tuning in that's looking for a more broad scope understanding of what you're tuning into here, there is the danger of life-threatening storm surge tonight for Louisiana and Mississippi along the coast, where a storm surge warning is in effect. Damaging and life-threatening hurricane-force winds are expected in portions of southern Louisiana this evening and tonight, where a hurricane warning is in effect. Ensure you're in a safe location before the onset of strong winds and flooding. Francene is then expected to bring heavy rain and considerable flash and urban flooding, along with river flooding across southeastern Louisiana, Mississippi, and southern Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle through Thursday. And then on top of all of that, we have a tornado watch as well. Yeah, all of the traffic cameras down here are out. Kyle Rose says, thanks everyone working behind the scenes and the storm chasers. Remember to hydrate. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle's been here for a long time, too. This is, things just, every time we look at Brett's camera, things just keep getting more and more intense. We're up to about 10,000 people without power in Louisiana now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the National Weather Service actually has a buoy that is right in the eye wall of Francene, and it has been consistently recording hurricane force winds. So there actually are hurricane force winds reaching the surface. The latest observation it had was about 83-mile-per-hour winds that it was recording. So there are hurricane force winds right in that northern part of the eye wall that is slowly coming ashore now.
Thank you very much, Elijah. So once again, Morgan City, Homa, you guys would be the ones that would deal with the majority of that as the storm's coming onto shore now. Also, Duloc, get ready. Giant, it's a giant eye, but it's coming ashore. YouTube Family Gaming says, I love Raider, Omega, and Rapid Sweep. Rapid Sweep is cool. I agree. No baseball size hail. Nope, not today. No hail at all with these storms. Lots of wind, storm surge, flooding. Pretty much what you're seeing right here through Brett's camera, that's what you get with a hurricane. We are going to start hearing about a lot more power outages and, damage associated with the sustained nature over time. Even like 60-mile-per-hour winds for several hours can cause a lot of problems, especially if you couple that with really heavy rain, loosens up the soil, trees start falling more easily, and it's just this whole thing. Radar Omega's got a good probe right there in Morgan City up on a power pole or something. If you guys are in the Radar Omega app, I would pull that one up. It's probably going to be where we see most of that newest eyewall kind of activity that we were talking about. This is a live look from Brett Adair once again, who is experiencing the strongest part of the storm right now, or part of it. And this is what we can expect later. Similar conditions will be expected for a period of time near New Orleans, especially just to the west there. Convent, Lucher, Laplace, Prairieville even. You guys need to be prepared. What is considered official landfall? It's when the actual center of that eye makes it onto land. So we've already got some clear parts, of the parts of the eye are already starting to make it over land, especially there near Marsh
Chris,
Island.
when you have just a second.
But the center of it's got to be over land. David, thank you for that. Yep, Andy's still here. We got Andy, Riley, and Elijah in the background. If anything pertinent happens, we will be hearing from them. As always. Oh, Chris, right?
Hey, Ron, it's Chris when you have.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Ron, so we made the track back down to the south here. We are in Paradise. It's right off of Highway 50 here. We're just off of I-10, just a little bit to the south, and we're going to sit right here. There's one little gas station that is still going hard at it here, and it's packed house here, to say the least, but people are making their absolutely last second preparations here, but we're probably going to stick around this area right here and let it run over us, and we'll track it back up to New Orleans the best way that we can.
All right. Well, there you go. That's Chris Hall. Not related other than through our love and passion for weather. Lots of Halls out there. Jordan Hall's also chasing today. I wish Omega would show the river better or mark it with a different color. So I'm pretty sure you can change the color of all the borders. Fairly certain. It is officially a category 2, yes. Oh my god. Buck, thanks for becoming a member. No, the landfall has not happened yet. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so remember that buoy I talked about a few minutes ago? Yeah, it just recorded a wind gust of 100 miles per hour. So we're actually starting to reach category 2 level winds in the wind gusts, actually being recorded on the surface now from Francene now. This is a buoy that crossed, like the eye crossed directly over it. So that was one of the last measurements from the eye wall. It's actually now in the eye directly though. So the winds have died down from it, but in the eye wall, it was recording wind gusts of category 2 level strength.
All right, thank you very much. So, yeah, things are continuing to get more and more intense. Here's a look at Brett Adair's camera, which kind of shows us the, pretty much what you would expect to see here. And then also, there's a live link. Okay. Waffle House is closed, yes. Oh, man. No, Kenzie, what it is I'm trying to get these daggone it's still the cameras. It's still the cameras. Causing me headache. Is there any possible way it could turn Cat 3 before landfall? No. We're so close to landfall now that even if there was a possibility for the storm to increase in intensity and become a category 3, which it would be crazy, but maybe that's technically possible in a very like low probability way, it would be after it made landfall, technically, because we're about to see that now. But Andy talked earlier about the brown ocean effect. I don't think we're going to see any sort of major intensification. We just might. It's going to take a while for it to weaken as it moves on up towards Baton Rouge and New Orleans here. Orion, there's a link in the description. And as far as making an account goes, that's somewhere in the menu on the side. How does the tornado threat look? It looks the same. No huge developments there. Our super water spout is not looking as super now. But the area of interest that has produced a big water spout over here is getting pretty close to the Mobile Bay area, Dauphin Island. So we're watching that pretty closely. That might be something that we have to watch out for in a little bit. Tabitha, thank you. Tabitha, hey Ryan, any insight as to what impact this is going to have in the next 24 hours as me and my husband are truck drivers and we're going from Oklahoma to North Carolina here in a few. Yeah, if you go east, from Oklahoma to North Carolina, you are going to have to drive through Francene, or at least part of it, or what's left of it. It's going to be a prolonged period of heavy rain, more than likely. The part of the storm that you would drive through, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit, you're going to go through a lot of rain, but other than that, it's not going to be anything crazy that far north, which I'm assuming that you would go like through Little Rock and then Memphis. Liam says I'm going to go to Mobile Bay to see if I can see this water spout. Don't do that. You're not going to be able to see it. Yeah, if you have the Radar Omega app, the probe just to the south of Duloc, you can see very clearly some of the storm surge problems that we're having now. The water's coming up pretty quickly there. We'll keep that over here. And then there's another one. Still no water here yet. I think that'll change. But yeah, this is probably some of the bigger, waves and the biggest amount of storm surge that we're seeing anywhere right now is down here around Duloc. So once again, get ready downstream. It's coming your way. Marcus says, I'm going to go to Mobile Bay to see if I can see Liam seeing the water spout. Don't do that. You won't be able to see Liam. And he won't be able to see the water spout. It's just it's a loop of pointlessness, y'all. Okay, so I've been saying Duloc. Aboud says it's pronounced Dulac. But now somebody's going to disagree with that. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can see now the which I'm sure this has been updated for a while, but the official marker here for the hurricane and Radar Omega is Category 2, 972 millibars, 100 mile per hour winds. Still no official landfall yet. It's going to happen over here pretty soon, and then it's going to go right over the central part of the storm. Is going to go right over Morgan City. It seems like. So right now, you're starting to see, the winds are continuing to increase in intensity in Morgan City and Homa and all these places. That's going to continue to happen for the next little bit. And then there's going to be honestly a prolonged period of quietness in this huge eye in these places before you have to deal with the backside, which might not be as intense. Cairo, I'm going to Mobile Bay to ride the water spout on the land. Good luck, Kyle. Good luck. I was waiting for somebody to be like, I'm going to Mobile Bay to watch Joe or whoever it was watch Liam. I Thought it was going to be a big chain. Dulac, Montague, Booty, Chauvin. Got it. Southern Mail says, I'm in Kenner. How long until we see those intense bands? You're on the western side of New Orleans. It's going to be a while, not too long, a couple hours before the strongest part of the storm gets to you. Things are going to pretty much be the way they are right now for the next hour, and then slowly increase in intensity until about 8 or 9 p.m. or so. Things look to be picking up where Brad is now. How does one chase a hurricane? You just go park yourself inside of it, and you do what Brad's doing, and Brett, you try to get where some of the more intense impacts are going to be felt, and you try to get there safely and try not to get stuck, and pretty much what they're doing. Brad, we can see that things are picking up. Just whenever you get a chance, give us an update on what you're seeing out there. It's picking up so much, I don't think Brad heard me. 15,000 people without power. Honestly, a shockingly low number so far, but I think that once some of those stronger winds move into more populated areas, which is happening now, that number will rise, unfortunately. Bama Batman 87, thank you so much for that. Do you think there's a way that this hurricane shifts more to the west as it goes up through Mississippi? Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about, like how far west. Obviously, there's a margin of error with the forecast. A lot of that is accounted for with what we call the cone, the forecast cone, the error cone, the cone of uncertainty. The way this works is we expect that there's a very good chance that the storm's going to travel along a path within that red area. So it could go along the western edge of it and straddle the Mississippi River and go almost over to Little Rock. It could go along the eastern side and go to the east of Jackson, east of Memphis, between Memphis and Nashville, or anywhere in between. It would be very unlikely that it did anything other than that. But possible, I guess. It could be a little bit outside of the cone. Yes, this is a Category 2. 100-mile-per-hour winds. No tornado warnings right now. We're still watching the storms that would be capable of producing tornadoes. We're not seeing anything immediately concerning. I'm really, Cody, I've seen you ask this question multiple times. I'm really trying to understand it. What is the station weather with camera alike on Weather Omega is called? I think you're talking about Cyclone Port. Cyclone Port? That's the network of cameras that is on Radar Omega. If that's what you're asking, I hope that I answered your question. Category 2, Hurricane Francene is making landfall right now. And things are looking pretty intense here on Brett Adair's camera. Once again, Homa, Thibodaux, this is what we can expect in your all's area soon if it's not already happening.
Hey, Ryan, sorry. For some reason, I didn't get that message. Just saw you send it to me. We're still in Homer right now. We're getting the effects of the outer Iowa. We're starting to get hurricane force winds with this almost whiteout conditions, as you can tell by the live stream. I've pulled off at a hotel for just about 3 to 4 minutes, and then we're going to get back out into it. But this is we're probably still just a little bit away from the true worst of the eye wall, but it's definitely going downhill pretty quick.
All right. Brad Arnold for you. Mav Z says, Brett's finally on the move. That guy deserves an award today. Fantastic work. Yeah, Brett Adair has really navigated this one extremely well. And he's put himself in probably the best spot you could be in. This is as you can tell, this is a hard storm to chase. It's hitting a weird area. But Brad Adair is right there in the middle of it. Brad's in a good spot too. He's going to get the same thing pretty much right after Brett. Look at how slow this thing's going to be moving by the time, in a couple of days from now. The center of circulation, the low pressure center associated with what's left of Francene, will be over Memphis 1 a.m. Friday. 1 a.m. Saturday, it'll have just barely made it to the border between Arkansas and Missouri. So it's going to be just dancing around out there, dumping rain. For lots of you in Missouri, West Tennessee, Arkansas, West Kentucky, Southern Illinois, Northern Mississippi. The Seagulls down there are committed to riding it out. Yeah. 17,000 without power now. Still an astonishingly low number, if you ask me. So hopefully we keep it that way. But as the stronger winds and the beefy part of the storm gets closer to New Orleans, I do think that number is going to go up. And it is getting close. New Orleans right now, nothing crazy is going on in New Orleans. You guys probably doesn't feel like a hurricane yet. However, there's going to be a 2-hour period this evening where things get pretty wild in downtown New Orleans, and we're about to start that 2-hour period here soon. Has the hurricane made landfall yet? It's getting very close, but no. Yeah, Brad's in Homa now. Quicksilver says, I thought Ryan froze. Then I saw him blink. I'm taking several moments here to look at like different things and also I'm trying my best to get these the locations to update. It's just not working. I'm about to just give up on it and move on. But the yeah, I'm here. A lot of you, especially if you don't live in the area and you're just watching because, you know, you like watching the streams, you're probably used to the rapid fire. There's 500 tornado warnings. Those kinds of streams. This is a little bit different. The past, 3 streams that we've done have been low-end hurricane landfalls. And they've been the only 3 low-end hurricane landfalls that we've ever covered on the channel. Before that, it's been category 3s, 4s, and 5s. So yeah, it's everything's different. Everything's different. We're just here to communicate whatever there is to communicate whenever it comes.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris when you have a second.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so you may be able to correct me on this town name, but I am north of Paradise. I think I figured out how to say that. We're in a town that is spelled like booty. How do you spell it? B-U... I'm not even sure, but we're sitting here. It is starting to pick up here in town. We're starting to get the outer band of that eye wall. Things are starting to pick up wind-wise, and already have some isolated flooding, but nothing too bad to write home about. But we're going to see here and let it run over, so that way we have the easy track back up to New Orleans. But right now it is starting to pick up just a bit here in this town.
That was here. I could just radio back to him and tell him how to pronounce it, but I'm enjoying being the one that is hearing somebody have a hard time pronounce something rather than being the one, so I'm just gonna let him keep going. Yeah, if you haven't seen anything in Lockport yet, it's right on your doorstep. It should be picking up soon, and it'll be pretty much exactly what we've been seeing through Brad and Brett's feed for a period of time. It's going to get pretty windy, pretty rainy. Brett just keeps rolling. Yeah, he's just riding around. He's kept himself inside of that eye wall. He's followed it. He's waited on it. He's literally chasing the hurricane in every sense of the word. Still category 2, yep. Wow. TCCG. About 31,000 people that live in Homa. 18 or 11,000 in Morgan City. And it does look like we have landfall officially. National Hurricane Center. Francene has made landfall in southern Louisiana in the parish of Terrebonne, about 30 miles southwest of Morgan City, as a Category 2 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are estimated to be near 100 miles per hour. So this is the strongest landfall in the U.S. so far this year. Category 2, Hurricane Francene. Apollo's Gate. Hey Ryan, KC viewer here. How far north do you think Francene will walk until she gets tired and falls apart? Probably right there at the end of the cone. Like, part of the reason why it seems like it's so stationary is because it's just kind of unwinding. And then the leftover energy from it's going to get carried away in some sort of trough. So it's not going to go much farther north than what we see in the cone there, but the rainfall from it will be felt all across the eastern. The rain and cloud cover will be seen all across the eastern side of the U.S. likely. I'll try to show you a better visualization. So there's the hurricane. Here's its slow path up past Memphis into Arkansas. Very quickly, although we are going to see a lot of rain in this area, very quickly it's going to dissipate and it's going to rain itself out. But all the way out, Monday, September 16th, 5-6 days from now, we're still going to be seeing the leftover rainfall, the remnants of Francene out here from Iowa all the way down to Mississippi, but it's not necessarily still a storm. It's just the leftover, blow off from the storm. And then there is going to be likely a pretty big trough come through as we go into the middle of September that's going to kind of interact with the leftover moisture. And I'm looking for a severe weather situation whenever that happens, whenever we get a big time push of cold air coming down to kind of smack Francene out of here. If something like this does happen, severe weather is likely going to be on the table. Obviously, we've got a really incredible view here from Brett. But also look where Brad is. He's kind of let the eye overtake him a little bit, and you can see it in the distance there, the very fast moving clouds. It's a pretty unique view. But Brett's decided to stay inside of the eye wall, the inner eye wall. Brett won't get stuck, I don't think. He's all right. Brett's got somebody helping him. I think somebody's driving. Is there a potential for stalling? Not more than what we're already seeing. Like, it's already moving fairly slow. But no, there's no potential that it's just going to sit here and not move. There's a couple of wobbles that can happen that can make it stay over the the same location for a little while longer. But this thing's going to increasingly go faster the farther north it goes, until it reaches the point where it starts to unwind and goes slow up there near Memphis. Yep, landfall just happened. It made landfall as a Category 2 hurricane, the strongest hurricane of the year so far that's made landfall in the United States. Beryl was a Category 5, yeah, but it didn't make landfall in the United States as a Category 5. The radar Omega camera in Morgan City continues to show, you know, how intense the winds are. We're seeing gusts. Let's see here. Oh, this one is just got the pressure reading. But it looks to me like that's definitely sustained hurricane force winds there on the cyclone port number 130 you see at the bottom. You can click on the little icon near Morgan City if you have the Project Mesovort turned on in your Radar Omega app and see that in your app. There's 47 of y'all watching with me right now in there. Hi, Ryan. I'm driving through Yamaha. I'm driving a Yamaha speed bike. Yeah, you should probably be worried. When should Mobile expect the worst? Mobile, Alabama, honestly, it's going to be intermittent throughout the next couple of hours. You're not going to get hit by the eye wall. So you're just going to get hit by some of these outer bands, and one will hit, and it'll be clear for a while. The next one will hit, and that's going to happen several times before it's completely done for you, probably after 3 a.m. Yeah, we're not. We're not hearing much of anything as far as reports go. Significant of damage or anything like that so far. So far so good. The strongest hurricane so far this year that's made landfall in the U.S., but also seemingly the least eventful so far. Which we'll take it. I think what we, obviously having the storm chasers out there is helpful, and I'm sure that this has been helpful for people down here in this area. But another way to look at these, the way I look at winter storms whenever we go live for winter storms is it's practice round for the next big tornado outbreak. maybe low end hurricanes can be a similar thing, because we've worked out a lot of bugs today. We found out some problems we need to fix, but hey, it's not over yet. This thing still hasn't gotten to the highest population area that it's going to be impacted up there near New Orleans. So we'll see what happens as it goes farther inland. Pamela Rogers says, Ryan doesn't go live for winter storms. That's a lie. I definitely do. We didn't last year because there wasn't no daggone winter storms. Now, obviously there was, but like, there's a criteria. There wasn't any really good ones. Brian Imfinger's got a really good shot of some flooding. He's got this cool thing. I think he's got 3 or 4 cameras that it cycles through around his car. But I think it's this next one. Pay attention. That water right there, I don't think was there when we first started looking at this vantage point. So water's still coming up in some of these places. That's back there closer to, Dulac. Two of the Metro New Orleans fire departments are now on generator power, so it seems like the power outage situation is continuing to expand. Last I heard, we was about 30,000 people without power in Louisiana. I'm sure that number's higher now. Ben Chamberlain, is Clarksville, Tennessee going to get some storms? Yeah, but garden variety. It'll be more like some showers. And not today. Probably tomorrow and the next day. And how do I donate? Ben, if you wanted to donate to us, the best way to do that is go to the y'allsquad.org and donate to our nonprofit organization. Not required, obviously. Any major disasters yet? It says Xbox. No, actually quite the opposite. Some spectacular views from Brett and Brad and Brian, but nothing disastrous just yet. Hurricane Francene, so far it's been minimal impacts. Hopefully that continues. Tiffany says, Ryan, where do you see this hurricane dying out at? It'll probably cease to be a hurricane around the time it's just past New Orleans, or maybe right near New Orleans. And then it'll continue to be a tropical storm all the way up into southwestern portions of Mississippi, maybe as far north as Macomb and up towards Jackson. So it'll take a while for this thing to completely die out, but it's already in the weakening phase right now. Our man says, I just lost power in Thibodeau. Cell service is going in and out too. Yeah, that'll continue to be a problem. And remember, we're going to have a big break here. It'll last a while because this is a big eye. And then there's more to come
Hey,
after
Ryan,
that.
it's Brad. Let me know when you have a copy.
Brad, we've always got time for you. I got a copy. Go ahead.
Hey, so two things. About to have a major explosion in front of me with a transformer, and the other thing is we have a roof that's off a church. So that's the first damage that I've seen so far, but roof off a church, and you're about to see a big explosion.
Did he say that there was a roof on the church, or I'm assuming he said off? Because I think that churches are supposed to have roofs, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, definitely. I saw the sparks. Yeah, this is the most significant damage by far that I think that we've seen from Francene. Any major storm surge? We've definitely seen some quick rises in the water, and we've seen some, lots of roads and places covered with water. However, nothing insane so far.
And now I'm going to move before this roof comes completely off and flies in my direction.
Good move. Good call. James Woods says, is there a hurricane category or wind speed at which storm chasers would consider it too dangerous? Absolutely not. These guys are crazy. They want it they want to be in the strongest winds. If you said there's going to be a category 6, there would be 8,000 storm chasers right there where the worst part of it was going to be. But hey, we wouldn't have a lot of the stuff that we have as far as safety and, research goes if it wasn't for them. So. Loud Love says it wouldn't be a Ryan Hall stream without somebody asking about Ohio. Is Ohio okay? Yeah. Ohio, you're probably the most okay out of everybody. You're going to see some clouds from this, maybe. Look at the water going across the road there from Brian's point of view. Brian Imfinger. Continuing to see significant flooding down there and extreme. This is all south. So Brian and Brett are both south of Houma. Brad is in Houma. So a lot of the stronger winds and the flooding, it's still happening to the south of Houma, despite maybe some of the reflectivity values being lower down there. We'd have 8,000 chasers out there. Reminds me of the lines of chasers that packed the highways during the tornado outbreak earlier this year. Yeah. And I think that because of the massive success of the Twisters movie, I think that next year will probably be even crazier with that kind of thing. Tornado tourism, whatever you want to call it. So it's for better or for worse. I don't know. If, it doesn't bother me, but probably could lead to some safety issues. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. The latest pass through the southeastern eye wall has just occurred and is still taking place as this recon mission moves out of it. But while it was in there, it has found the highest wind speed so far after landfall of 106 knots at the flight level. So I believe this storm is still intensifying. At least it has been intensifying all the way up to land via some data that has been measured at flight level and would reduce down to the surface as a category 2. Further supporting the upgrade. But to see it happen after landfall, I mean, I know just how long ago? About 5 hours ago, I was talking about the brown ocean effect before this came on to land here, and it seems like that may be kind of in play here, as this is currently only over swamps for the most part over the land here, at least where the eye wall and any part of the eye is. So we're seeing even greater wind speeds being recorded post landfall, and that is the brown ocean effect for you.
Wow. Awesome. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Quite unusual to see. Normally the moment the eye wall starts interacting with the shore, it's like, okay, things are very quickly going to go down from here. But we're still seeing increased readings here. And that most recent pass that Andy was talking about, I'm looking at the reconnaissance data now in the Radar Omega app. You can do the same thing. You can look at the whole path that this thing has taken. It's around the time we started the stream, it took off from San Antonio, and it's made several crosses through the center of the storm. And it's continuing to do so. And it's, the longer it's been out there, the more intense of the readings that it's gotten. So very interesting stuff. And you can find the Hurricane Hunter data in Tropical Outlooks, Hurricane Hunters, and then you just toggle the most recent one on. Can you tell me about the chance for tornadoes in Marianna, Florida? Where is that? Oh, man. There is a chance that we're going to see a tornado watch issued for your area. You're right in the part of that it's probably going to be the latest and the least likely. We're talking about 3 a.m., 4 a.m. We might see a couple of rotating storms in and around your area. So keep an eye out on that. We'll let you know if that tornado watch does get issued. However, right now, you're fine for the most part. Brad's giving us a up-close personal look at the roof It's wild that this is the most intense damage that we've seen so far. There might be something happening somewhere else that we don't know about yet, but both of the other hurricanes that made landfall this year were lower category, actually pretty significantly less winds. And we were getting a lot of damage reports from that. So it's just interesting how these go. Carson says it's been a while since the last stream, though. Yes. Yep, we had a little bit of a lull there in the summer months, and then we're in hurricane season now, and thankfully we've dodged a lot of bullets so far. But even, whenever we're not live streaming, I'm still here. Just, 8, 12, sometimes 16 hours a day. We've been making a lot of, not 16 hours a day every day, but like we've been making a lot of videos, and also just basically tearing everything apart, breaking things to cause problems that we then have to fix. So it's been a lot of fun. Now, on the other side, we are going to come out with a much better live stream experience, I think. We just got to work through the kinks. Up to 53,000 people without power now. And conditions continue to look more and more bad in Brett and Brian's feeds. Philip says, I'm loving these questions. Is there any threat to us in Montana? Yeah. That's just part of it. We could be covering a very localized tornado threat in Mississippi, and we've got people asking about Maine. It's I welcome it, though. I wish that we could answer all of it, and I wish that you, like, at any time you could come to the stream, no matter where you are, and get a full understanding of the weather in your area. But we have to focus on the most pressing thing at the time. Dude, it looks like Brett's in a daggone boat now. It just keeps getting worse where Brett is. You would think that the storms would have moved past him by now. This is a live look near Homa. At Category 2, Hurricane Francene. Brett, you've got the most intense view by far. Give us a verbal update whenever you get a chance. What's going on out there?
Well, Ron, this is what used to be Louisiana 57 here near Dulac, Louisiana. Honestly, if you don't have a jet ski or an airboat, you're probably not going to be traveling up the highway here for a while. We're watching the water on the bay side as we still have southeasterly flow here. Funnel in as we're, continuing to watch Francene make landfall now. The water's, again, moving southeast to northwest here at the moment, and we're going to end up seeing this eventually flip around from the southwest because the water from the Gulf of Mexico will come in further to the south and up the canals and the bayous as the center moves inland. So this is a long-duration event, man. If you're watching us live here on YouTube and our other platforms, I would suggest you stay sheltering in place if you're in the area. Unless you have an emergency, then contact proper officials because it's going to take them a while to get to you. Some of these areas are under several feet of water, Ryan. We're going to continue to monitor this situation throughout the evening as the system moves inland. We're trying to get up further to the north and east up toward New Orleans as they get whacked a little bit later, but we might be here a while, buddy.
Thank you so much, Brett Adair. Brett was born to be a live storm chaser that does media hits. I mean, that just sounded, I was engaged. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a good report. Way to go, Brett. And also, he's doing a great job of staying in the biggest or the most intense part of the storm. Nobody else or none of our other tower cams or anything is showing what Francene's up to as much as Brett here. Brad is in Homa, and we're getting ready to see some more action over there with him as well. And then Brian Emfinger also showing us some significant flooding continuing to happen here in Louisiana. I was blown away by his hurricane report. So yeah, it looks like a lot of the water inundation is still, like this is still a developing thing. Water levels are going to continue to rise here, and we're going to continue to see those problems kind of increase farther inland along the rivers and stuff. Some of the stronger winds now are about to get closer to the New Orleans area, so a lot of you guys that are watching are about to, get in on some tropical storm to hurricane force winds here soon. Is there a path predicted? Yeah. This is the predicted path. For the next several hours, it's going to be in Louisiana, and we're concerned about the Morgan City area, Convent, Laplace, Prairieville, maybe as far north as Hammond. Of course, New Orleans, this general vicinity right in here is where we're concerned about with the sustained winds and flooding. We also are growing increasingly concerned about the potential tornado threat a little bit farther to the east, Gulfport, places like that. There's nothing going on right now, but that could change, and we're keeping an eye on it. What do the projected rainfall totals look like? Good question. Good question. Let's So the heaviest rain over the next 3 days is really going to be concentrated to Louisiana, it looks like. Up to a foot of rain here and there in and around New Orleans. Maybe 6 to 8 inches of rain into extreme southern portions of Mississippi. A large area of up to 6 inches of rain is possible all the way up to Memphis. And there's a little area in Alabama as well that could see some heavy rain. So this is going to happen over the course of 3 days. So it will lead to some flooding. But the most rain is going to fall in Louisiana, and that's also going to happen in the shortest period of time. So I think that's where the biggest flood risk is. And by Georgie's, we've got ourselves a severe thunderstorm warning. Guess where? In Idaho. We're going back to Idaho. Severe thunderstorm warning for Teton, Madison, and Fremont counties in Idaho. I know we got a bunch of people watching over here in Idaho, man. 1 inch in diameter hail. The University of Idaho Agricultural Experiment Station is in the path of this storm. Now let's fly back to
Hey,
Louisiana.
Ryan, it's Brad. I just want to let you know we're in the eye of the hurricane right now. Did not see much in the way of damage. There were a couple of trees down. There wasn't much. I only saw one power line that was down, the one roof that was off. But really, I haven't seen much other than that. So we're going to push east toward New Orleans, but this is going to quickly turn into probably a tornado chase as we get closer to dark. So going to head over to New Orleans to get into the city there, and then probably focus on tornadoes.
Hey Brian, it's Chris. When you have just a second.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey Ryan, we're still in the town of Booty. I've learned that's actually what it's called, Boutique. Things are drastically going downhill here. We are finally entering the eye wall. Torrential rain falling and the winds dramatically picking up from like 0 to 100 here. But conditions are only going to go downhill from here. So if you don't have to be out, you're coming off the interstate here, I would suggest pulling off somewhere safe if you can, because the further south you're going to go from here, there's a lot of traffic coming down going south if they need to pull off, unless they know what they're doing. Yeah, conditions are going downhill pretty drastically here, and it's only going to get worse, especially as we progress back on it towards New Orleans with this.
So there's an update from Storm Chaser Chris Hall. As things continue to get more and more intense out here in Louisiana, things are really starting to become. You're about to experience what you know as a hurricane in Donaldsonville, Gonzales, Laplace, Lucher, Convent, and these places. This right here is the strongest part of the storm, moving up now into Des Allemands. Kenner, you guys will be getting in on it soon. Did it make landfall? Yes, it did. It sure did. any notable wind damage. We haven't heard anything significant. However, I think we're just now getting into the part of this where we're going to start hearing more about that because the winds are picking up still, and also the strongest winds are making it into an area where there are more structures to damage, if that makes sense. How are things going to be in Hattiesburg? A little bit later, things are going to get pretty wet and windy for a couple of hours. I wouldn't expect anything too crazy though.
Daddy.
However, I think we're just now getting into the part of this where we're going to start. Echo's watching the stream.
Daddy.
However, I think we're just now getting into the part of this where we're going to start. And also the strongest winds are making it into an area where there are more structures. Hi, Echo. Can you believe we can keep a 3-year-old? He's been watching all day. With the riveting category to Hurricane Francene, I can see it. One day soon he'll be here with me, I think. He loves it here with all the computer screens and stuff. Future meteorologist in the making. Maybe he'll come here sometimes and sit next to me and just smash the keyboard and say that he's searching for weather. That's what he says that I do. I search for weather. And that is exactly what I do. Is there any chance that it might go west? What are you? It's not going to go significantly west. It might go a little bit west. If you're asking because you're in Baton Rouge, it's not going to go enough west to where it makes a huge difference. It's going to get pretty rough in Baton Rouge over the next couple of hours, regardless. There's something interesting. If you look at cyclone port number 57 there in the bottom right tower camera from Radar Omega, you can see in the distance, you can actually see the wall of rain associated with the heavier precipitation with the hurricane. So this is where that camera is, and we're looking this way. So you can see that, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Mississippi's going to be fine. We're watching the Biloxi area for the biggest impacts. Is if we're going to have some storm surge and some tornadic activity, that's where it would be in Mississippi. But still not thinking that it's going to be anything crazy. We're up to 72,000 people without power in Louisiana. And my goodness, all the action is happening way out west. We got another warning. Severe thunderstorm warning in Montana. Do we have anybody watching in Montana? Silverbow County, Montana, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The St. James Hospital is there, just to the west of Interstate 15 in Montana. And of course, Brett is still in the heart of this storm. That is true. I think we made fun of somebody for asking about Montana. That was wrong of us. Brett's fine. This is what Brett and Brad and Brian, this is what they do. And this is one of the weaker hurricanes they've ever been in. You keep that in mind. Like, they do the same thing when it's Category 3, Category 4, Category 5. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. We're hoping for the best. What they're doing isn't safe, but Brett knows what he's doing. This is honestly probably one of the most intense shots that we've seen today. What vehicles do these guys have to do stuff like this? I mean, just regular vehicles. Reed Timmer, probably the most well-known storm chaser, literally just drives whatever is available. Two-wheel drive, air conditioner or not, automatic, manual, 1998, 2018, whatever it is. The vehicles don't come out good on the other side, but there's no requirements, as long as you're not too attached to the vehicle. Sometimes it's a rental minivan, yeah. And today it's a rental pickup truck. Now, there's some storm chasers that use the Cybertruck and other electric vehicles. I don't know how that's working for them. I haven't heard much about it, but that's definitely a thing. Caden says, hey, Ryan, keep up the good work. I'm a senior in high school in Louisville, and I'm planning to major in meteorology at WKU. Awesome. Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith at WYMT. Spent a lot of time with him in the Weather Center at WYMT.
Hey, Ryan,
that's where he went to college.
Wanted to know if you wanted to play a game. Try to guess the gas mileage of my Forerunner driving into the eye wall of a hurricane. Take a guess.
The gas mileage of the Forerunner driving into the eye wall of the hurricane. I don't know. Like, I have no idea, so I'm just gonna 19 mpg. I don't know. We'll see. Also, here's a live shot of Brett Adair himself running around in the rain, in the hurricane. Having the time of his life. I must have been really wrong because Brad still hasn't gotten back.
Yeah, you were way off. 13 miles per gallon, sir.
13. I don't know what they're doing, but it's entertaining. Hey, Shane Smith's here. Hey, Shane. Thanks for the shout out, my friend. WKU is a great school to learn weather. Oh. Do they have wind speed measuring on the ground with them? Yeah, they're measuring the wind constantly. Brad Arnold, for example, you can actually see that in the Radar Omega app, I believe. Let me check before I go any further because he might have changed his vehicle setup. Okay, yeah, this is just the camera for now. Some of these guys have the full-on cyclone port. Some of them don't. But they all have the instrumentation to measure wind speeds, and that's why you'll hear them come through and report what they're measuring from time to time. William, Ryan, another great job today. I have to ask, who came up with the closing credits song? It's a thing of beauty.
Ryan, the wind
use a couple different ones.
The radar Omega app, the cyclone port, is actually under repair right now, so I don't have that for this one. But normally you'd be able to see the dew point, humidity, temperature, wind speed, wind direction, all that stuff.
Well, there you go.
But it's under repair right now.
There you go. Shout out to Imminent for the 5 gifted. Super generous of you. And Kurt. Thank y'all. But as far as the closing credit song, I don't know. I'll have to look. I don't even remember. I don't know. I'll have to look. Rebel says, where's all the lightning and thunder? All we've had is rain and wind. Well, there are a couple of lightning strikes in the more intense part of the inner eye wall. However, it's not a very common thing, especially after the storms made landfall, for there to be a ton of lightning associated with these hurricanes. So it's actually pretty normal that you're not seeing a lot of lightning especially if you're experiencing the core of the storm there. So yeah, you probably won't. You'll continue to not see lightning, and the wind and the rain is going to be the main problem for you. And these storms a little bit farther out here, the ones that we're watching for, the potential for tornadic activity, there might be a little bit more lightning activity with some of those. Yeah, you can see a couple strikes out here with some of these cells. More convective. And by the way, we've still got a couple little spinny spots over here. Nothing, still no tornado warnings or anything, but I'm guessing that when it comes time for these storms to get closer to land, we'll have a series of tornado warnings that we'll have to pay attention to. These storms right here. And then also we've got to watch this area as it comes up.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. It looks like our hurricane's been downgraded back to a Category 1, but still a strong Category 1.
Category 1. And here we go. More damage. Big tree. Big tree down. Jackson, Mississippi will be affected. Also Jackson, Louisiana. I don't know which one you're talking about, but both will see some and similar impacts from this storm. Andrew, thank you. So we no longer have Category 2. Andrew Ridgway, thank you for the 10 gifted. So yeah, what you're seeing there is likely going to be possible. Big trees down, all up and down southeastern Louisiana.
Hey, Ryan, just giving you a heads up. My screen's frozen on y'all's end again, by the way.
Got it. So here's a look at Brad Arnold, who is closer to Raceland now than Houma. Raceland, he's between Raceland and Lockport, specifically on Highway 90, going in the direction of Des Allemands. NWS Mobile, we are seeing reports on social media of people in the Gulf waters at local beaches this afternoon. How do we always have there's always a moment like this in every stream. Guys, don't go fishing in a hurricane. Don't go surfing in a hurricane. Or what else? Like, guys, don't go looking for the tornado in a tornado emergency. At some point, I just feel like I don't know why we try. But yeah, apparently there's people at the beaches in and around Mobile. There's a red flag at all local beaches. Stay out of the Gulf waters. It's deadly. Do not get in the water. In all caps is what the National Weather Service in Mobile is saying. And it's always like, now guys, Don't be, you know. I think it was one of the last tornado-driven live streams. We had to say, don't drive to the local Dollar General to see the tornado, because we mentioned a Dollar General, and apparently people went there. The goal is to like get people away from there, or tell them to take shelter. Goodness. Vicky says, but at the same time, you guys have chasers doing exactly that. Now, I want you to show me the clip where Brett Adair was swimming in the water. No, I do know what you're saying, that the storm chasers, the goal, the ideal situation would be to have a small group of people who did what storm chasers do. And those people should be trained and like know what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. Which is, that's who we use. Like Brett Adair, Brad Arnold, they've been doing this most of their lives and doing it professionally. And it serves a purpose, right? Like there's emergency management officials watching their streams. They're talking to multiple media outlets and recording. Like it's important what they're doing. And sometimes they got to do dangerous stuff to get it done. Wouldn't ever recommend it. Yep, still no tornado warnings or as of right now. I see that question quite often in the chat. We will let you know the moment that happens. What happens to all the? They probably don't even notice, Andrew. 85,000 people without power now. So the number is reaching pretty makes more sense. Earlier when we were in the thousands, that was kind of unbelievable. But you know, the storm is impacting a lot more people now. New Orleans, you guys are starting to get in on some of the really strong winds, but over the next 30 minutes to an hour, that's going to pick up significantly from where it is right now. How's Slidell looking? Pretty much in the same boat as New Orleans. Nothing right now. However, it's going to start soon. Some of the stronger winds. You're also under a tornado watch until 11. Category 2 still? Nope, it's a Category 1. Last official update has it at 90 mile per hour winds. So, yeah, it's not a Category 2 anymore. Late tonight into early tomorrow morning, it's going to be downgraded even farther to a tropical storm. We're likely going to see 65 mile per hour winds as this gets closer to Macomb, Mississippi. Yeah, the only way that we can achieve the goal of only having highly experienced, like a small group of people doing the storm chasing thing is if we go by the criteria that I was talking about earlier. 8-year degree, 300 hours of proven experience with inside of a tornado. And then you can take the test to get registered to potentially verify. And then there's a lottery after that. Like you're chosen from a group of 1,000 registrants.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. We are now pushing hurricane strength here, going downhill very, very drastically, very quickly, too.
Yeah, so the strongest winds right now are definitely happening right here between Thibodeau and Des So that's where these guys are. That's where Chris and Brad are right now. So up next, you guys should be looking out in south of Vacherie and Booty and Hanville. You guys are going to be getting in on the more intense winds here soon. Might be useful. Search for shelters near you. Text shelter to and your zip code to 43362. Thank you, Kenzie, for that. Ivan, welcome. Oh my gosh. We're gonna set it up to where the chat, we need to compile a list of every town name in the U.S. and add that to the filter in YouTube. I say Des Allemands. I look at chat and everybody's like Day Allemands. I say Day Allemands. I look at chat, everybody's like, you're saying it wrong. You guys are just going to have to let me say it wrong. $109,000 people without power now. You need one local guy on the stream for pronunciation check-ins. That's not a bad idea. I am looking at this town in Louisiana. It's called Des Allemands or Day Allemands. Which one is it? I'm looking at this town in Louisiana. Is it Des?
The town you're referring to is called Des Allemands.
Des Allemands.
Des Allemands. It's a small town in Louisiana known for its strong Cajun heritage and famous for fishing.
So maybe our local guy, because, you know, it's going to be hard to find a local person to every single region of the United States to be available every time we go live. Maybe our local guy is Mr. AI. Just got to figure out an easier way to talk to him. But like Louisiana, we are constantly talking about Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. So we probably should just get somebody from this region. Goddess, it's looking fine right now. Things will deteriorate over the next little bit, though. Tropical storm force winds possible. Yeah, I also think that there's some internal conflict locally. Not everybody even that lives here pronounces it the same. If you're just now tuning in, this is Hurricane Francene, Category 1. It made landfall as a Category 2 a couple hours ago. Currently dropping heavy rain and hurricane force winds in the Thibodaux, area. Moving up into Convent and Laplace and Booty on the western side of New Orleans. So I'm saying Booty, and the chat is like, no, Ryan, it's Booty. What? Booty. Booty. I mean, that's pretty close to Booty. Can you please comment if the tornado threat has decreased at all north? It's not decreased. In fact, it continues to go up. The farther we go into the afternoon and evening, the farther away we get from landfall, the more likely it is that we're going to, at some point, be dealing with some tornadic activity out here. So far, we've gotten pretty lucky. We haven't seen anything really tornadic. So hopefully that continues to be the case. But we're watching these areas, all right? You see this? Oh, I'm not on the radar screen here. You see stuff like this and like this. This is broad areas of rotation that could tighten up into tighter rotation that ends up causing tornadoes. This stuff is way out to sea right now. It's not anything, it's not anything to be concerned about. But there's also, oh wow, that's a really cool, look at that. There's also a lot of little pockets of rotation in here as well. But these are weakening, it seems like. Wow, look at that. That's beautiful. So these water spouts are kind of moving this way and really not making a lot of progress towards land. So far, so good on the tornado front. Jeanine, thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Oh.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Roofs are starting to fly here in the town of Booty.
Roofs are starting to fly in the town of Booty. I don't understand, Riley. His location is right on my thing. Everybody else's is wrong. Also starting to see a little bit more in the way of damage reports out of the Morgan City area. A couple of roofs blown off of structures. That seems to be the extent of the damage that we've heard about so far, though. Widespread wind damage and flash flooding is likely. This includes Baton Rouge and New Orleans, both, over the next couple of hours. The eye wall of Francene is moving through the river parishes and towards Interstate 10. Widespread wind gusts of 70 miles per hour with isolated gusts greater than 80 will occur. And this is going to lead to a lot of problems. Life-threatening flash flooding, a few tornadoes, and widespread wind damage. Stay away from windows. Take action immediately if a tornado warning is issued for your area. But keep in mind, normally we tell you to go underground, right? Keep in mind the unique risks that come along with the flooding aspect of this as well. Yeah, Jordan's camera is crazy right now. He's still way down along the coastline there. where the storm surge is getting a little bit more intense. The tornado threat does seem to be lessening in New Orleans. A little bit. In areas just to the west of New Orleans, especially. 120,000 people without power now. If I was drawing a map of where I would be, concerned about potential tornadic activity, it does include New Orleans. But it's mostly going to be to the east. This area over here. Slidell's a little bit more in that. Gulfport, Biloxi. Pretty much when these cells, these more isolated areas of convection make it onto land, that's when the tornado threat's going to potentially materialize. If there's, if there's going to be a tornado threat at all. Is Jordan Hall in a car boat? Nope, these guys are just driving through these waters in regular cars. And they're zoomed in a little bit. Like, I don't want you guys to think that they're in like 5 feet of water or anything. They're getting really close. I promise you, like, these guys are doing what they can as safe as they can. Even though what they're doing obviously isn't safe. Why do people still live here? Well, because this doesn't happen every day. That's why, that's why it's like all over the news whenever there's a hurricane, right? Why do people live, in the next couple of years, there's going to be an earthquake somewhere. Why do people live there where earthquakes happen? You know what I mean? Yeah, like if you don't like hurricanes specifically, it's probably not smart to live along any part of the coast. But yeah, I think that's why. And also, it's not that easy to just move. Like if you're like, I don't like hurricanes, I should move. That's not always enough of a reason to support the financial burden behind moving. Yeah, Homa's getting hit hard right now. Even though we don't see as much on the reflectivity here, it does seem like this part of the eye wall is very intense in terms of the wind. There's like 2 separate areas of really intense rain and wind right now. We've got the main one, and then this one right here is kind of like a sneaky one that's going through Homa right now.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Give me a shout when you get a second.
Go ahead, Brad.
So we are coming up on New Orleans right now from southwest. But one thing that I've noticed is a lot of the bayous and a lot of the inlets, a lot of rivers are inflated and definitely swollen with a lot of water. That can cause obviously a lot of river flooding as well. So that's one thing we need to keep an eye on is how those rivers rise with that surge coming through. I'm going to let you know, I'm going to go ahead and skip New Orleans, and I think the main tornado threat, if there is one that materializes, is going to be between Gulfport and Mobile, and later on in the Pensacola later on the season. So that's my plan right now, is to go to Gulfport.
All right, awesome. I'm glad we're going to have Brad out there. We need a Brad out there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I thought that was a pretty wild question to ask. Why do people live there? There's some places along the coast that will get hit by a strong hurricane sometime in the next 10 years that haven't had one in 50 or 60 years. You know? So like, next time there's a strong hurricane in one of those places, would you say why do people still live there? Been 60 years. Some places will go 100 years. It's even in like a fairly popular place for tropical systems. It's a rare thing. It's not an everyday thing. Transformer Blue in New Orleans lighting a house on fire. So that's another thing to, keep in mind. We're seeing lots of transformers blow, powers going out, winds carrying sparks. Just be hyper aware of your surroundings, and hopefully this will be over without too much problems for you. For everybody that's watching in the New Orleans area, things are the next hour or two are gonna be the most intense of the storm for you. Hey Ryan, I love your TikTok and your live streams, keeping us updated. Thank you so much. It's been a long time since I've posted on TikTok, and it's wild. Sometimes I'll, if I ever leave the weather house and I go out in public, every once in a while somebody will be like, "Oh, hey, you're the weather guy. Like I know you." And it's crazy to me how often what follows that is, I saw you on TikTok. And I'm like, oh, really? I haven't been on TikTok in like 6 months. Oh man. We need to get back on TikTok though, because that was a good way of getting weather information out. Yeah, we got to get back on the TikTok grind. Gina says, Ryan, I've been here since you had 35,000 subscribers. Now we've got 2 million subscribers. Gina, thanks for the support.
Ryan, I know somebody was watching your stream earlier was asking about the lightning and why there wasn't very much lightning. Well, normally we don't have very much lightning during a tropical system, but I did want to let you know we did just see a pretty close range lightning strike.
Wow. Close range lightning strike. There does seem to be quite a bit of like intense convective activity right here where Brad is. So it doesn't surprise me. So it's a pretty strong part of the storm that's getting ready to come up through Booty, up there towards Laplace. Things are going to get pretty wild in New Orleans here soon too. Yeah, we would do the TikTok thing solely for exposure, to try to get people to watch the live streams. That's pretty much the reason we do anything. Like we're probably going to do another winter outlook here soon. The whole goal is just to get people to be here for the next tornado, the next major hurricane, whatever it is, because that we found that we really help people in those situations. And we're just trying to get in front of as many people as possible. Because otherwise I don't like making TikToks. I like making YouTube videos. I like live streaming. I like doing all that. But there's something about making a TikTok that I just, ugh. How long do you think you'll stream? Man, as long as we're needed. Like, this is like the never-ending hurricane here. Like, I feel like some of these guys, you very well could have recorded 30 minutes of this storm and then just put it on loop, and I wouldn't even know. Like, it's intense. Like, we're seeing, flooded roadways and, a lot of stuff's happening, but not a lot of developments on top of that. So honestly, I'm waiting to see if anything materializes with the tornado threat, and we're going to continue to relay news and updates on New Orleans here, as the strongest part of the storm is about to go through a very populated area. But so yeah, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. But there's no deadline outside of we've been streaming for 7 hours and 19 minutes. We will not go any longer than 11 hours and 59 minutes. So at the latest, if we go that far, that's the latest that we'll go. It's no longer a Category 2, no. Yeah, Andy's still here. There's just not a lot of there's not a lot to report on in the realm of the stuff that Andy's looking at right now. But man, I mean, look at these. There's definitely a lot going on out there. Look, Jordan Hall continues to show increasing water levels way back. We were talking about the eyewall coming into the area where he is several hours ago, back there towards Golden Meadow and south of Duloc. That's where Jordan Hall still is, and we still have an incredible amount of water coming on shore. And then, Brad is following the storm, so he's still in a pretty intense part of it there as he goes past New Orleans, and he's going to go on over towards Biloxi to try to intercept some tornadoes.
Hey, Ryan, coming through southwest of New Orleans on the suburbs right here on the Clearview Parkway. Power's completely out just past the hospital, and they're running off generators. So power's completely out over here, and they haven't even got the worst of it yet.
So Did you guys hear that? Power's out. In a lot of the greater New Orleans area. Yeah, we need to do the winter outlook for sure. Thank you, Brenda. Are any of the halls related? Nope, none of the halls that you're used to hearing about in the weather world are related, believe it or not.
How about it, Ryan Hall?
There he is. The legend, Brett Adair. Go ahead, Brett.
So we've made it back off of the coastline somewhat. We're up near Houma, Louisiana now. Power's going in and out as we've got had a sign just fly by the window a minute ago. Seen a little bit of structural damage, mainly metal type stuff, tin roofs, trees down on power lines. Pretty common. Here comes another sign or something, piece of metal that's going to fly. A lot of power outages in and out here, but so far not a ton of damage up in Houma, inland a little bit, but it's a very dirty center of circulation now. It's like we thought we were going to end up getting in the eye at some point, but it just hasn't stopped being extremely windy. So we're going to play around in this area for a little bit and see what it brings, and then probably trek on up toward the north with the band.
Love it. Love it. So Brett Dare is keeping us updated there. Now in Houma, I'm going to try to refresh these locations again. That is a big one that we need to fix for the next live stream. Good news is we've got the Radar Omega app where we can just click on Brad right here and boom, son. That must have been the shortest Category 2 ever. It wasn't a Category 2 for very long, was it? Northwest Georgia, there's a little bit of a flood concern there. But most of the flooding, as we talked about earlier, is going to be happening a little bit farther south. Just wondering how long the tornado threat's going to be attached to the storm. They're calling for tornadoes in Alabama tomorrow. We'll look at the day 2 outlook here in just a moment. But yeah, it's not uncommon at all for the day after a hurricane landfall to have a tornado situation. Happened with Beryl. And don't know if anything quite that intense will happen with this, but certainly there's going to be an increased risk for severe weather tomorrow. We'll show you that map right here in a second. Man, the locations are just not doing it. When Ryan isn't talking, the stream is so quiet, it's eerie. Maybe we do need music, or we need to turn the radio comms back on or something. Oh, goodness. I also have a noise gate on the microphone, so you go from hearing my voice and like the ambient room noise to just nothing. So, and that's just to try to cut back on some of the feedback from when people Zello me and stuff, because I don't like wearing headphones. If I was you all, the way I would do it is I would play my own music. You know what I'm saying? Another severe thunderstorm warning in Montana. Broadwater, Lewis, and Clark counties in Montana. Got the Mountain Lakes Field Airport out there. Mountain City, Clancy. Small hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still no tornadoes. We got a tornado watch, and we've got some storms to watch, but we don't have any tornadoes right now. Part of the reason why I'm being quiet intermittently here is because I'm actually having to think about stuff that isn't directly associated with the weather at hand, and that won't happen next time. We just got a problem with the camera thing. Test it out for the rest of the stream. We might put some music in the background. Maybe we'll do a poll to see, because I've seen it. It's split. Some people want it, some people don't. Angela says, thanks for all you do. Thank you, Angela, for that. Please know me. Yeah, we might later, but not right now. Are you guys sure you don't want to hear the Brad Arnold theme song on repeat? Full blast? What about the Blip song? All right. We about got her. So things are pretty intense in portions of downtown New Orleans right now. Interstate 10, every camera that I'm looking at here is either down or it's just a blur. So, you know, the town, the strongest part of the storm is pretty much working into New Orleans right now. It's funny to see how torn people are on that. Normally, so normally it's not a problem because I sit here and I talk the entire time. There's hardly any dead air at all. It's just for some reason I can't refresh my camera program and talk at the same time. As the band moves north, is it going to trigger tornadoes? That's one of the things that we're thinking could happen. There's a tornado watch until 11 p.m. for a lot of people. There's one that might be issued that'll go even farther than that into the future, into the early morning hours between Mobile and Panama City. Right now, though, not a lot going on in the tornado sector of this storm. It's all right around the core, right around the center of circulation, moving into New Orleans now. The hurricane. I was just telling my mom it's too quiet without all the tornado. Yeah, like normally every 2 seconds there's a beep, 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 beep. A new tornado warning or whatever. That that was a good impression. Did you make a radar? Yeah, one of the things that I'm doing to learn how to code is making a radar. But what I've learned is it's extremely hard, and we're very thankful for Radar Omega. Oh, here we go. We've got a poll now. We've got a poll in the chat live. Should we add background music? We've got 500 votes. Five 700 votes. 60% no, 60-40. So it looks like no is the consensus. All right, I'm ending the poll. It's 1,000 votes, 60-40, clear winner. And the next stream, you guys are not even going to think about that because we'll be back to normal.
Ryan, first drunk guy intercept, guy standing out dressed like Michael Jackson dancing on the middle of the road.
No way. I don't see him. But I believe he's there. That's a first. That's plumb wild. I was hoping we'd flip over there and we'd get a visual.
Give me like 2 minutes. I'm about to turn around.
Oh, no. Oh, man.
Point my camera, make this guy famous.
Category 2, Hurricane Francene. My goodness. You saw him? I missed it. You can play the NOAA radio broadcast. Yeah, we did something similar to that before, and people didn't like it. I think that we're just not going to worry about it, and I'll be able to be more talkative, I guess, in the future once we get our stuff together here. I didn't realize it's being so quiet.
All right, here we go. Michael Jackson live.
Oh, no.
He's back from the dead, folks.
It's frozen.
Back from the dead.
It's frozen like right at the... Oh. Well, you guys have a little bit of a you're a little bit ahead of me over on the Radar Omega app, which is where we should have been looking in the first place. I like your overlay, by the way, Brad. My goodness. And Brad's location, he's on the, where is this happening? He's on the northeastern side of New Orleans, and man, it's about to get really rough out there. I feel bad for that guy.
Yeah, somebody that's pretty creative created that for me. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's about to get rough out there. What are all the dots?
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We are definitely pushing over hurricane status here. Only going on downhill. Somehow still have power though. Knock on wood, somehow still have power. And also just seen a cyber truck. How does that add up? I don't know, but yeah.
We just had a moonwalk. Ryan, we just had a moonwalk.
Oh my gosh. So Chris is to the south and west of New Orleans. And that, you know, what he is talking about is going up towards where Brad is right now. And we've got people out, you know, moonwalking, in you know, stuff. So hopefully we're doing everything we can to get everybody indoors, sheltered in place, that kind of stuff. Oh, the guy is. Are you guys joking? Do we know who this person is? I'm getting reports that this guy is popular
Also, for the
on
record,
TikTok.
I don't think that he is homeless. If he were homeless, I would absolutely pick him up and take him to a shelter or something.
I think, yeah,
I'm pretty sure that he is. I mean, he's dressed nicely and has a hat on and stuff. He's looking for attention and is very intoxicated.
Well, that's what I'm hearing, Brad, that this guy is a little famous on TikTok, and I think he might be filming a TikTok right now, dancing in a hurricane or something. I don't know. Oops. Brad's in New Orleans now. The location indicator still says Homa. I'm working on getting that fixed. Here is a lot of people. We talked about this earlier. A lot of people's looking for the outlook for tomorrow. Slight risk of severe weather extends up into Alabama. That is driven by wind mostly, but also tornado threat. Tornado threat. as well. Goes well up past Birmingham, the 5%, 2%, almost up to Nashville. So in the this sector of the storm, as the hurricane spins and kind of dwindles out over here, it's going to be pulling up a lot of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, and we're going to see enough spin to produce a couple tornadoes maybe tomorrow. Yeah, if people are asking about Jordan, yeah, Jordan's fine. This is what he's out there to do. He wants to be in the middle of the water, and that's exactly what he's doing. Giving us a live look at some of the, honestly, the really significant flooding that's happening in the extreme southern portion of Louisiana here, south of Duloc. The water continues to rise. This definitely looks like it's getting higher. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, since so many people are asking, yes, Jordan Hall, it looks like he's in the middle of an ocean, but he's not. I just talked to him on the phone, and he's actually still on dry ground. He found a little outcropping that's just higher than everywhere else around that. So the car itself is still on pavement, but everywhere around him is clearly not.
Right. Well, we've got Jordan down here, and we've also just got a new tornado warning that we're going to zoom into really quick. And this includes Slidell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this includes Slidell. Let me see here. This is for Tammany and Orleans parishes in Louisiana. Tornado warning until 7:45 p.m. Central. There's a notable area of rotation right here, and this could be producing a tornado, and it's working. Honestly, if it is producing a tornado, it's going to go really close or right into the Slidell area. So it would enter on the southeastern side near Oakwood and Fox Hollow. So we need to get to shelter. This is, we were concerned about potentially having to deal with tropical tornadoes. This is exactly what that looks like over here near Slidell, Louisiana. Take shelter immediately. 7:45 Central. That's when it would be allowed to expire. In the path here, we've got Our Lady of Lourdes Elementary School, the Robert C. Brooks Educational Complex, and the Florida Avenue Elementary School. Also, the Southern Natural Gas Seaplane Base is really close to the storm here. So yeah, this is our second tornado warning of the hurricane. And yeah, it's actually a pretty decent signature right here. So Avery Estates, if we've got a tornado, it might be happening right there, and it's moving up towards Slidell, Louisiana. Yeah, it's actually for a tropical system. Sometimes it's hard to see the rotation. This is actually pretty convincing, pretty concerning for the town of Slidell. So we've had a couple of minutes now. Hopefully we're getting the word out. Hopefully people know about the dangerous situation that's unfolding here right now. If there is a tornado, it would be coming into the southeastern portion of Slidell near Kingsport Point and Fox Hollow, moving up towards Slidell, Delwood, Bayou Terrace, Ozone Woods, Oaklawn. All you guys are in the path here. The first place near Oakwood that would be impacted would be the Lord's School there. And then at the end of the polygon here, if it makes it all the way over, by 7:45, if it makes it through the polygon, it'll be over there towards Lacombe and Oaklawn. There's another area of rotation that's a little bit less, tight, just to the west of that we might have to watch. This could be something that we need to watch as it gets closer to land over there. But yeah, this is what we expected to happen. There's going to be little pockets of rotation that we have to keep a very close eye on. Hopefully everybody in Slidell is in their safe spot with as many walls between them and the outside world as possible. And of course, the camera that you're seeing above me, that's still Jordan Hall, and the flooding looks like it's continuing to get worse there as the storm surge continues to be a problem. Looks like a lot of the power's out in this area, as well as none of the traffic cams are working really. Yep, so if you're just now tuning in, this is hurricane coverage. We're tracking Hurricane Francene as it's causing significant flooding and damaging winds in the New Orleans area, points south. But now also east of New Orleans, north and east of New Orleans, where we've had a couple of tornado warnings. We've got one right now for St. Tammany and Orleans parishes in Louisiana. So if you look here, the camera slot that just went blank, I'm populating it with another camera. This is a street camera that is on the western side of Slidell, just to the south of Browns Village. That is in the path of the storm. If this thing has a tornado, it would go pretty close to that. So we'll see it, I guess. if there's anything there. Last couple of frames, the rotation looks a little bit less impressive, but it's still there. It's going through the town of Slidell right now. The Pelican Seaplane base, that's around where the strongest rotation is. It's going to go on over towards Ozone Woods and what is that? Bone Foca, I think. And then, of course, just to the south of Browns Village there, which is where our camera is. Yeah, this is I-12 at US 190. Does Jordan have a higher place to get to if it keeps getting higher? I'm sure he does. But we'll have we've got Riley in contact with Jordan. We'll have him relay information to us if we need it. And also, I think Jordan has the ability to reach out to me if he's got the tools to do it with our radios. But yeah, it continues to get higher and higher. Look at this. This is a live look from south of Duloc, in Louisiana. That is nuts. Jordan's on higher ground right now. He's on dry ground, but he's kind of zoomed into a portion of the road that in the field in front of him that's flooding. And man, it's a lot more intense now than it was even 30 minutes ago. So really crazy stuff. And then this is way off to the north and east near Slidell. This is where we've got that tornado warning. We're waiting for that area of rotation to actually cross the road here. So we'll see if we see anything. Right now it's just about there. It's getting close to Ozone Woods. Lots of debris in the water as well. So it's another sign that the water's still rising. It's picking up new things and moving it along. So Jordan's in honestly probably one of the hardest hit areas right now as far as the storm surge goes. Right now, Hurricane Francene is still a Category 1 hurricane with 85 mile per hour winds. Minimum pressure 978 millibars. And once again, the strongest part of the storm is working into New Orleans right now. If you live in New Orleans, what you're seeing right now, it's going to get a little bit more intense than that. So just keep that in mind.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. If you got a copy.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so we're heading up I-310, heading towards New Orleans, and we very well probably just have very close to right at 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts here on I-310, which granted we were higher up on a bridge, but very significant wind gusts, and looks like the power's out in the area as well, so it's a complete blackout here on this road.
Ryan, it's Brad. I just want to let you know I'm crossing over the I-10 bridge over Lake Pontchartrain. Say a prayer for me because the winds get really crazy up this high.
All right. So we got an update from Chris and Brad there, both in sounds like pretty serious situations. Oh my goodness. I finally got the daggone things to update. Look at that. The tornado warning is still in effect. I'm going to give you an update on that right here in just a moment. Bear with me. Going a little bit, having to do things a little bit different today than usual. Okay, tornado warning, once again, still in effect. It's the area of rotation is now past Slidell, so I don't know if we're hearing anything out of Slidell yet, if there was any sort of damage. I certainly haven't heard anything yet, now we're looking at Lacombe, Oak Lawn, those areas are in the path of this storm as it continues to go off to the north and west. Additionally, that other area of rotation is kind of weakened out a little bit, but the lights are green, so that means we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, we are at mile marker 4 on I-310. Multiple power flashes, a 360 view of a power flash just now. They're everywhere right now. That's how strong the winds are coming up into New Orleans.
Okay, that was a report from Chris Hall. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I'm watching the rotation back behind it that has a special marine warning on it. Believe it or not, that tornado warning was not the first rotation to ramp up in a really sneaky way of its kind. Right in this area, it seems like we have a favorable corridor for these little spin ups in the tropical supercells we have here to actually cause tornado warnings. The first one was actually just to the south of it, right where Brad Arnold and Ryan Scholl are located now, but it very quickly dissipated once it got over Lake Pontchartrain. And this one that was tornado warned did the same thing. However, there is that one behind it that I think in the last couple of scans has promoted the same look to it as it approaches Burlington and Lakeshore in Mississippi with that special marine warning. So if we play by ear here and go by the trend that we see here as this approaches that same corridor right there at I-10, I think that something similar can happen here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get another tornado warning for southern Hancock County in Mississippi and back into the parish where Slidell is, St. Tammany.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, keeping an eye on all of these little spinning spots that we have popping up over here. We've got the tornado warning right here for Slidell, and now we are also watching for another area of interest back here. So like Andy was saying, it looks like we've got a developing corridor where it is favorable for these storms to try to.
Right, I can't see a thing. It's complete whiteout conditions on the bridge. I hope it's almost over. This is rough.
So Brad's on a bridge, experiencing some extremely high winds. You can see his camera there. Also, once again, just a reminder, you can see him, a larger version of his feed at any time on the Radar Omega app. Right now, we've got Jordan Hall and Brad both in the middle of a very intense storm. Wow. Brad's almost across. He's just about made it completely across the bridge. So things were pretty nuts there for a moment. And they have allowed the tornado warning to expire now. So we no longer have a tornado warning. However, we will probably end up coming back over here soon to continue talking about the area that Andy brought to our attention. So yeah, the tornado threat might be ramping up a little bit here. So keep that in mind as the hurricane situation continues to be impressive down here, especially in around New Orleans, just to the south and west of New Orleans, and now moving up into places like Laplace pretty soon, Gonzales, Slidell. You guys will eventually deal with this as well.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. We got a developing circulation to my southeast. Right now, I'm on I-10. I'm going to flip around and see if I can see anything.
All right, that was Brad. Still waiting to see if they're going to do a tornado warning with this storm over here. Right now, the storm that Brad's talking about is a little bit farther to the west. So we'll or he's up there in Slidell right now. Brad is. So he's talking about this. So if you're just now tuning in, we are covering this Hurricane Francene, and there's a dual threat that we're dealing with. We've got the strong winds and the storm surge and the hurricane, essentially, that's coming up into New Orleans right now and Laplace over towards Des Allemands. But we've also got a couple different rotating thunderstorms and potential tornado problems developing to the east of New Orleans and to the north, up towards Bay St. Louis as well in this corridor right here. So we're going back and forth. The Lake Pontchartrain Causeway Bridge south is now closed due to severe weather. Maximum wind speeds right now with the hurricane are estimated to be around 85 miles per hour sustained. I think that there's still a couple areas that could top that. Just looking at Jordan Hall's feed here, there's obviously some very strong winds going on there. Storm surge is still coming up too. This is getting wild. Yeah, a lot of people still talking about tomorrow and the next day. Multiple hazards are possible with Francene as it makes its way towards the mid-south. 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible as far north as Memphis. 4 to 6 inches of rain as well over the next 3 days. Yeah, another severe thunderstorm warning in Montana.
Ryan, I need to watch that storm that's near Bay St. Louis. That's the one I'm headed to next. That's probably the best rotation that I've seen the whole day.
Yeah, so the same storm that Andy was talking to us about earlier, it's caught the attention of our tornado sniffer, Brad Arnold. He's going after it. So this is actually getting really close to coming in contact with land here, so we'll see if we get a tornado warning associated with that. Seems probable given the other one that was warned. So y'all watch out in places like Clement Harbor, Gulfside, Ansley, Port Beanville Industrial Park. A rotating storm is heading up your way. Blue steel, in my experience, not very much. Oh, there it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we've got a tornado warning now for Hancock County, Mississippi, until 8:15 p.m. Central Time. Once again, storm chaser Brad Arnold's on his way over here. If we've got a tornado, we'll be able to see it through his feed, more than likely. We need you to get into shelter if you are in Lake Shore. Once again, Claremont Harbor, Bayside Park, all the way back there towards Pearlington. More specifically, we've got the Turkey Bayou Air Park in the path here, and actually really close is the Claremont Harbor School and Gulf View School. If we've got a tornado out here, it'll come onto shore somewhere just to the south and west of those two things. So please take shelter if you haven't already. And you can see above my head, we're continuing to monitor the storm surge situation down there in more southeastern Louisiana. Things are getting even more intense now all across the Mississippi River Delta.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. I'm afraid we're about to have some pretty significant flooding here in the New Orleans metro. Looking off the side of the interstate here, and a lot of these ditch lines and a lot of these roads are already covered in water, and tremendous amounts of rain falling are going to continue like this for the next couple of hours. I believe we're going to see some pretty serious flooding here in the next little bit, if not already ongoing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Chris. So once again, we're in downtown New Orleans. We're dealing with some big time wind and rain right now. This is Hurricane Francene. It's really showing itself in New Orleans and areas just to the west, especially, and now also east and northeast of New Orleans. We're dealing with tornadoes. Tornado warning for Hancock County, Mississippi. Brad Arnold, storm chaser Brad Arnold, is going to be getting pretty close to that here soon. We also have another traffic camera. This is from the Mississippi Department of Transportation on MS 603. You can see lightning. I hope that was lightning. Not a lot of lightning with this storm, but definitely saw a big flash in the background. But anyways, this is a live look at MS 603. We're looking south from Waveland right down towards where the tornado is crossing in, or the potential tornado is crossing over towards Claremont Harbor right now. I don't know. Did you guys see that too? The flash in the background there? Could be power flashes associated with strong winds, or maybe even a tornado. Yeah, a little bit more lightning activity with this one versus some of the other storms. We're picking up on a couple of strikes here in the past 5 minutes near Gulfside. This storm, the tornado warned storm, is moving northwest at 35 miles per hour. We're also starting to see multiple considerable flash flood warnings being issued now. Considerable flash flood warning for several counties in Louisiana, and it does include the New Orleans metro. Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, if you guys are following along in the Radar Omega app, you can see his little icon is on I-10. He's about to cross into the red polygon that represents the tornado warning there. So once again, we've got the traffic camera and we've got Brad Arnold to let us know if there's actually a tornado going on down here. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the National Hurricane Center just put out another update on Francene. It's their last hourly position-based update for the hurricane, but the maximum sustained winds is now down to 75 miles per hour. So it is still a Category 1 hurricane, but it's the very lowest level of a Category 1 hurricane.
All right, thank you very much, Elijah. So we still got a Category 1 hurricane, and it'll probably remain at that status for some time, but it's probably not going to be too long before we actually stop seeing the sustained winds of hurricane force around the core there. But I mean, you can see through Jordan's feed and through Chris what he's been saying. You can tell that things are certainly still very intense out there. Just saw another big flash on our traffic camera here. Likely lightning, as I am seeing now 4 strikes in the past 5 minutes near Gulf side. But still, very possible that we have a tornado trying to happen here too. That's why we've got the tornado warning for Gulf side. And Bayside Park. Yes, Illinois is fine. Illinois is fine right now. Yeah, definitely looks like the tornado threat is starting to actualize here. It'll be something that we have to keep an eye on for a while, honestly. We've been streaming now for 8 hours and 30 minutes. Is Slidell okay? Slidell's not under a tornado warning right now. You are under a flash flood warning, and obviously we've still got the one of the stronger part of the hurricane has still yet to go through Slidell, so we'll see what happens there. But right now you're fine for sure. The part of the storm that's affecting New Orleans continues to promote a pretty significant flash flooding threat. If this continues for much longer at the same rate that we're seeing right now, we'll probably be dealing with a pretty significant flooding situation in New Orleans. Wouldn't be surprised to see an even higher level warning than a considerable flash flood warning issued for that area. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have a cool update here. This was written by Palmer Berg. He is a meteorologist with the Weather Prediction Center. With Hurricane Francine having made landfall in Louisiana, we've now had 8 consecutive years of a Category 2 or higher hurricane making landfall in the continental US. In 2017, we had Harvey and Irma making landfall at Category 4 strength. We had Hurricane Michael making landfall as Category 5 in 2018. We had Hurricane Dorian in 2019. We had 4 separate hurricanes make landfall in the continental US in 2020, Laura being the highest at Category 4. In 2021, we had Hurricane Ida making landfall as Category 4. In 2022, we had Category 5 Hurricane Ian, which made landfall in the continental US as a Category 4. In 2023, we had Idalia making landfall as a Category 3. And now this year, we've had Hurricane Francine make landfall as a Category 2. So 8 consecutive years now of landfalling Category 2 or higher hurricanes in the continental US now.
Wow. Wow, fascinating. Thank you, Elijah. Yeah, it's we've got, and I was talking about it earlier. As he listed off some of the more recent storms outside of the ones that have happened this year. Every hurricane that we've covered on this channel has been a 3, 4, or 5. So the last couple of 1s and 2s have been interesting, to say the least. We've learned a lot, and yeah, that's stuff like that is fascinating, Elijah. Anytime you see something like that, let us know.
We're just to the northwest of the circulation, a little bit east, and have it cross in front of us to see. But I can go ahead and tell you, I don't know if you're watching the stream. Big time uptick in lightning. A lot of CGs going on.
Yeah, I've noticed the lightning on both Brad's feed and also the traffic camera that we're watching there. So there is actually a lot of lightning associated with this cell here that's promoting the tornado warning. So yeah, tornado warning continues. And the rotation is still very much there, getting ready to cross over Highway 607. And then eventually it'll be going up towards Interstate 10. And Brad's pretty much right in it, so if there's anything to see, we'll see it through his feed here soon. Over 202,000 people without power now. And we're starting to hear a couple more reports of the damage that's happened in and around Homa. Still nothing, wild, but lots of roof damage. Obviously, trees down, power lines down, several structures damaged, like warehouses and stuff like that. I think that tomorrow, once the water recedes, we'll probably hear a lot more about the flooding. As that'll probably be one of the bigger pieces to the puzzle here, and trying to figure out how much damage Hurricane Francene has done.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. When you have a second.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, man, so we finally made it through New Orleans. Just going through New Orleans, I counted over 15 power flashes in the past, 15 to 20 minutes. This still seeing power flashes actually behind me. But I'm going over the bridge towards Slidell, so if you don't care, you go ahead and do some UPS next day air a pair of pants, please. Thank you in advance.
So Chris is going to go over that same bridge that Brad went over earlier. So apparently this is a pretty intense bridge to go over during a hurricane. But you can see here that the strongest part of the storm, once again, is still working its way into New Orleans right now. If you haven't experienced a hurricane yet and you live over here in and or around New Orleans, this is it. This is going to be where you really start to feel it over the next little bit. Also, you're going to start to, get in on some of the stronger winds and hurricane-esque conditions here soon. A little bit farther north, maybe Laplace, Ruddock. All you guys need to be prepared for that. Now, it is weakening. Like, we're not going to see any more, sustained hurricane force winds for a significant period of time. We're certainly not going to see sustained winds much above hurricane force, but gusts above 80 miles per hour will be possible. And there's certainly going to be additional power outages and stuff like that. So keep that in mind. I think it's been about 8 hours since I've gotten a drink of anything. I'm going to go get me something real quick. 1 second. We have been going for 8 hours and 40 minutes. It's currently 9:09 Eastern, 8:09 Central. We've got a tornado warning. That was just the moment I said that, it was just allowed to expire. So we don't have a tornado warning. We have several flash flood warnings, considerable flash flood warnings going out all across Louisiana now. New Orleans included in that. And believe it or not, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning still up here in Montana. We've had several of these today. Cascade and Judith Basin counties in Montana under severe thunderstorm warning.
Well,
What happened to Brett Adair? He's still out there. You see him? Third one over. So Hurricane Francene's doing quite a bit of work right now in New Orleans, causing all kinds of problems with flooding and strong winds. That's going to continue to be the case for quite some time. Michael Beard is in New Orleans. So is Jennifer. Slide Jet Prime, thank you for that. Hearing that the West Napoleon Avenue in New Orleans is underwater per the fire department. This is probably an area you're familiar with if you're from New Orleans. Napoleon Avenue in New Orleans. And the flooding reports that are going to come out of New Orleans here soon, it's going to be incredible, especially on the western side. There's an area where a fire hose has just kind of opened up here between Booty, Hahnville, Laplace, and Wagaman. That corridor right there has received some significant rain, and it's not done. It's still happening. So I think we can get a radar estimate for rainfall here in the Radar Omega app. And my goodness, some of these places have seen 7 or 8 inches of rain. The specific spots that we're looking at here on the western side of New Orleans have seen 6-7 inches. And I think 2 more inches on top of that is not out of the question before the heaviest rain stops. So that's going to cause significant flash flooding no matter where you are. Yes, Jordan Hall is fine. We're talking to him. He's fine. So Jordan's up on a little
Hey,
bit
Ryan,
of an
the
embankment.
circulation that we were on before near Pearlington has weakened. Obviously, you can tell that the tornado warning has expired. I'm going to continue to head southeast towards the Bay St. Louis area. That Highway 90 is actually scenic Highway 90. It travels, you're literally right on the Gulf. So we'll be able to see everything. So for the first time today, we'll be able to see the Gulf. Hopefully, it's probably going to be an angry ocean and may have a little bit of surge even this far east.
All right, so Brad's out there giving us his point of view of a unique point of view. Everybody else is in New Orleans or points south. Brad's went over here into Mississippi now, giving us a view of the hurricane and its impacts over there, but also positioning himself perfectly to kind of be in the line of fire for potential tornadoes. Yes, it is Category 1. Ugh, it's all just hitting me at once. It was 9 hours since I gotten a drink of water. It's also been 9 hours since I went to the restroom. So I'll be right back. Mic's open. If anything happens and if you guys want to talk, it's all yours. What'd I miss? 221,000 people without power now.
Hey, Ryan, are you there? I just had a tornado cross in front of me about 2 minutes ago, but I couldn't get a hold of you.
Uh-huh. Oh, man. That would happen. I stand here, sit here for 9 hours, step away for 2 seconds, and then Brad Arnold sniffs out a tornado. Jordan does look like he's about to float away, but he's not. Don't worry. He's got a really good shot. he's a really good storm chaser with a really good shot, but he's not in any immediate danger outside of like what you would normally be in as a storm chaser in the middle of a hurricane. You know what I mean? What's for dinner tonight, Ryan? Skipping it. For the past, I don't know, since what was it, 7? No, 1 p.m., something like that. From 1 till now, I've been snacking on some cheese sticks. And that seems to be doing all right. Not quite as well as the hamburger patties, but it's sufficed. Andy is telling me that he is having some unbelievably spicy chicken tenders. And Kenzie is telling me that she had a Red Bull. So we're doing good, I think, on the nutrition side of things here. Ryan, are you carnivore? No, I eat a lot of meat sometimes. But also sometimes I have cheese sticks, Don't get too caught up in it, Man, these cells are really starting to look a little bit more, this is what you would expect to see in a tropical tornado kind of setup. Are these going to make it onto land and maintain the kind of organization that they have right now? I don't know. But if they do, that'll be the next big problem that we have. Oh, wow, yeah. These are rotating quite a bit, too. If you look way out in the ocean, we can see some rotation way up in the air. So that might be a Sharknado for real. Yep, storm surge continues to be a problem here in the Golden Meadow area south of Homa, especially. AT&T and T-Mobile customers are having difficulty contacting 911 over a wide area of the storm's impact, including Orleans Parish. AT&T and T-Mobile customers are also having a difficult time. Yeah, so you should use the backup number if you're listening to this and you're having a hard time reaching 911. There's a backup 10-digit emergency number. 504-671-3600. Galactic Magnet. Actually, no. We learned earlier that the Waffle Houses are not open. A lot of them aren't down here. Mississippi and Alabama will be affected by Francene tonight. It'll be mostly on the southern side of the states, and it won't be necessarily as much of a hurricane problem like we're seeing in New Orleans right now, as it will be just a heavy rain and maybe tornado problem, especially in the southern portion of the states. Tomorrow, there is a chance that we see a little bit more of a severe weather threat farther up into Alabama.
You're back for at least now. I think we're back.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
So the failover worked. Wow. I didn't think we'd ever need it. But we just lost our main glass wire connection, fiber connection here, and now we're on backup Starlink and AT&T, broadcasting to you live through a bonded connection. I don't know why we lost our main internet connection, but we did, and we failed over. Huge shout out to John at ISP Tech for coming down here and hooking us up with the equipment to make that happen. He saved the day. He saved the day. ISP Tech. Huge shout out. Now we might drop again whenever we get the fiber internet back. It'll probably drop out for another couple seconds as it switches back over to the main connection. But wow, very cool. And I'm nowhere near the hurricane, so it's got nothing to do with that. I don't know what's up. It's this is what it looks like right now at the weather house. Actually, you know what? We might not be able to see this because this. Oh, never mind. It is. It's clear. Not a storm in sight. So you guys might want to refresh your YouTube page here to get caught back up if you experienced a period of lagginess there on the stream. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I wanted to mention something for anyone who has been affected so far and is going to be doing cleanup afterward, that you need to be careful during cleanup. So it might not seem like it because there's not been a lot going on in the Atlantic like this entire season so far, but the Atlantic hurricane season is already at 94 deaths. That might we've only had 5 storms and we're at 94 deaths. A large chunk of those did come from Hurricane Beryl. Actually, about 45 were in the US from Hurricane Beryl. And a lot of those were indirect deaths from afterward. 10 of those were specifically related to post cleanup, specifically with heat and not having power from the hurricane. There's also been a lot of deaths from people it's dying during cleanup because of different causes. So while you're cleaning up from the hurricane, please be careful because you can be killed by some of the debris, especially if you're using a chainsaw or something falls on you while during your cleanup. And also keep yourself hydrated. A couple of people died from Hurricane Beryl from dehydration, they had heat strokes, basically. So be careful, please, while cleaning up.
Very important stuff. Thank you, Elijah. I actually didn't know that the death toll for the Atlantic hurricane season was that high. Just honestly, something that a lot of people you don't think about initially when you think about all of the dangers that go into a hurricane. You think about the winds, the storm surge, but the moment the storm's over, for a lot of people, the danger just begins, and there's a long period of time where things are quite dangerous. So unfortunately, that's going to be the case. There is going to be quite a bit of cleanup that needs to be done in some of these places, especially around New Orleans. I think the flash flooding is going to continue to be a big problem tonight. The winds are still causing a lot of problems between Lockport and Kenner and Laplace right now. Just keep that in mind as you inevitably have to deal with the cleanup process tomorrow. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just wanted to give an update on the tornado watch that currently exists and possibly the one that
Hey
will
Ryan,
be
it's
issued
Brad.
ahead
Just
of
gonna let you know
time.
that
Again,
I'm
for those
going to go set
areas
up
of
shop in
southwestern
Gulfport, Mississippi. It looks like
Alabama here
those
into
cells, I know
the
you mentioned it
panhandle
earlier
of
on the
Florida.
stream.
That one hasn't been issued yet,
Those
but for the
cells
one
have
that
really
does
good
exist
rotation
right
on them
now,
offshore. I just want to see if they can
I do
sustain.
hear
If they
the
would,
changing.
they would come back to back to back to back on Gulfport. So I'm going to head down that way and just kind of camp out there for just a little while and watch how these mature and if they can continue to last.
Okay, thank you, Brad. And Andy, go ahead.
Thanks. So sorry, guys, about interrupting that. Of course, I can barely hear it because I have to hear Ryan in two separate sources in order to hear the chaser. So I don't know. He's talking until I kind of hear like an echo. And I'm like, what in the world is going on? I just kind of have to hope that that doesn't happen. But so I always apologize if that does happen. And Ryan, also, you can just, every time that happens from here on, you can just straight up cut me off. Just be
Okay.
like, anyways, for the tornado watch that is occurring right now, or that is in place right now, I don't think they have updated. I looked at the graphic and they just literally updated it right now. Okay, good. Well, from what I'm looking at via mesoanalysis, the axis of instability is basically on the eastern side of Lake Pontchartrain and to the east. So if you are near Baton Rouge, if you're near Hammond, any of these areas north and west of Lake Pontchartrain, and also just outside of the New Orleans metro to the west, your tornado threat is basically null. You're really worried about any residual wind damage from any weak trees that may topple over, and of course, any of the flooding that may occur. So I could say that you guys are out of the tornado threat. However, the instability will move inland up through Gulfport and also up to Mobile overnight into the morning hours. And I expect that that is where the tornado threat will be refocused. For any warnings that may be issued, I expect them to be in that area. So please expect that. If you live in those areas, just be aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings overnight, because you will have the chance to receive a tornado warning literally at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning as these spiral rain bands work their way upward and inland off of the Gulf. So that is what I'm seeing for the tornado threat, and to give a sort of an update on the areas that are still concerning the tornado watch, and also where they aren't. So hopefully that helps.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. And I forgot, this is another reason why we've got to come up with a plan where we're streaming more often, even if it's for no reason. I've got a button here that takes care of that situation, and I was using it in a lot of our streams in May, but I just forgot that it exists. I can, if Andy's talking and somebody comes across on Zello, I can cue the Zello to start after Andy stops talking. So that's how we'll deal with that from now on. But sorry about that. I know that was confusing. Okay. We do have a flash flood emergency now. I believe that's what I saw. Yeah, there it is. Flash flood emergency, catastrophic flash flooding now expected in New Orleans, Laplace, Norco, Wagaman, Kenner. All these places are under a flash flood emergency. We talked about this. We talked about the possibility of that happening. And now here we are. Once again, the fire hose it has just been nuts. Look at this loop. This heaviest rain has just been falling in the same places for an extended period of time, and it's still happening. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. So the western side of New Orleans, especially over there towards Laplace, this is a flash flood emergency. Catastrophic flooding is likely if you live in this area. Flash flood emergency is the highest level flash flood warning that you can get. It's similar to, the PDS or tornado warning, PDS severe thunderstorm warning. A flash flood emergency is only issued in a very specific situation where we think lots of lives are in danger. And what's unfortunate about this one is it's in a very populated area, and there's a lot of susceptible places in here, and very floodable places, I guess you could say. So unfortunately, this is going to be a big problem tonight. 720,000 people live inside of this flash flood emergency. Matt Richard, thank you for that. My goodness. Sorry, I'm reading and I'm trying to get the I'm trying to get a couple things lined out here. I want to make sure that we're looking at everything in the flash flood emergency. A huge to-do list after this stream is over to make things a little bit smoother for next time. But yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we just got word of the flash flood emergency here in New Orleans. 720,000 people are in the path of a potential storm that's producing catastrophic flooding as a result of the eye wall of the hurricane just kind of unfolding here right around New Orleans. So the winds are decreasing, right? The winds are becoming less of a problem, but the rain is still there, and it's almost been stationary here for the past couple of hours, and that's caused 6, 7, in some places 8 inches of rain to fall very quickly, and more is on the way. Thank you, Axe. Matt or Richard, thank you. Dang. Trey, thank you. I'm trying my best to find something without a power outage here in our array of traffic cameras in the area. But we do have Jennifer and Michael Beard out there in the flash flood emergency. If you're using the Radar Omega app, there's a couple of storm chasers in there as well. Brandon Kopic is one of them. Storm chaser Brad Arnold is still over here towards the Gulfport, and he's positioned himself pretty well to intercept some of these storms that are coming in that might cause some tornado problems a little bit later as well. So we've got a lot of different risks, a lot of different things happening here, and we're trying to keep you updated on all of them at the same time. Elliot says, I missed the last 2 hours. What did I miss? A couple tornado warnings, flash flood emergency. Pretty much the same thing. Actually, things have picked up a little bit. We could have probably started the stream a little bit later. But we're still going to be here for a little while longer. We've been going for 9 hours, 18 minutes. Once again, I'm just going to keep going until I feel like we're not needed anymore, or until we hit our time limit. Which is 11 hours and 59 minutes. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, right on the edge of our instability axis is where tornadoes like to occur sometimes. And that is why we've seen that corridor that I mentioned that goes right along I-10 is where I was visualizing it. That had several tornado warnings earlier. So south of Slidell and then also to the east of it and a little bit north now near Pearl River. You can kind of think about it as that instability marching a little bit inland. And now that's where our rotations are setting up here just outside of Pearl River in Louisiana, headed to the west-northwest through St. Tammany Parish. That doesn't have a warning on it right now. And I do believe it'll run out of steam really quickly, just like our other rotations that we tracked earlier have. But that is probably the strongest area that I'm watching that could see a warning, but I think it's just below warning threshold. So hopefully that deteriorates in the same pattern as we've observed previously today. But that's an interesting way to sort of visualize, like when I'm talking about with that instability going inland and how it'll look later for our friends in southeastern Mississippi and the Mobile, Alabama area, as well as the Panhandle of Florida.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Bringing our attention back to the tornado situation over here. 3 ongoing situations. Developing tornado situation. This is from New Orleans all the way over to Biloxi and everywhere in between. It'll be even farther east than that later. And then in New Orleans, we've got a catastrophic flooding situation. That's going to probably expand to the north. I would not be surprised at all to see very significant flooding tonight in places like Mandeville, also Gonzales, and places like that. And then we've got the storm surge situation also continuing to be a problem as per it's very visible and easy to see there from Jordan Hall's feed that we're not seeing any sort of let up in the storm surge just yet, all the way down there back towards Homa, south of Homa, between Golden Meadow and Duloc. Okay, so wide spread area being affected now by Hurricane Francene, and we've got you covered on all aspects, all corners. We got Brad Arnold up there, chasing the storms near Gulfport. We've got, Andy watching the storms that are capable of producing tornadoes. And we've got Jordan Hall down there with the storm surge, and we've got all kinds of stuff, people and stuff helping to monitor the situation in New Orleans. So here's the Pearl River area of interest that Andy was just talking about. So we're going to watch that and all the way back down through here. No tornado warnings at this very moment. So yeah, we've been working on some new stuff, and that's why we've got some, we've had a couple of different technical problems, but it's going to be worth it. Andy has the ability now to basically talk to us through the radar map, and we're going to expand on that as time goes on. He'll be able to draw a circle, and you'll be able to see it in real time. And that kind of, stuff that should probably just exist already. But like we're going to make it happen. But you can see his little marker that he put here to draw my attention to that area. And it's stuff like that is is part of the reason why we can't get our cameras to work right. And it doesn't make sense, I know. But like once it's all working, oh man, it's going to be great. Opinion on Baton Rouge and the surrounding areas. I think that you guys are going to probably miss the majority of the worst part of this storm. Is going to go off to your east. Still lots of heavy rain. Some flooding problems are going to be possible this evening or tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. But I think that you guys are fine for the most part. Morgan City, Louisiana did take on some damage, David. Nothing crazy, but I have heard several reports of structures being significantly damaged and roofs off of, buildings and stuff like that. Trees down. Pretty much what you would expect. Oh, look at the water here. This is Chef Jay. Sent this to us on Twitter, X. They're in Kenner, Louisiana. Look at the water in the road there. This is not usually a river. I'm assuming this is a street. Chef, hope you're okay. Just know that the water that you're seeing there is going to continue to rise. So to have a plan in place to make sure you've got the ability to get to higher ground if you need to go. And I'm seeing all kinds of videos too from what is this, WDSU? Yeah, that's a local news station down there. Tons of cars floating down the streets of New Orleans. The scene is quite literally catastrophic, and that's why we have the flash flood emergency. A little bit more information about flash flood emergencies and like what does that mean? Flash flood warning, we're all familiar with that. That's when a dangerous flash flood is happening or will happen soon. Some roads will be flooded, homes and businesses may flood. A flash flood emergency is issued for extremely rare situations when a severe threat to human life and catastrophic damage from flash flood is happening now or will happen soon. Flash flood emergency is a life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding under an evacuation order. So flash flood emergency is what they issue in a situation like this where you have an unprecedented, really a lot of rain in a short period of time, or if a dam breaks or something like that. It's not your normal situation that would provoke a flash flood emergency. And yeah, another thing that that's new that some of you have noticed is the overlay. But another thing to add to the list there is the pop-ups. The thing, usually it pops up at the bottom. It's not happening. So it was yesterday. I know I've said this I've said this a lot, but something that we're going to start doing here soon is more members only live streams, and it's simply just to get ahead of this kind of thing and make sure everything's working correctly. But things are going smooth enough, We're able to get the word out. All we really need, we don't need the fancy stuff. All we need is a connection with Andy, Elijah, and Riley, whoever else we're working with, Brad, and a Radar Omega. That's all we need. All this extra stuff is just that. It's just extra. Did we just see a transformer explode? Is that what that was? Did you guys see that on the camera right there? Something blew up. And Kenzie, of course. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you guys saw that too. I'm not just like seeing things. Good. I like to check.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. You got a copy?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so we finally got across that bridge. We're in Mississippi now. I don't know if you can see the stream or not, but we stopped by here at the Mississippi Welcome Center, and there is some pretty significant flooding going on. If this area right here gets much more rain, this Welcome Center will more than likely be flooded out, at least on the roadways, because I'm looking at it right now. It's surrounding both sides of the roads on the ways in and out. So, yeah, we're going to go on east, and yeah, I just figured I'd give you a quick update and showing you on the stream there if you got it.
Yeah, somebody asked me to take a look at the rest of the Atlantic. I'll show you guys the latest NHC 7-day because it's pretty colorful. So after we're done with Francene, our attention is going to go over to the main development region where we have 3 areas of interest: 1 tropical depression, 2 areas that could turn into tropical depressions here soon. So the tropics are awake. Francene is our biggest focus right now, obviously, but I think we're going to have several storms to monitor at the same time here soon. Hail, no. We've done quite a few hurricane streams, and I haven't seen as many. It's something about today. Everybody's asking about hail. Not a lot of hail is typically experienced with a tropical system. In fact, the tornado watch that was issued earlier today specifically mentioned no hail. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Brian, on that note, I can confirm there has been no hail recorded thus far in the hurricane. In fact, the Storm Prediction Center actually only has 7 reports the entire day for their entire map. And they record, wind, hail, and tornadoes. And those 7 reports are hail, but it's way up into Idaho, Montana, associated with some of those storms that were up there earlier today. But no hail whatsoever in the hurricane.
Thank you, Elijah. That'll be the day. If we start seeing hail in our hurricanes, then you know something's up. You know things have just gone too far. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, because we're talking about hail and hurricanes, I had to bring it up. I think Elijah was thinking the same thing, but that is actually sometimes a phenomenon that we see inside the eye wall of hurricanes. Oh, wow, my lights just came on.
Look like me.
That is sometimes a phenomenon that we see inside the eye wall of hurricanes, and I believe that was during Ian where the hurricane hunters actually had to abort a eye wall fly through because of the hail in there. And they were straight up hey, there's hail in this eye wall. It's flying at 200 miles an hour. If we fly through this, we are that's certain death because it's going to blow the plane apart. So it is sometimes possible to see hail inside the eye wall of much stronger hurricanes, but definitely not a category 1.
Well, there you go. We have had hail in hurricanes before GTA 6. Which is crazy. New Orleans, downtown New Orleans. The heaviest of the rain looks like it might be trying to come to an end. We've had a little bit of a push here recently, so some of that rain is trying to get out of here. So hopefully that continues to be the case. But now on the northern side of New Orleans, I'm worried about if this continues to happen over Lake Pontchartrain up towards Mandeville and Madisonville, it's going to be a big problem up there as well. Liz asked a great question. What do you suggest people do in compounding warnings, like a flash flood warning and a tornado warning at the same time? Do you go up or down? That is a good question, and it's a unique situation that we've had to communicate before. We've had flash flood emergencies and tornado warnings at the same time. And it comes down to it comes down to there's not a set of guidelines for that. You have to kind of understand your local, your situation. You got to have situational awareness. Are you in a flood prone area? Are you experiencing flooding? Are you in a high rise building? Are you in a mobile home? The answers to those questions are very important when it comes to the next steps. But generally, you want to make sure that you're indoors, right? You want to make sure you've got as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And on the lowest floor of your home, obviously, unless it's, flooded, the lowest floor that you could possibly get to. Probably best to avoid, if you're in a place that could potentially be flooded, especially, it would be best to avoid a basement if you've got another alternative. So, yeah, it's a tricky situation. It's a rare situation that you find yourself in a flash flood situation and a tornado warning at the same time, but it happens. It definitely happens. Trust your instincts, maybe, yeah. Any chance Slidell will see more tornado warnings? Yes, there's a chance that could happen. But if if I lived in Slidell, I'd be a little bit more concerned about the flooding. The same band of rain that's prompted the flash flood emergency in New Orleans is going to come up towards Slidell. And you guys are going to have several hours of intense rainfall here. So if you live in a flood prone area in Slidell, get ready for that. Where are you located, Ryan? We are broadcasting to you live from Eastern Kentucky. If you've downloaded the Radar Omega app, you can see our approximate location, the weather house, and see our live camera 24/7 over there. Hi, Jack. Thank you very much. Yeah, hail and a hurricane. Not the best. Is the worst over for Gonzales, Louisiana? No. No, you've got pretty much take the worst that you've seen so far and just do that again for the next 2 hours. Then the worst will be over. You're in a little bit of a lull right now. Some stronger wind and rains on the way. It'll last for a couple hours and then it'll get out of your hair. Nothing crazy. It is moving slow. Yeah, that's why we've got that. I mean, that's the biggest reason behind the flash flood emergency. I've got water. I've got an assortment of beverages over here. I'm sneaking and sipping. Somebody asked if I've had water. I've had water, Diet Coke, you name it. There's caffeine in Diet Coke. I've got it. Yeah, kombucha. I've got it over here too. Liquid IV. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So you might find this interesting and other people might as well. So we have an actual like post from the Weather Prediction Center from about 12 hours ago because they do their like measurements from 12Z to 12Z, which means the official like map for all the rainfall for the hurricane so far won't come out until about noon tomorrow. Well, actually about 7 a.m. tomorrow Central. But we do have from some of the outer rain bands from about a couple hours ago, 12 hours ago ish. And the maximum rainfall that they had recorded previously on like the previous day, kind of putting air quotes there, was 5 inches. Surprisingly, on the same day, the maximum snowfall was 3 inches in Washington. So we had 3 inches of snow in Washington while we had 5 inches of rain recorded in Louisiana from the outer rain bands. So we had nearly as much snow in the US as we did rain from the hurricane in the outer rain bands.
Wow. That is interesting. And I'm sure a lot of people would agree. And speaking of that, I mean, I wasn't even thinking about snow. We are experiencing some snow. In our next video that we do, I think that we're going to be mentioning it a little bit more. So yeah, that's crazy. We're talking about snow and hurricanes at the same time. Cool stuff. Where are the burger patties? I forgot them today. Almost time for Yalla meters. Yes. We're going to do our winter outlook. I've had my face in the computer screen trying to do all kinds of stuff, and I haven't had time to make the winter outlook yet, but we're going to do it here soon. I know a lot of people are looking for it. Last week, our winter outlook from last year got 300,000 views. Last week. So there's a lot of people are looking for it. We're late, but I'm gonna do it. It actually takes a lot of like preparation and research, and it's not an easy video to make. So it takes some time. So, but we're working on it. The hurricane still moving in the same direction. I'll throw the cone back up here so you guys can see that. That is our projected path. It won't be a hurricane by the time it gets up there to Memphis, obviously. It won't be a hurricane much longer at all, to be honest. Yeah, we'll look at the future radar for sure. So this is what the radar could look like as we go into the future. It's just a simulation. It's not exact. There is no magic crystal ball for weather. However, this is a pretty good guess as what the radar is going to look like as we go into the future. So let me load all the frames here. And we'll slide through it. This is midnight. So in a couple of hours, we're going to see, and I wanted to do the nationwide view just in case, you know, there's somebody watching over here in Wyoming. And if we were to zoom in over here, they would be like, what about Wyoming? You know, so we want to include everybody. We are going to see the continued deluge of heavy rain and the potential tornado threat continue at midnight tonight. More focused on the southern Mississippi and Alabama areas. That's going to continue to be a problem likely through 3 a.m. Into the panhandle of Florida. I think that we still have a decent chance of dealing with tornadoes isolated, obviously, but definitely a chance of seeing some tornadoes as early as 7 a.m. Tomorrow in the panhandle of Florida, up in the southern portions of Alabama. And then, honestly, I'm just looking at the composite reflectivity here. I don't have the other stuff loaded. But just from looking at the composite reflectivity, this doesn't look like a terrible tropical tornado kind of setup. It doesn't look like it's going to be a huge outbreak or anything. But you notice how the storms tomorrow are pretty isolated in nature. We could have a couple of supercells that try to produce tornadoes tomorrow. And also, it doesn't end tomorrow. If we go into the day on Friday, I think that the severe weather risk continues here in the Tennessee Valley down into the Dixie Alley. So, yeah, this thing's going to unwind very slowly, bringing heavy rain to like the Memphis area and the Boot Heel of Missouri. And there's going to be a couple of days of isolated severe weather chances down here in the southeast that include the risk for tornadoes. Very interesting stuff. So we'll have a video talking more about that tomorrow morning. So make sure you're subscribed. Also, make sure you are going over to our Discord server. Discord. It'll link in the description, I believe. Yeah, there's a link in the description if you want to join our Discord server. Elijah's in there. Okay, so is Andy and everybody else. But Elijah, that's where he is going to keep us updated on the aftermath. So if you're interested in hearing about, you know, did we learn about the total damage and all that kind of stuff, Elijah puts a lot of effort into compiling that data for us and stores it in our Discord server. So if you're interested in keeping up with that, once again, link in the description and in the chat for our Discord server. Also, it's just a great resource. It's honestly kind of crazy. There's 20,000 people in there. Bunch of 27,000. Okay. There a lot of very active weather enthusiasts, right? So if there's ever a storm anywhere on Earth, essentially, you go into the weather lobby and there's at least 5 people talking about that storm. You know what I mean? And it's really interesting. Lots of smart people in there. Lots of, you know, you can ask questions. You know, lots of people. It's a cool thing. I think it's the largest, like, compiled area of weather nerds on the internet. Like 27,000 people in there. Yeah, well, it's more than 5 people. I was thinking like, on a Tuesday in June, when there's just a marginal risk of there's not even a marginal risk of severe weather. Nobody's thinking about severe weather. It's a beautiful day everywhere, except for southern Utah. There's a place in southern Utah that gets under a severe thunderstorm warning. The population in the warning is 1, right? There's 1 person under this severe thunderstorm warning. Even in that situation, and also it's 3 a.m. Even in that situation, there's 5 to 10 people talking about that storm in the weather lobby, which is cool. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have an update on some of the rainfall and flooding in New Orleans. So we do have confirmed like measurements of nearly 8 inches and in some cases more than 8 inches of rainfall that have fallen in the New Orleans metro. It looks like River Ridge, which is one of the direct suburbs of downtown New Orleans, has recorded 8.2 inches of rain that it has measured. Uh, Pretty much everywhere in the whole city has at least 7 inches. So even though we don't have a direct measurement from like downtown New Orleans, with all the suburbs having 7 inches, it's pretty safe to say that downtown New Orleans got 7 inches of rain just from the rain bands of Francene so far. And it's still raining there. So that is probably why the flash flood emergency was issued in the first place, because these rain bands kind of just stalled out right over New Orleans.
Awesome. That is incredible information. And what we were looking at earlier was a radar estimate when we were showing some of the rain totals and stuff. So what he just told us about is real measured rainfall amounts, which lines up pretty well with what we were talking about. I'm going to have to sit down. We're going on 10 hours now. Time to sit down. Yeah, very significant amount of rain in a very short period of time. I think I was standing the whole time. There might have been a brief period where I was not standing, but yeah, I've been standing the majority of the live stream, I think.
Hey Ryan, when you get a second, hit me up.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I am in Gulfport, Mississippi. I was initially going to just intercept tornadoes, but it looks like those are kind of dying off once they get closer to land. So I was just, poking around a little bit. We actually have quite a bit of storm surge coming up in Gulfport, Mississippi right now, as you can see by this pier. So you may want to check it out.
So this is a live look from Gulfport, not New Orleans. We'll show this through Radar Omega while I fix that. Is somebody making a list for me, chat? What all the things that I need to fix? But yeah, storm surge. Honestly, surprisingly, pretty significant there in Gulfport. And I think similarly to what we were looking at farther to the south, that's going to continue to rise until the center of circulation is past the bay there. So I spent a month compiling this database of all, like, thousands of traffic cameras, all of our storm chasers, yada, yada, yada. And it automatically updates the locations. But I forgot that that also needs to update on the UI so you guys can see it. So it's a simple fix. It's just, we needed to go live to know that needed to happen. No confirmed tornadoes yet. No, we have had a couple of tornado warnings, but nothing confirmed. Dang, Ryan, you had one job. Yeah. Yeah. We haven't lost any Dollar Generals. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I just saw a bit of confusion on why, given that there were some 75, 78 mile an hour wind gusts in at the New Orleans International Airport, why wouldn't they be in a hurricane warning? Even though, the hurricane took a track to the east and those warnings could be updated. The reason why there was never a hurricane warning, but a tropical storm warning for the area is because a hurricane warning needs to have the wind speeds that qualify a storm as a hurricane to be sustained in an area. So even though you can get gusts of hurricane force winds up to 80 miles an hour, in this case for New Orleans over in Metairie, that does not qualify as a hurricane warning because it is not a sustained wind, which means it's consistently blowing at that speed. So you guys are getting 50 mile an hour winds sustained, and you are hearing that. That's right in the middle of a tropical storm criteria. So there are, unfortunately, a lot of people angry at the National Weather Service about that, and I found it quite odd. So I figured I would clarify that, yes, residents who are going through it in New Orleans may not understand why their wording is not so, extremely significant for the winds that they're hearing, but that there is this has been the same practice for a very long time for what qualifies for a tropical storm warning and what constitutes a hurricane warning. So I would hope that there's no malice against the National Weather Service for just doing what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. Meteorologist Andy Hill. Hold on one second. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay, yeah, sorry. But yeah, thank you, Andy. And if you are, I see some people in the chat, asking still about places downstream. I promise. Before we end this stream, which we're nearing that time. Before we end the stream, we will go over everything again, just like we did at the beginning of the stream, outlining the forecast. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we may have people from LSU watching right now. The LSU College University campus is closed. They're going to remain closed, and it says they're going to be classes are canceled on Thursday, September 12th. And they're asking people to remain like in a shelter in place until 1 p.m. on Thursday on the LSU campus.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elijah. Also, whoever's making my to-do list, add HTTP to Severe Studio links. My goodness. All right. Go ahead, Andy.
All right, Ryan, this is the one. There's a shrimp coming on shore towards Gulf Shores, Alabama here, south and east of Mobile. A little shrimp supercell has popped up here and is starting to establish itself. So please beware of this shrimp, and we'll see if it gets a special marine warning on that. It's the closest one I could find to the shore. I'll mark it in just a second.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. We've got shrimps. We've got a couple of, just at first glance, a couple of areas that look interesting out here. The one that Andy's talking about, he's dropped his marker right here, right next to the shrimp. And yeah, this might be something that we have to watch for potential, especially if we see it increase in the intensity here and the amount of rotation that we're seeing. That might be another tornado warning situation. And now we're getting close to where these are interacting with land way over here near Pensacola, Florida, and Gulf Shores. So yeah, this is going to continue to be the case for quite some time. We might see storms as far east as Panama City even before things are all said and done. And some of those might cause problems in the form of tornadoes. Big time storm a little bit farther to the west, also much farther offshore. So all of these storms are ones that we definitely need to be watching as they come up towards southern Alabama, Panhandle, Florida, that area. Where's the eye now? There really isn't an eye. The storm is kind of unfolded. The eye is technically all down here. And this is technically the eye wall, or what's left of it. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I have two things. First off, Mississippi State University has also canceled classes tomorrow. They just announced that. So that's another big school that people probably might have someone that's watching that would be there. Second thing, we have a new flash flood warning, but it is not for the hurricane. It's in the middle of Montana. Just wanted to let you know that.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. We've honestly, it's been a pretty active day up there in Montana. We've had, well, I think 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, some hail reports, now flash flooding also on the table. Alabama Department of Transportation completely off the chain with their network of traffic cameras. Goated. Some of their, like, there's 987 traffic cameras in Alabama that are publicly available. Some of them are like HD. Can we see Brad's feed? Yeah, it's I'll pull it up full. Pretty much the most active area that we're looking at right now. How come there's no NWS boxes on the screen? What are you talking about? Moose says, I'm in Slidell, and there's a community group on Facebook. We were talking about a potential tornado, but nothing came of it. There was a tornado warning there was actually a pretty significant area of rotation that went right through Slidell, and I believe that it just didn't translate to a tornado, thankfully. Are you going live tomorrow? Probably not, unless the tornado threat looks more robust, I guess, more concerning. Right now, it doesn't look unconcerning. However, we've got a criteria. I think it's 10% now, not necessarily hatched. Tomorrow, if we were to get a 10%, we might go live. We spent all tornado season. We had a pretty active tornado season. Did a lot of streams, and I've spent most of the downtime, trying to make things better for tornado coverage. And I think that we've got all kinds of really cool stuff lined out for that. But now I need another
Hey Ryan, it's
couple
Brad.
months of
Just want to let
downtime.
you know, surge is coming over the wall now in Gulfport, Mississippi.
To prepare for hurricane season. Like it's a completely different style of coverage, and I'm realizing that there's some cool stuff that we could do to make that better. So if we have a slow winter, that's what I'll be working on. Brad is live from Gulfport, Mississippi, showing the storm surge starting to come over there. Lightning as well. An incredible view from Brad Arnold. Thank you, Sheila. Brad's exact location is Gulfport. He is on, he's just south of Highway 90, East Beach Boulevard. He's like on a little beach access road to the south of that. The text says Pearlington, and it's something I unfortunately can't fix right now, but I tell you what I can do. Maybe. There we go. It's a temporary solution. And I just got to remember to say periodically, Brad is in Gulfport. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so officially it is now Tropical Storm Francine. It has been downgraded to a tropical storm, so Hurricane Francine is no more. It's now Tropical Storm Francine.
Thank you very much, Elijah. We went live earlier today, about 10 and a half hours ago, as Hurricane Francine was Category 1. We watched it evolve into a Category 2, made landfall as a Category 2 in Louisiana. Got downgraded not too long ago to a Category 1. Now it is a tropical storm. So we've witnessed the majority of the mature phase of this hurricane today. And now it's starting to fall apart. It's no longer a tropical system. It won't be for much longer. But it's still going to cause problems like what you're seeing right now all through the night. And also, it's going to continue to promote a potential tornado situation in southern Mississippi and into Florida. Yeah, it's good news. It's getting weaker. I'm getting plumb tired. Got to wake up early and take Echo to preschool. He calls it pretty school. But I think we're going to hang out for a little while longer. Anybody on the team who is ready to dip out, you are good to go. We'll wrap it up here soon. But I'm going to hang out for just a little bit longer. Robert says, do you ever get recognized out in the community? Me personally, not very much in my hometown, which is crazy. I go to Walmart, go to preschool, whatever it is, normal thing. But if I leave Pikeville, if I'm at an airport, if I'm at a Target in some city that's not my hometown, yes, it's actually a very common thing. So I don't know what's up with that, but I actually really enjoy it, living here and, not necessarily being, I don't mind talking to people about like being getting recognized as the weather guy or whatever, but it is cool to not, like, it's not something that I think about, unless I leave my hometown. And that's probably because we just don't get a lot of weather here. So people that live where I live just aren't watching this channel. Kimberly says, Brad is in my parking spot. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the main airport in New Orleans, the Louis Armstrong Airport, one of the access roads right next to the runways, has at least a foot to maybe 18 inches of water on it. So there's a good chance the runway is flooded pretty bad.
Okay. Thank you very much. Lots of flooding. I think tomorrow, as we learn about the damage and understand the total impacts from the storm, I think flooding is going to be the headline. That's going to be the main thing. And of course, we are going to have a video tomorrow. We'll try to go over as much of that as possible, but we're also going to talk about the tornado threat and snow in the Northwest.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. You got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Well, we drove all night down here, and we've been driving all day. I've made it to Gulfport, and I have found me a nice little hotel, and I am going to go ahead and call it a night and get a couple of hours of Z's while it's raining on a tin roof.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Sounds relaxing. You deserve it, Chris. Get some Z's. Checking on Andy's shrimp. It's still shrimping. It's trying its best. I think this is what we're waiting for to determine, you know, if I'm going to keep going or not. We're going to see if this shrimp, we're going to see what it does here as it gets closer to Gulf shores. There will be more shrimps, even if this one doesn't do anything. And, you know, I'm referring to a storm that's capable of producing potentially a tornado here. If you are just now tuning in and you're like, what's this guy talking about? But, you know, at some point we do have to end the stream here. And if this ends up not doing anything, that might be the point. Not too much in the way of rain here in eastern Kentucky. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but this is pretty cool. We were in People magazine, two different ones. Well, what are they called? Issues? I don't know about magazines, but if you go to like wherever these are, Walmart, the magazine store, you can get these right now. And there's a story in there about the Ryan Hall's Y'all Squad chasing storms and helping survivors rebuild. It's pretty cool. We talked about the Y'all Squad and the stories in there, and it's in People magazine. There's also a digital version on their website. Oh, I have it. Chandra went and got one. I don't know what page it's on. Oh, there it is. 59. Look there, Bulls. But yeah, it's a good read, and there's some updates in there about the Y'all Squad if you guys are interested in that. We haven't posted a video in a while on the channel, even though we've got a lot of content queued up. We've just got a lot going on here, and yeah, it's a good thing, and it's also it's kind of an overwhelming thing. But we'll get those videos out. soon. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we've got the Y'all Squad channel where we document our relief missions and stuff. We've got like 3 queued up, filmed, almost completely edited, ready to go. I think you'll see. So if you're just now tuning in, we are monitoring what's left of Hurricane Francene, now Tropical Storm Francene. We're monitoring the impacts that are being felt north of New Orleans. It's honestly, things are calming down a little bit overall. Even the rain associated with this isn't prompting new flash flood warnings just yet. It probably will soon. But right now, the vast majority of the heaviest rains over Lake Pontchartrain. Also, the tornado threat hasn't really picked up significantly, but also there is a possibility that that's going to change overnight as well. But we're waiting to see what's happening with this storm here. There's a rotating storm heading up towards Gulf Shores, and we're going to wait until it gets a little bit closer to the shore, and we'll see if they issue a tornado warning. If not, then we'll probably wrap it up. We've been going now for 10 hours, 31 minutes. Yeah, for everybody that's curious about what I'm doing here, what I'm using, the main radar that we're using is Radar Omega. David G has been here for 37 months. Absolutely nuts how far this has come since signing up as the first high risker. You were the first high risker, David. Did you ever think when you first became a high risker, did you ever think, wow, one day this is going to be in People magazine? Ryan Haas. They're the ones that do oh man. I had a funny joke there, but I lost it. It's getting late. We're gonna have to end the stream. Completely off the rails. Radar Omega is a big contributor to the channel. So RMH, we love Radar Omega. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I know we're kind of ending down and such, so I did want to, I said it earlier in the stream, so I'm going to go ahead and say it again, I guess. If you were impacted by the hurricane, now tropical storm, please be careful while you are doing cleanup work. Several deaths this year have from like the hurricanes, like Hurricane Bear or Hurricane Debbie, have actually been attributed to cleanup. Several people were killed by the kind of cleanup time during Hurricane Beryl from heart attacks during cleanup, not being cautious with material like chainsaws. Just be very, very cautious while you are cleaning up from the hurricane. So far, the Atlantic hurricane season has documented 94 deaths. So be very careful when you are cleaning up, please.
Thank you, Elijah. Very important stuff. The danger continues even after the storm for a lot of people. Right now, The probability of a live stream tomorrow is pretty low.
Hey, Ryan, just wanted to let you know, still sitting here in Gulfport. Surge is still coming in. I'm not expecting anything super substantial with it. Tornado risk really hadn't panned out. Probably going to give it about another 10, 15 minutes, then probably end my stream. I'm sure you're probably winding down as well. It's been a long day. Thankfully, I haven't heard of too much damage. So hopefully that trend continues, and I'll be headed home tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Brad. Super thankful to have Brad on our side here. Hoping Brad's a MVP storm chaser. And by the way, he has his own YouTube channel as well. If you want to subscribe to Brad, storm chaser Brad Arnold. But yeah, our Y'all Hub model here is only given a 30% probability of a live stream tomorrow. Interestingly, a little bit of a higher probability on Friday. That might be a little bit mixed up, but nevertheless, we're definitely making a video tomorrow, and we'll be trying to see if we're gonna go live or not. We might be on standby mode. Yeah, things are winding down quite a bit here. Is that a public website yet? Nope, not yet. Still working out the kinks. So some of the stuff that we're working on, that'll be public, hopefully before next tornado season. That's what a lot of this stuff was made for. I think we really need to perfect tornado season, then we'll perfect hurricane season, then we'll perfect blizzard and, winter weather. Guys, I plan on doing this for as long as I'm alive. So I'm thinking long term here. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting a lot of work into making this easy and sustainable to do all the time. But also like really good for you guys. And it takes time. So next hurricane season, things are going to be nuts. Like how easy it is for us to do what we need to do, and all the resources that we'll have at our disposal. Eventually, we'll also be at that same kind of place for hurricane season as well. But anyways, yeah, that website will be public for you guys. Also, another one is going to be it's going to have the same URL /tap. And what that's going to do is whenever we're streaming, and let's say we've got 10,000 people watching or 100,000, whatever it is, you guys are going to be able to go to this website and simply just tap a button. And what's going to happen on my end is you're going to see a bunch of little dots as you tap. We'll be able to see live exactly where the majority of the people are watching. Right? So if we've got 100,000 people watching and 10,000 of them are in this town right here, you'll see activity pop up on the radar in that area as you tap. And I think that'll be cool to help us kind of, because in a situation where there's 2 or 3 tornado warnings, obviously we're always going to try to cover both of them equally. But if we know that we've got people watching that are in front of us, a particular one, then we know, maybe we need to pay a little bit more attention to that. So that's already ready. We could have tested it today, but I knew that there was going to be bugs, and we didn't want to add to the list. So that'll be a part of that website. And then every day you'll be able to go to the website and see, is Ryan making a video today? Is there going to be a live stream? And all that's automated. Our criteria is baked into the algorithm, and it checks the weather, and it's essentially acting as my boss now. It tells me when I stream. And no, it won't like show your name. Like if you're worried about like your location showing up, first of all, it's not going to show your exact street like location. It's going to be approximate based off of cell towers, and it's not going to show your name. It's simply going to be a blip amongst 1,000 other blips, kind of like a heat map, if that makes sense, showing where the greatest concentration of our viewers are. Yeah, similar to spotter dots. But they'll be temporary. Like you have to be tapping on that thing before we see it. That way, because if there's 100,000 people watching, we don't want 100,000 dots just on the map at all times. Also, shopryanhall.com. Tempest sale ends on the 15th. I'm sure we'll mention that again in tomorrow's video. So if you want to get a Tempest weather station, it's almost time. You're almost out of time. Like save 10%, which is a big deal. Tempest 10 is the code. Nothing going on right now in Gulfport other than the storm surge that you see there. And of course, if you haven't already, Radar Omega. Link in the description if you want to download this app that I've been using to display the weather. The tornado threat tomorrow is not significant, but it's also not insignificant. We'll likely have a video about that tomorrow. Not a live stream, but if we need to do a live stream, we will. I think there's a new tornado watch too. I want to show that graphic before we sign off. I need the y'all pack for my Radar Omega app to get your settings and colors. So that is something that we're going to work on. But also, I think that we were talking about maybe we can probably work that out in Discord somehow too, just sharing the settings so you guys can manually do them. But I'm going to talk to the people at Radar Omega about setting up something easier than that too. But if you're on our Discord server, you can ask there for the settings and stuff. Has anybody seen the graphic for this new tornado watch yet? I haven't. I don't see it. Just ask for the color tables in Discord. Aha. Here we go. This is the tornado watch that we've been waiting on. It includes Panama City. It includes Pensacola. It includes Destin, Mobile, Gulf Shores, and it goes until 6 a.m. Central. Tornado watch number 668 from 10:10 p.m. until 6 a.m. Central. Tornadoes are possible all through the night in this area. Make sure you have a way of getting warnings. Phone is charged. Weather alerts on. NOAA weather radio, hopefully, if you've got one of those. Batteries in there. Hopefully, the tornado threat continues to underperform. We had that original tornado watch with several tornadoes likely. We had not very many, tornadoes. We had a couple tornado warnings. But that doesn't mean that that's going to continue to be the case. So, unfortunately, you guys have to deal with the threat for tornadoes tonight. And that'll continue, once again, through 6 a.m. How much longer will you be streaming? Not much longer at all. We're approaching the 11th hour. So, we're going to be wrapping it up here soon. Honestly, probably right now. But we will be back tomorrow with at least a video talking about the continued threat that goes into tomorrow. One last time, here's that outlook. Slight risk of severe weather down here, driven by the tornado threat. Hail and wind for Montana. It's only a 5% probability right now. So if that continues to be the case, we'll do a video tomorrow and we'll call it a day. If they upgrade this to a 10%, we might do a live stream. Benjamin, yeah, that's a good one too. Everybody loves that one. I like that one. It's just, it costs the same and you get less features, in my opinion. So that's the only thing. I bet we get a warning as you try to sign off. I bet you're right, but we're going to try it right now anyways. We're going to end the stream now. Guys, thank you so much for watching. 11 hours. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe tonight. And make sure you join our Discord server. We'll have more updates over there. And follow me on Twitter or X at Ryan Hall, y'all. Instagram, Facebook, all that stuff. And TikTok. We're going to get back with the TikTok. Follow across all social medias. And we'll keep you updated, okay? Thank you for watching. We will see you very soon. Goodbye.